I see a question from Kelly, and it's fine to be in early. So it's perfectly fine if people's videos are off at this point in time. It only matters when people are presenting. All right, good to see people logging in from all over. I know Kelly is in Spain. I see people from London, Canada, Germany. Just remembering who people are, Orlando, all over the place so far. West Coast, Denmark, Western Australia, Poland, Istanbul, San Francisco. Yeah, it's quite a roll. And the messages keep coming in. All right, nice to have everybody here. This is kind of a cool listing of all these hellos from various people all over the place. Oh, somebody else from Milwaukee. I think that's the Dan who is my co-host of the Wisdom for Life radio show. South Africa, all over Europe, all over the North America, it looks like. I think we're going to have quite a few people from Brazil as well this year. The Caribbean, Russia. Very nice. We thought we would get a very international attendance, as we'll talk about shortly. Oh, the countdown is getting close. All right, should we commence?
Maybe that's it.
Now is a good time.
All right. Well, let me say welcome to everybody. There's people logging in from all over the world, as you can see in the messages. Welcome to Stoicon 2021. This is the world's largest gathering of Stoics, people interested in Stoicism, people practicing Stoicism, people learning about it. There's all sorts of cool stuff lined up, and people are tuning in from everywhere. It's morning here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's already noon in parts of Brazil. It's the afternoon in Europe and Africa. It's getting into the evening as we go further east. And for our various participants in the Pacific who are logging in, I have to admit, I don't know what time it is exactly, other than it's probably quite late, and we're very happy to have you here with us. So I'm the MC for Stoicon. I'm Greg Sadler, the editor of Stoicism Today. You see a few other people here who I'll be introducing shortly, but before that, I want to talk a bit about what Stoicon is. So this is an annual conference. We call it the big event, and it's been going on for nearly 10 years now. It's put on by the Modern Stoicism organization. In the past, we have had Stoicons in London a number of times, New York, Toronto, Athens, and then last year, due to the COVID epidemic, we had to go online, and we discovered, as we're going to talk about, that was in some respects, an adjustment, but it was also rather a boon, because we had the biggest Stoicon ever with the most participation. And it opened our eyes to some of the possibilities of what we could do with this conference and the format. So a lot more people participated. We're continuing on with that tradition for the immediate future and probably going quite a ways into the future. Stoicon is going to be an online event like the one that you're here with today. And we are very fortunate to have with us a number of people who have made major contributions to understanding and applications of Stoicism, not just in the last decade where the growth in interest in Stoicism has been incredibly visible. But these are some of the people who you could say laid the foundations, laid the groundwork for what we have going on today. One of them is our keynote speaker, Nancy Sherman, who we'll be talking about later on. But I would like to mention, I encountered her work well over a decade ago, first in the context of Aristotle, and then in the context of Stoicism in the military. We have also John Sellers and Donald Robertson, Sharon Labelle. These are all people who have been making major contributions for a long time. And we have somebody else who I'm going to introduce you to very happily in just a moment, Chris Gill. So Chris is a founding member of modern Stoicism. And when I asked him to summarize, he said, well, I'm involved in many of its activities. And that's a bit of an understatement. Chris has been absolutely central in this entire modern Stoicism movement and organization. Both in academic ways. He's the author of several books and many articles, including Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, books 1 to 6, translated with an introduction and commentary. One of his other works that I'm particularly fond of is The Structured Self in Hellenistic and Roman Thought. He has done decades of work and made lots of contributions to our understanding, not only of Stoicism, but of ancient philosophy much more broadly. He's also just completed a book on Stoic ethics that I've had the privilege to pick his brain about in the past. It sounds really incredible. And a book on Stoic ethics and its significance for modern ethical theory. So not just looking at it in the past, but trying to make it fit the present. I wanted to bring Chris in to talk a little bit about modern Stoicism, the movement, Stoicon itself, since he's been here at the founding. And so I'm going to turn it over with no further ado to Chris.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Greg. So I'm joining Greg and Andy in welcoming everyone who's tuning in to the Stoicon today. And as Greg said, as a founding member of modern Stoicism. 9 years ago, a small group of us met for a workshop in Exeter on putting Stoicism into practice. And this was the nucleus for what's become an organization devoted to this purpose. The original group, which is still to some extent the same group, included scholars like myself and John Sellers, who is now chair of the organization, Modern Stoicism, and psychotherapists like Donald Robertson and Tim Labon, as well as writers of books on philosophical life guidance. Our original aim was very much to work together as a collaborative group, combining different kinds of expertise, approach, and experience, so that we could teach and learn from each other. And I think that's been very much realized in the work we've done. We wanted to present material that was true to the ideas and writings of ancient Stoicism, the philosophy developed in Greece and Rome between the 3rd century BCE and the 2nd century CE, and also to present this material in a way that would communicate the power of Stoic ideas for people today and help them to shape their lives in just the same way as Stoicism helped people to shape their lives during those centuries of the ancient world. We focused especially on 3 projects. The annual conference, now called the Stoicon, which Greg has spoken about. The annual online course, Stoic Week, which starts in October the 8th, that I hope many of you will take, which is a day-by-day introduction to Stoicism. and the blog Stoicism Today for posts and articles on putting Stoicism into practice that Greg does a wonderful job in editing. All these activities, and indeed modern Stoicism generally, have proved to have an appeal going far beyond our original expectations, which were very much more modest. And they have brought help and inspiration to thousands of people around the world. We hope very much that the event today forms a valuable part of your journey into Stoicism, whether it's the start of that journey or a step along the way. So thanks very much. And I'm looking forward myself very much to the day and hoping to learn a great deal from it. Okay, thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Chris. So I also want to turn this over to Andy to talk a little bit about one of our goals was to make this as affordable, as accessible, and as engaging as possible. And there's some really interesting stats that we have. So I'm going to turn this very quickly over to Andy Shaka. I think we have to have her come off mute. While that's happening.
Thanks,
oh, there
Phil.
we go.
Thank you, Phil. So hello, everyone. My name is Andy Shaka. I am also in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I am delighted to see all of the hellos in the chat. Someone did say it's 1 a.m. in Australia. So thank you for being here in the middle of your nights, afternoons, mornings, and evenings. One of our goals this year for Stoicon was really to focus on the opportunity to do just this, to connect with people all over the world, to talk about meaningful issues, and to do so in a way that has high engagement and a high level of thoughtfulness. So you'll notice that there's already a flurry of activity in the chat. We would like you to continue that. We want you speaking to one another, asking questions of our speakers and our panelists. As Greg said, he'll be monitoring the chat for questions during the Q&A. We also have a group of very friendly volunteers who will be monitoring the chat to see if there's issues or problems. But we really are hoping that you will continue to contribute to the conversation. One of the great benefits of doing a virtual event like this is that we can have meaningful dialogue throughout the day. And it's a packed day of really, I think, great conversations ahead of us. Just remember, though, that it can get a little cacophonous if we're all kind of contributing at the same time. So in terms of engagement, we just ask again that you're thoughtful and respectful in the comments that you post. Keep in mind that there are folks who are pulling questions from the chat for the Q&A. If you are watching on YouTube, welcome. You know, it's great to have everybody here. We have a high level of registration for this year. We have over 1,350 people who have signed up. I know we're going to have various numbers during the day on the Zoom and watching on YouTube, but we're just so happy to have you here. I'm going to talk a little bit later about some ways that you might make this a more meaningful experience for yourself. But we're just, again, very happy to have this opportunity to connect and to continue to, as Chris said, learn from one another. So with that, I'll turn it back to Greg and then share a little bit more with you in just a bit.
So I would like to recognize and thank all the people who make this event possible. First, the Modern Stoicism organization. Many of the people involved in this are members of the organization, including Andy and Chris and Phil and all of us. And we're doing this as volunteers. Nobody is making money on this, but your contributions are going to further the work of the organization, like Stoic Week and all these other great things. I'd like to thank all of our speakers in advance, our panelists, the speakers who sent in the lightning talks, and the discussion leaders for the workshop that Tim Labon is going to be leading later today. I'd also like to single out a few people. So Phil Yanoff, our technical co-host, the executive producer of Tech After 5, and a member of our Modern Stoicism organization. He pulled down what is it in the Wizard of Oz, going behind the curtain, right? So there is Phil. He is the one keeping all of this infrastructure working. Andy, who you've just heard from, I'd like to thank her. She has done hours and hours and hours of invaluable work, all of the digital documents that you're seeing, all of the interview footage from earlier, and all sorts of other things behind the scene as well. Harold Kavli, our Lightning Talks organizer, who you'll see a little bit later on today. Travis Hume, who is going to be moderating our second panel of Ask the Experts, specifically about applications of Stoicism. And I'd like to thank all the people who've been posting and informing others about this in social media. By sharing it, you've helped us to have a much larger audience. So I'm going to talk very briefly about what to expect. You've all seen the schedule. We're going to start at 10:15 Eastern time, whatever time you're on, with Kai and Leonidas and their presentation. And we're going to hopefully go like clockwork through the entire thing. We may have a few delays here and there, but it's a very packed day. And so we're going to run through all of these things fairly quickly. So what's coming up? A lot of great talks, some panels where you'll have the opportunity to ask questions of our experts that have been assembled. We have a workshop lined up, which is going to have some breakout sessions, and Tim will tell you more about that when we get to that. And it all leads up to Professor Nancy Sherman's keynote address, which we're all looking forward to. And then after that, we'll have a sort of less rigorous after party and casual conversation. We have just 2 minutes before we actually get started with the next thing. So Phil has a few things to say about technical matters, and then Andy's going to talk about the workbook, and then we'll jump right into the first talk with Kai and Leonidas.
I probably only have 30 seconds because I think Andy has done a great job already of trying to tell you what we expect out of the day. But from a technical side point, we got a chat. Please use the chat. Be nice. She told you all the other stuff that I think you need to know. And, you know, we're trying to keep you on time. So we ask that from both the speakers and you as the audience. We appreciate you being here. If you've got questions for us, try to stick them inside the chat and we'll look for you. And with that, I think I pass it to Andy.
Thanks again, Phil. So I see a few questions about the schedule. And if you look in the chat now, you'll see that there is a link to workbooks. It's also available on the Eventbrite online event page. We've created 3 different guided workbooks for you. They're digital. You can download them from a Dropbox link. The first is the complete program. It's got all of the bios and space for notes. If you're operating on a digital system, we advise that you use that. It is 56 pages long, so it might not be best for printing. We also have a version of the program that's just the speaker information, and then another version that has just space for notes. You'll see there's lined paper, there's blank paper if you feel like doodling or drawing or sketching your ideas. But we wanted you to have a way to capture your experience for the day. Again, we'll try to post that link at the top of some of the sessions so that if you don't catch it this time, you can download it for yourself. But we're just really looking forward to a great day of good conversation and high engagement, and so happy to have everyone here. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, we will jump right into our first session, The Equality of Moral Errors with Kai Whiting and Leonidas Constantacos. Those who don't know these two, they are very often working together as a pair. And I got to meet both of them together a few Stoicons back. They have, I guess you could say, a really, what would you call the relationship? I'll let you talk about that in a bit. It's they play off of each other in collegial ways. Kai is a Stoicism and sustainability researcher who is based at UC Leuven, Belgium. Along with Leonidas, he's the co-author of Being Better, Stoicism for a World Worth Living, in a recent book. And his favorite ancient Stoic is Phaedrus, so he might tell you about that here. Leonidas is a researcher, and he works on just war theory from a Stoic perspective at Florida International University, co-author of the book. And he is a fellow veteran. He served in the U.S. Army during the Iraq War, committed to bringing ancient Stoic principles to light so that contemporary Stoics can navigate the challenges of environmental deterioration and biodiversity loss, something that Kai is also incredibly interested in. So with those introductions, I'm just going to quickly turn it over to both of them. It's great to see both of you again, if only virtually.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice to see you too. So yeah, I'll just say quickly that it's going to be a hopefully shorter presentation with a Q&A, and then I hopefully will be fending off your questions. So I will do the heavy lifting in the beginning, and then I'll throw it over to both of us, but predominantly Leonidas. Okay, so I'm just going to share. Oh, Phil, can I share the screen?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me try again. Here. And myself. Can everyone, Phil, is the screen being shown? Sorry.
Yep, we can see it.
Excellent. Well, that's brilliant. Okay, so today, as we've just said, I will be presenting with Leonidas Constantacos on the equality of moral errors. And unfortunately, this Stoic concept gets very little ink. You won't hear much about it at all. And we think this is to the detriment of a better understanding of the Stoic concept of justice and cosmopolitanism, which I won't define because Aldo de Nucci will discuss this in his talk later. So I think, yeah, who are we? We've just heard from Greg that we are university lecturers and researchers, and we are the co-authors of Being Better, Stoicism for a World Worth Living In. And really the key thing here is we wanted to show how Stoic principles can make a difference in the world, not just for ourselves, but everybody. So for example, and in line with Leo's expertise, we showed how the ancient Spartan king Cleomenes III, with the support of his wife, Queen Adiatis, used Stoicism to enact socioeconomic and land reforms for the betterment of the Spartan people. And increasingly in my case, for example, I've looked at how Stoicism can offer an alternative perspective on council culture and advance matters linked to free speech. So these kind of topics are also some things we're talking about in the Walled Garden community, an initiative I developed with Simon Drew that we'll be listening to for 3 minutes in the lightning round, and Sharon Labelle, who is on a panel later today. So what do we like, Leo and I, about Stoic ethics? We like the fact that we are completely responsible for our own happiness. There's no amount of money or status that will help us become happier, and there's no level of sickness or poverty that will prevent us from being happy. There's no one who can stop us from building a good character, even if we have the direst of circumstances. But it's key here, building a good character isn't just about me and Leo. It's about becoming aware that we alone are responsible for our own happiness. We can free our mind to pursue what really matters when we realize that we are responsible for that happiness by just pursuing virtue and a life worth living. When we know that we can do that, we then become capable of contributing to a world worth living in, as we explain in our book, Being Better. And how do we make the world a better place? We just decide to do what is right. So I just want to thank Rocío Torres for this picture, because this figure, because I think it's very helpful. And in her figure, we can clearly see that the only thing worthy of pursuing from a Stoic perspective is virtue. So what is virtue? It's a character, it's cultivating a character that is incapable of being vicious. That's to say, we are not cowardly, we're not unjust, we're not greedy, and we're not ignorant in terms of our character. It is an internal process that does not rely on anything outside the circle that Rocío has drawn. Therefore, for example, a good person will always use money appropriately, no matter how much or little they have. And I'd just like to point out something that Greg Sadler said in Stoicon X Norway, because a lot of people think, okay, then nothing but virtue matters at all on any level. It's completely irrelevant to every decision we'll ever make. And Greg said this: everything except virtue is of secondary importance. It's not that nothing else matters. It's just that nothing else matters sufficiently as to have a bearing on your character for good or for bad. So it doesn't guarantee your happiness, but it's not that it's completely irrelevant to how we make decisions. So how do Stoics work on their character? They recognize that they are only in control of their decisions, their actions, their thoughts, their attitudes, and that everything else is not entirely up to them. They think carefully about how to react or respond to a situation that they are involved in or have become aware of. Remember, we don't need to have an opinion on everything. I know Twitter would suggest otherwise, but we really don't have to have an opinion on everything. In Stoicism, we're called to note our biases or our blind spots, to separate observation from emotion and calibrate accordingly. We need to be careful to distinguish what we feel from what we're thinking. And yes, there is a difference between feeling and thinking. To the best of their ability, Stoics make correct decisions, ones that are appropriate given the information they have, which is in line with their roles and responsibilities. So let me give you an example. Two people come across a dying person. One of them is a medical doctor, and they will be called to do everything they can to save the person that is dying. But so will a non-medical person, a lay person. They will also be called to do everything they can, but they might restrict themselves to calling an ambulance rather than providing medical attention. So I think the best way to explain the Stoic concept of the equality of moral errors is through an example. In this scenario, there are two speeding drivers, which we've conveniently called Leo and Kai. Both lose control going 70 miles an hour around a bend near a school. Kai loses control, runs onto the pavement, and unfortunately hits a kid. Leo does exactly the same thing, but he hits a tree. When we think of this scenario, what do we imagine when we think, which of them is the bad guy? Is Leo somehow better than Kai? Is Kai worse than Leo? Which mistake is worse? Is it worse to hit the tree from a moral perspective, or worse to hit something else? And therefore, as we're talking about Stoicism and character, what do these incidents say about Kai's character and Leo's character? What do we think when we ask ourselves those questions? Now, this is key for Stoics, solely on the decision to speed. So imagining we know nothing else about Leo and Kai, we just know that they took the decision to speed unjustly. Leo and Kai are as bad as each other. Both of them made exactly the same mistake, and so both of them are equally blameworthy when it comes to their unjustified decisions to speed. It's not like Kai in this scenario decided to hit a kid as he overran the pavement any more than Leo decided to hit a tree. Now, I know many of us will be feeling very uncomfortable because we have modern sensitivities and a legal framework that is linked to the idea of consequentialism, which generally can be said to say consequences make an action morally good or morally bad. That doesn't mean just because we believe or we feel that consequentialism works, that we are automatically the progressive ones. What? So you're telling me, I can hear your thoughts, like you're telling me, so the Stoics say that running over a child and running into the tree is the same thing? Well, Stoic logic dictates that there are no degrees of vice or virtue. Something is either done virtuously or viciously. There's no in between. But before you throw in the Stoic towel and say, oh, I can't deal with this, I can't possibly be a Stoic if that means that they're exactly the same thing, know that you're in really good company. One of the most important ancient Stoics of all time, the Roman slave Epictetus, who actually went on to establish his own Stoic school, was just as surprised when his mentor, Musonius Rufus, said exactly the same thing. So according to Musonius, unjustly setting fire to the Capitol and unjustly kicking a stork's nest are examples of the same type of moral error. Now, there is a caveat here, because when it comes to how to respond to someone's moral error, a Stoic will try to ascertain whether that moral error was committed out of an aversion to pain or a weakness for pleasure. Did they react because they were suddenly hurt and thought, for example, that pain was bad? Or did they have a feeling that they wanted, say, more luxuries in their life, and did they commit moral errors as a result? Also, the Stoics do recognize that some moral errors come from a hardened and incurable character, and others do not. But all moral errors, all of them, are committed out of the inability to distinguish what is good, bad, or neither. For if we truly knew what we were doing was bad for us, we would cease doing it. Likewise, if we truly knew what was good for us, we would do it. So upon becoming a Stoic teacher, Epictetus noticed the same kind of problem, that his own students had misunderstood the equality of moral errors like he had done previously, which is quite useful for us to know, because this means that this concept is very important in Stoicism, because he took the time to tell the story of his own doubts, Musonius' response, and the doubts of his students. One of Epictetus' students, for example, made the case there was no way that the logic mistakes that he had made in the classroom would ever have been or could ever be as bad as unjustly killing his father. Epictetus reminds him of a very key Stoic concept that many people called the Dichotomy of Control. So Epictetus says, but the only things you can control are your thoughts, your actions, and attitude in the present moment. So in the present moment, the only moment that actually exists and that matters, you made a mistake in logic. You failed in the only way you could. The fact that you can mention your father and a hypothetical murder doesn't have anything to do with the present moment at all. And therefore, from a Stoic perspective, it doesn't exist. Only the present exists. And if you think about it, even if the student went on to unjustly kill his father, he would do so because he falsely believed that there was the reasonable thing to do in the circumstances, which means from a Stoic perspective, he would have acted irrationally. And this point, if anybody wants to know, is this discourse is 1.732 to 33. So this is a discussion that he has in that particular part of Epictetus's discourses. So I just want to summarize quickly the concept. Every moral mistake we make is equally bad. There are no degrees. A decision is correct or it's incorrect. There's no in between. The consequences of our mistakes don't make them better or worse than they are already. It's not because something happens to turn out well for me that my decision proves to be the correct one. It just turned out well despite my mistake. Now, it's key here that we consider again, consequences occur in the future, and we do not control the future. We only control the decisions we make and the attitude we have in the present moment. Now, I enjoy this because people often say to me, because of Leo and I's work on things like climate breakdown and unjust economic inequality, that they'll say things like, my actions won't make any difference at all when it comes to standing against environmental or social injustice, because other people will do X or Y. Other people won't pay their employees properly. Other people will throw plastic in the sea. Even if I don't, it won't make a difference. But the Stoics are clear here. We don't control other people. We don't control the consequences of their actions. We don't even control the consequences of our actions. So none of that has a bearing on what constitutes an appropriate action from a Stoic perspective. Now, again, I want to have a caveat here because it's clear that I'm not saying, so that it is clear that I'm not saying that all consequences and punishments should be equal. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the error is the same, but the consequences of a punishment, for example, can be, and perhaps ought to be, different. The problem is here that too often in the modern world, we immediately associate an action or a conviction to a person's character. So that means that a person convicted of murder is called a murderer rather than a person who has committed a murder. And this means they're often seen as a quote unquote bad person, no matter what they subsequently do or who they become. Now, this is a key point here, because although we can distinguish ourselves or try to between ourselves outside of the incarcerated system and say the people inside, what would be our life like? What would our own life like? What would our own life be like if we were forever defined by the worst moment, our moment of temporary madness, if we were angry, a moment where we really should have done something that we did? What would that say about us? So this brings me on to something that is very key, and this is Stoicism and moral luck. Sometimes we are just lucky. Sometimes things we prefer to happen do happen to us, and we think that's great. Yes, something good happened to us, and actually something preferable happened to us, because the only thing that's good is building a character, right? Sometimes things that we don't particularly like happen to us. So in the case with Kai and Leo, it is definitely preferable in most people's minds to hit a tree rather than run over a child. But does that give this character called Leo the ability to shrug his shoulders and laugh off the fact that he was lucky enough to hit a tree rather than someone else's child? And I think, as does Leo, that this brings us on to an important point of self-awareness. The beautiful thing that we find about the equality of moral errors is that we are reminded that we are subject to the same errors as everybody else. We're not better than anybody else or worse than anybody else in the way that we can have, accidentally commit an error. And although we would sometimes like to hide away people in prisons for having done something that we find terrible, or we might cancel them because they are different politically or they have a different religious allegiance, And they're really not that different to us. And we might secretly hope they are. But in Stoicism, we, again, can say, I'm human, they're human, I'm capable of mistake, and so is the other person. So if we return to the speeding example, we have the fortunate Leo who hit the tree and the unfortunate Kai who didn't. But how many of us can honestly say, if we have ever driven, that is, we have never, ever sped, ever? I imagine that if you do drive, you can think of at least once where you might have got away with speeding. How many times have we got away with things like speeding just because of sheer luck? That the police officer wasn't around the corner, that perhaps our car was faster than the police officer could reach us. How many times have we done something that we knew was wrong, that we found stupid even in the moment, or even completely unnecessary? This then allows me to ask the question, is Leo so much better than Kai because we don't typically imprison people for hitting trees? And I just want to point up here on the right, the quote here, that in order to know that we're doing wrong and to reform ourselves, we must wish to set it right. If we just simply recognize that we're doing wrong, or we think we recognize, we aren't actually recognizing until we do something about the error, because we're not actually knowing from a Stoic perspective. It is not enough to go, yes, I should have done something, if we do not then walk in that and change and sculpt our character in a way that we would no longer commit those kind of errors. So I think the key thing here is something about reconciliation. And I think, as does Leo, that Stoicism offers a powerful tool for reconciliation, because it helps us to recognize the worst parts of ourselves, the worst day in Kai's life, for example, and the best day in other people's. It encourages us to recognize the times when we have wronged others. And it does not allow us the luxury of merely focusing on when and how others have wronged us. So in short, Stoicism reminds us that we are called to engage in constructive dialogue, finding common ground despite our differences. And that remains true when we are hurting. We cannot hide behind being hurt. We have to step forward. We have to cultivate and sculpt that character, because that's the only true worthy thing of pursuing. Stoics believe that everything that happens is ultimately for our benefit. Even the worst day of your life will ultimately benefit you if you allow it to. So therefore, we can learn from our mistakes. And importantly, we should give people space to learn from theirs. This means that we can grow and flourish regardless of our past. And so importantly, can others. So I just want to reflect on the fact that the Stoics did recognize something about moral luck that is worth mentioning here. They reflected on the moral luck of having been exposed to Stoic philosophy, which is a special type of moral luck. They recognized that if we are sitting here today, right now, we're lucky enough to have access to the Stoic teachings, or things that people are going to say about the Stoic teachings. We are lucky enough to have a community across the world, across time zones. We've just seen how many people are in our chat telling us exactly where they're from and how they have the same interests and how they want to be better people and create a better world. We're lucky enough to have a community of like-minded people who are interested in learning and developing on contemporary aspects of Stoicism. We're lucky enough to have a mind that is capable of reason and a character that can be shaped into a good one, as long as we take the conscious decision to consistently act appropriately. And this is key because it should lead us to be compassionate towards others. Stoicism is not about being unfeeling. It's not about being cold. It's about a cosmopolitan vision. And again, out of Nietzsche, we'll talk about that later, so I don't want to talk about it more, but it's about knowing that we're part of the community, that we belong to the cosmopolis. It's not about being individuals who are separated from other people and being distant from them. And this allows us to be thankful that we are lucky enough to have engaged in Stoic ideas and capable of recognizing that not everyone has had the opportunity that we have today, or necessarily the skill set to make the most of Stoic ideas. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to hearing your questions or reading them. And yes, I'll now hand over to predominantly Leo. This is the only thing I want to say. If you're particularly interested in the academic papers that we've been working on, then please contact me at stoichigh.com and I'll send it to you. And just so you know, Being Better Stoicism for a World Worth Living In is currently available in English as a physical book, ebook, or audiobook. Thank you.
So now we have some time for questions and answers, about 8 minutes or so. There are two that showed up in the chat that I'll put to you right away, and I think some other people will be asking some as well. So Candace Thompson, about 6 minutes ago, asked if we have control over our choices and our choices and actions are causally connected to the consequence, don't we minimally have secondary influence on the consequence? And I think that could use a little explanation. It set off a whole comment stream that maybe you've seen or maybe you haven't, but can you respond to that one? Do we have a kind of secondary influence on things?
Right. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, here, let me say right off the bat, like, it's up to us to decide how much is going to persuade us, right? We're the ones at the end of the day to decide whether or not we're going to be Stoics or whether we're not going to follow teachings. But if we're going by what the Stoics are saying, then it's quite clear that, killing someone unjustly, murder, is every bit as bad as kicking a stork's nest. All right. So because it's wrong, you made the one wrong decision you could make here, right? I mean, for the most part, like, murder is going to have tremendous consequences, but the consequences really aren't up to us if you're a Stoic, right? I mean, how many people are just too sick to be able to get out of bed to murder who they want to murder, right? So the Stoics saying, when it comes to, we get these impressions, and then we decide whether or not we want to assent to these impressions or not, or withhold assent to these impressions. Now, the impression that you get, you bring these up against your preconceptions, and you decide, okay, I'm going to accept this impression as true, or I'm not. Now, what's in front of you at the moment, and the Stoics' very immediatist moral epistemology, is what is up to you at the moment is deciding whether or not this is right or wrong. Now, sometimes that may be whether or not you're going to kick a stork's nest unjustly, or whether or not you're so angry at the person in front of you that you're going to murder them. Now, the consequences aren't really up to you, and the law as we know it takes into account the consequences, whether or not whether or not the bullet wasn't a dud, whether or not it was, whether or not your aim was that, attempted murder is different charge than murder, and maybe rightly so. We can talk about law of reformation some other time, but if we're talking about the moral blame or the moral praiseworthiness, then the Stoics say it's the same. You made the one mistake you can make here, whether it be a mistake in logic or whether it be burning down the Capitol. You had an impression that doing this was correct, even though it isn't, which you should have understood what is right, wrong, and indifferent, and then you acted accordingly, or we should say, inappropriately, by making that moral error. The consequences aren't up to you, but your decisions are.
So here's one that just came in, and then we'll see if we have time to get back to a few of the others. This is from Corin Dwayne Katata. In relation to reconciliation in a Stoic perspective, how does who is unreasonable, purely driven on emotion, when thinkers for our benefit? This is a real problem, isn't it?
You're cutting in and out, Greg. Could I have Kai kind of broadcast what you said, or
No,
you say it again?
Greg got cut out.
I'll repeat it. So, in relation to reconciliation in a Stoic perspective, how does a Stoic reach a point of reconciliation dealing with an individual reasonable and purely driven on a...
Okay, so I'm going to try to answer this one. It cut off a little bit at the end, but if I'm not answering your question, please stop me and let me know. So there's a few different suggestions for this. Marcus Aurelius is huge on this. Like, throughout his own works, he's reminding himself that, look, at the end of the day, this person doesn't even know what's good for them. They don't even know what's wrong for them. And that allows himself, the most powerful man in the world at this point, to say, even my worst enemy isn't that bad. They're confused, they're wrong. And how many times have I been angry, he might say. I mean, there's a passage, like a very stark, grim passage in Marcus, where he's like just talking about some jerk that's in his way. And he's like, this person's an animal, and he doesn't name this person, but he's expressing this kind of low-key anger, right? It's low-key resentment. And so he has to remind himself often enough, like, even my worst enemy isn't that bad. I'm also capable of making the mistakes. Sometimes people make these mistakes and the consequences are very dispreferred. We might say terrible, but sometimes the consequences are, are preferred. But that's not up to us. What's up to us is how we look at these impressions in front of us and decide that they're good, bad, or indifferent. Right? That's really what's up to us. So how do we reconcile? So for Marcus, it's reminding himself that this person is just one more person that isn't lucky enough to have access to to all the Stoics before him, right? I mean, Marcus, all he wanted to do was be a philosopher. He got sucked into a 20-year war, but he wanted to be a philosopher, right? Not everybody has that kind of will or that kind of opportunity, right? We're very lucky to do that. And there are other ways, right? For example, someone like Seneca, his job is something different, right? His job is like to try to improve, and he writes a whole book in the Mirror of Princes mode to try to make Nero better, right? And fail spectacularly, as we can see. But that's his way, a type of education. It wasn't Marcus's job to educate; it was Seneca's job to educate. So to some extent here, I think it depends on your social role, how you're going to reconcile. You might have social influence and be a reformer, or you might be able to be to say to yourself, my brother. I've been angry about for the last 20 years. You know what? I might be angry at him, and maybe we can't have this kind of relationship. But my nephews and my nieces aren't involved with this at all. The problem with me and my brother doesn't carry on to my nephews and nieces. And I think it must depend on your social role, and the way you reconcile kind of depends on also your own individual nature and what you're good at, whether it be fighting, unfortunately fighting wars, as in Marcus's case, unfortunate for him. Or it might be in Seneca's way, education. I think that's something everybody has to kind of answer for themselves. Right?
So that's good. And I've got one to piggyback on that. And we have only about a minute to answer it. So I'm going to read it quickly. How do we understand virtue within large systems that disenfranchise people and limit them? I think this kind of ties in with the moral luck matter, right?
I hate to say this, Greg, but you're getting off again.
I can try and answer it quickly.
Okay.
It's not that Stoics don't recognize that there are systems that give people some material goods that others don't. Material goods is in things that others don't get. You're just saying the only thing that truly matters is character. So if a Stoic says it doesn't, but I quoted you, it's not that we should ignore the fact that there's economic inequality. Of course not. We have to ask, is that just? If it's not, we have to do something about it, because it says something about our character. So we're not ignoring people's plight of poverty. What we're saying is that poverty doesn't make a difference. They can still be good people.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what Kai's saying. That's absolutely right. I mean, there are things we can do in order to do this. I mean, there are things we have taken into consideration when we attempt to reconcile and understand that our virtue depends on how we treat other people, how we bring people into our concentric circles, right? It's not like, oh, I'm so virtuous, I don't care about anybody else. No, your virtue depends on your caring, right?
Okay, well, that is a good set of responses, and we are now at the top of the time. So thanks very much to Kai and to Leo for this excellent kickoff presentation. We're now going to be assembling our first expert panel, and we've got quite a few people for that. We've also got some questions that we solicited from social media ahead of time to kick it off. So I'm going to give some introductions as we're getting our panel assembled. We've already...
Just one thing here. If you are a speaker on this panel, please start your video now without me asking, because this makes it easier for me to put you on the spotlight.
There we go. So we've already met Chris Gill, and he is going to be one of our experts answering questions. Donald is here now. He just popped in. So let me introduce him. Donald is a familiar face to many of us. He's also got something new going on. He's the founder and director of a nonprofit called the Plato's Academy Center, which is going to be organizing events and raising funds to build an international conference center in the home of philosophy, Athens. So this is going to be very exciting. He's got 2 books coming out next summer on Marcus Aurelius. One is a graphic novel called Verissimus. The other is a prose biography for Yale called Ancient Lives, Marcus Aurelius. I see Sharon is here as well. Sharon Labelle is an author, speaker, and musician, well known for her book, The Art of Living, the classic manual on virtue, happiness, and effectiveness. Her mission is rescuing philosophy from the philosophers, rescuing virtue from the sanctimonious, and rescuing art from the critics. And her fundamental message is the urgency and preciousness of the current moment and the opportunity each of us has to live a life of dignity, grace, and style. I see Gabriel Galuzzo here as well. He is another founding member of the Modern Stoicism Project. He teaches ancient philosophy at the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom, works on ancient metaphysics, mainly Aristotle and the way it has shaped Western thought through the ages, including our modern age. And he's been running workshops. He's one of the people who helps with the management of modern Stoicism. I see Piotr is here as well. Piotr is an author and philosopher based in Warsaw, Poland, and he is primarily known, I think, for his recent proposal in a book that is called Reformed Stoicism, for a Reformed Stoicism updated for the 21st century. There's a manual of Reformed Stoicism, but he also has another book about Stoicism and creativity, something we're going to be hearing about a little bit later, called Does Happiness Write Blank Pages, on Stoicism and artistic creativity. And last but not least, we have John Sellers, teaches philosophy at Royal Holloway, University of London. He is another original member of the Modern Stoicism team. He's also a founder of the London Center for Ancient Philosophy and the recently incorporated Aurelius Foundation as well. He has a number of books, the most recent of which would be The Pocket Stoic, if I'm right, and Lessons in Stoicism, although I may be wrong about that. So we have a number of questions that are going to be coming in soon. I see some already, but I want to begin with one that came in social media, and anybody can feel free to take a stab at it. It's a really basic question. What is good about virtue, and how do we know that? Who wants to tackle that one?
Well, I want to, Don, you go.
Sure. Yeah, so it's a really good question. And the Stoics give us an argument for why virtue is the one thing that's genuinely good, while everything else isn't. And it's that virtue consistently benefits us, right? So all of those other external things that people might pursue and prefer, like fame, status, money, health, sometimes they benefit us, but sometimes they don't. It all depends how you use them. And how you use them depends on the state of your mind. If you've got lots of money, you can do good things with it. You can do terrible things with it. Whether you do good things with it depends on having an excellent frame of mind. It's the virtuous mind that generates the benefit, not the external thing. And then the Stoics are going to say, well, if you've got money, if you've got status and influence, your virtuous character will enable you to do good things. But if you don't have those things and you're down on your luck, a virtuous character will also enable you to flourish and do well in those bad times. It will always benefit you. There's never a situation in which being virtuous will make things worse.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, I would just piggyback on that by saying that virtue contributes to inner coherence. You get a congruence of your thoughts, your words, and your deeds. And that is an express ticket to what we like to call the flourishing life.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
Yeah. I think another good thing about the Stoic version of the virtue is that they grow with your knowledge. You know, it's not that your knowledge somehow gets stuck and then you make progress with the virtues. I mean, the more you understand, the better you behave, the better you make progress. So as Sharon was saying, that your personality is unified all the time, is coherent. And I want to include in the notion of knowledge everything that we might possibly know, anything true about the world. So I think it's a very, very consistent idea.
We're getting a lot of other questions about virtue coming in that maybe we can launch into right away and then come back to some of the other questions. So Andre says, to what extent is virtue a teachable thing? And this is something where the Stoics, have devoted a lot of thought to it, and modern Stoics. Go ahead.
I guess we wouldn't be here if virtue wasn't teachable, right? That's one of the premises, that we can and should share this knowledge. So hence Stoicism and hence modern Stoicism, I guess.
It's teachable, but you have to see it for yourself as well. So the two things somehow go together, so that there is the transmission of content, but also someone has to see things for themselves in a way.
Well, there's an experiential aspect.
Yes, I think it's not that you just learn it. You learn it and you make it your own, so to speak. Sorry, Chris. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, you learn, virtue is learned, but it's learned gradually through what they call oikeiosis, the process of development, ethical development. So it's a combination of learning what virtue is, what virtue and happiness is, and how to realize them, and also learning how to relate properly to other people. There are these two strands, a kind of strand of understanding and a strand of relationship. And so that's what learning is. So teaching is using any resource we can to develop that process. So the process of learning depends on us, but we can learn in all sorts of ways and all sorts of contexts. There are experts, but there's a wise person is the expert, but otherwise, all of us have the ability through all the experiences of our life to learn, and have the natural ability to. So it's learning. So I think you can't separate teaching, from learning.
I think it's also worth stressing that they present virtue as a skill or a craft, right? So it's that kind of practical knowledge. It's not just a set of doctrines or a body of information. It's something you learn how to do in the way that you might learn any other skill or practical activity.
I'd like to just add to that I suppose from my perspective as a psychotherapist, as a cognitive therapist in particular, we would say that the emotional improvements people are aiming at are teachable, they're cognitive. But that doesn't mean that they're easily learned. And it may mean that it requires a considerable amount of effort and study and practice. And those are things that the Stoics emphasize. The Stoics thought the virtue is teachable, but not easily learnable. And to hark to the earlier question as well, the idea that virtue is the only true good is something that the Stoics inherit from Socrates. And the argument for that is articulated in more length in other ancient texts, for example, in the Euthydemus of Plato. And the idea that virtue is teachable also is inherited to some extent from Socrates. But I think the main criticism, incidentally, that Xenophon made of Socrates was that he didn't think he placed enough emphasis on teaching the virtue of self-control to his students. And I think that's something that we can see the Stoics as attempting to rectify, because they place even more emphasis on this particular virtue that allows us to exhibit the other virtues more consistently, and obviously requires practice and training.
So here's two other questions on virtue that I'm going to kind of roll together, because I think they're addressing the same question. And I know Sharon has some thoughts on this in particular. What is the difference between classic and modern Stoicism as regards choosing the right virtues? And then another question, are 4 virtues sufficient? How about adding some like tolerance or solidarity? And there's a good bit of discussion going on in the chat where people are pointing out that the Stoics, when they talk about justice, for example, that includes kindness, benevolence, solidarity, things like that. But this is a good thing to, I think, throw out there. We may have some differences on this. And I'd like to highlight Sharon on this because she talks about the need for thinking about several other virtues, which she calls we virtues. So do you want to, I'm putting you on the spot. Do you want to tackle that?
Sure, I'll give it a go. I recently gave a talk and I was kind of flying by the seat of my pants, but I had this revelation is too strong a word, but it occurred to me that the classic virtues in Stoicism, courage, temperance, justice, wisdom, they're self-sufficient, they form a whole, but it occurred to me that they are ultimately self-referential. They are ways that we develop virtue by ourselves, for ourselves. And they can certainly have social entailments, of course they do. But I started to think that maybe in our modern world, we live fundamentally in relationship. That is where we live. And I started to think, well, maybe we need some, what I'm just going to call we virtues. And so I rolled them out, and they are nurturance, liberality, kindness, and altruism. And I have a lot to say about these things, but I don't want to monopolize the conversation. So I'd really like to hear some other voices, because I know this is kind of a controversial notion to be, to have the temerity to amplify on the ancients.
I'd love to respond to that,
guys.
I'd like to agree with Sharon. I mean, I think what Sharon is saying, these are indeed virtues. These are indeed Stoic virtues, but the ancients also thought they were virtues. They were all, they were, because as people have indicated, these four virtues aren't four out of a larger list. It isn't as if there are, 78 possible virtues of which they've plucked out four. These virtues are meant to map all the four areas of experience. So wisdom is related to any kind of virtue related to understanding. Justice is any kind of virtue related to relationships with other people. Courage covers another whole area of virtues regarding risk and so forth. And self-control or moderation is everything relating to desire and emotion. So they're a kind of mapping device, and in fact the Stoics sometimes do distinguish lots of sub-virtues, of which liberality, for instance, is a generosity of spirit. That's a sub-virtue of justice, and kindness is picked out often as a positive emotion that you get if you're exercising justice. So I think you're right. I think you're right about Stoicism, Sharon, but also right about ancient Stoicism too. I think they're already, as it were, there.
I wonder if it isn't a matter of emphasis. Does anybody think that? Okay.
I think it's a matter of italicization. Yeah, I mean, it's just the importance of making the caring relational virtues salient. They may be embraced by, as Christopher said so nicely, this kind of fundamental map, but we need caring these days.
I'm going to respond to that. That's okay. And first of all, I agree with everything that Chris said. I think it's important to view these cardinal virtues as schematic, and I think that's definitely how the Stoics understood them. And also, I'm going to disagree slightly with what Sharon has just said, because in the sense that I think kindness, for example, is already emphasized in some of the Stoic texts, and in particular, the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius seems to me to emphasize throughout the virtue of kindness. And also, to kind of emphasize something that we're taking for granted, there's a problem of translation straight up here. which is that some of these ancient Greek words for emotions and virtues are nuanced and form part of a complex system of classification that doesn't neatly translate into modern language, modern English or other modern languages. It's always going to be difficult to translate some of these nuanced terms. And in particular, dikaiosune, the Greek word that we translate as justice, which used to be translated as righteousness sometimes, I think would be better translated as social virtue in a broad sense, because it's clear that the Stoics mean more by it than we mean today by justice. And they tell us that it includes fairness, but also kindness towards other people, for example, as an integral component of it. And if you know that, and you look at Marcus Aurelius again, you'll see on almost every other page of the Meditations, he's talking about the risk of anger and of being alienated from our fellow man. For example, in the most famous passage in the Meditations, in 2.1, where he says, every morning when you wake up, tell yourself you're going to meet ungrateful and vicious and intolerant and meddling people. He goes on to say, you know, that the solution is to see them as our kin, as our brothers, and to view ourselves as being part of a larger social whole, and to treat them with kindness and generosity of spirit. So the Meditations, one of the major themes of the Meditations is Marcus trying to avoid anger and alienation from other people, and to counteract it with kindness and acceptance and a sense of unity of the brotherhood of man.
Here's an interesting point to then add into this. We keep getting this question over and over and over again, you know, about don't we need more than the four virtues? And you know, maybe there's something in the way that they're presented that leads itself to easy misunderstandings. You know, you see all these schemas, right, where people want to line everything in Stoicism up, the three disciplines and the virtues and this and that, and they only name those four. Do we have a sort of communication problem then, do you think? Or
maybe four's too many, Greg. Maybe we only need one.
I mean, I think.
Go ahead, Gabriel.
It's something to do also with the way they classify these things. I mean, which is a bit weird perhaps for us, but if you compare them to Aristotle, another virtue theorist, I mean, Aristotle classifies the virtues in relation to the sphere of application, could be feelings, emotions, whatever. So he has different virtues, say, for different sphere of application. But the Stoics don't go this way. They give you the headings, so to speak, and then you have to reconstruct what falls under these things by means of somehow analysis, conceptual analysis. And then if you go that way, you'll see that kindness, caring, and many other things fall under one or another of those. I mean, these are in some sense the generating virtues, the ones that generate the other things. I mean, obviously today we might prefer, in some sense, to have a more explicit way of classifying them. I mean, like for instance, Aristotle's could be taken to be, but I think, I mean, everything is included in a way. If you go down, if you analyze these virtues, it's not, I mean, these are just headings in a way, I think, generating virtues. Let's put it like that.
The idea of having just one virtue, as Donald said, is quite appalling, I think, and it's getting some traction in the chat box, I see. And I guess it would be simply called virtue, right? Virtue as in with capital V. And the entire conversation would be shifted into interpretation of how it works in specific contexts and specific circumstances. But on the other hand, speaking for myself, I'm of course idea of amplifying Stoicism is not alien to me, needless to say. So yeah, this is a very promising line of thought, I guess.
I'm going to introduce some potential additional heterodoxy within the whole virtue thing, because one of the questions that we got a follow-up about virtue is, here we go. This is from Alexander. Shouldn't we say we can teach the competencies that are helpful to become virtuous, but we can't teach virtue? There's no gradual process towards virtue. You are either virtuous or not. See Cicero's Stoic paradoxes. Now, this is a sticking point. You see Seneca kind of compromising on this in quite a few of his letters. It is one of the Stoic paradoxes. Do we as modern Stoics say, well, virtue is like an on-off switch. Either you got it or you don't. And if you're not virtuous, you're vicious, which is a common presentation. Or do we see it something more like a rheostat, a dimmer, where there's a continuum? What do you, I know what I think about that, but what do the rest of you think?
Well,
from my point of view,
the Stoics do talk, they talk a lot about progress, and there are accounts of progress. There are accounts Cicero has 2 accounts of progress, one about the growth in understanding, gradual growth in understanding, and another in gradual growth in relationships. And we have similar kinds of scales, patterns with emotions. But I think the reason, what the Stoics don't think is that we can map these things in a kind of mechanical, external way, so that we can say about other people, oh, well, he's just got to level 2, whereas I'm at virtue level 3. They don't think that. And actually they're right. Virtue isn't like that. And I think what the Stoics really are thinking is that what the Stoics are very interested in is not so much labeling and judging people, but urging them and encouraging them to become virtuous. So Stoicism is a kind of what's sometimes called first personal. It addresses each of us, and it asks each of us to do all we can to become virtuous. And so that's the and that's, I think, why they put it very simply. They're really emphasizing that none of us are perfect. We're all making progress, but that is true. we aren't perfect. We are trying. So I think it's unrealistic and rather unhelpful to suggest that virtue is something that can be mapped out in a very kind of mechanical, numerical kind of way.
I think one of the things is the Stoic concerned about, just to amplify what Chris said, is a kind of complacency that would come from believing that we're virtuous enough.
Yes. And other people are not.
Yeah. And any other, I think, Piotr, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, but it was kind of like 2 steps back. My idea was quite simple, that we can talk about virtue as in certain either or ideal construct, but as Stoic progressors, we need a learning curve. We need a path that we may be getting on. So and this is something I've, in my personal experience with Stoicism, which works quite fine, that the virtue is this kind of aspirational ideal that is somewhere there, and I basically know that I will never get there fully, but still it kind of points me in the right direction, and it kind of on the practical level it works.
If we say that either we're virtuous and maybe we're not virtuous, or we're vicious, does that risk discouraging people? I mean, on the one hand, you could say, well, if I recognize myself as partly vicious, then I can pay attention to the things I need to work on, and it's good for me to be realistic about that. But maybe for beginners, doesn't that risk almost paralyzing them at the start? Oh, I'll never make any progress. What do the rest of you think?
So, I take it that all of us can do the right thing in a particular situation. All of us get it right from time to time, right? So the goal is to consistently get it right, to always do the right thing, to turn those occasional virtuous acts into habits. So we're habitually doing the right thing. So to play devil's advocate a minute and argue against what Chris was saying earlier, perhaps we can count this, right? Because someone would be perfectly virtuous, someone would be the ideal sage if they never made a mistake. Our goal is to make fewer mistakes. So there's a sense in which you could give people a score, right? The person that makes fewer mistakes because their virtuous behavior is fully better ingrained in their character is going to be closer to perfection than someone who's really inconsistent and doesn't manage it very often.
I just want to add as a kind of aside that the seriousness of a vice might be more obvious depending on external circumstances. So, for example, I don't know, if I get in a taxi and the cab driver's kind of railing about his strong prejudices and political opinions, and if he ruled the world, he'd do this and that, it might kind of seem trivial in a way, like he's just kind of venting. But if he was president of the United States and he suddenly had all of this power, what seems like a real vice in one nation might have much more serious consequences in another. So it's hard sometimes for people to gauge the level of virtue or vice until they find themselves in a situation that puts it to the test. And I think that ties in perhaps with what John was saying about being able to act more consistently across a range of situations in a virtuous manner.
Sharon, were you about to say something?
I also think that, you know, sometimes we have this very negative view of the progress. I mean, somehow, I mean, as if, I mean, obviously it's laborious, it's difficult in some sense, but at the same time, I think the Stoics must have thought that consistency is enjoyable. I mean, the more your opinions fall into the right place, so to speak, the more you get.
Oh, we've lost.
I think Gabrielle may be a bit frozen.
We have to accept this stoically, unfortunately.
Indeed. Sharon, did you have something?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can now, I think.
Yes, I was saying the consistency is something that is enjoyable, and it comes, the more your opinions and beliefs fall into the right place, the more natural, the more sort of effortless your actions are. And so in a way, it's not just out of duty or difficult. There must have been something, say, subjectively good as well in progress. So I don't think it's just that. Sorry.
Very good.
Now, from the, in a way, practical perspective, because there was the question, does this idea of either or nothing, all or everything, all or nothing type of virtue, does it put people off from Stoicism? Is it kind of discouraging? In my experience, when I work with people who are trying to learn and more about Stoicism, train themselves and kind of try out that path, it is not discouraging. I mean, people kind of realize quite well that virtue is certain kind of ideal that we should head towards, but it's not kind of discouraging. It's not putting people off. People kind of understand much more than we think, I guess, that there is this kind of idealistic approach here, and it's not discouraging, at least with people I work with.
I think you can have an ideal that none of us attain to and that we all work towards, as long as there are things that you can advise people to do, or you can advise yourself to do.
Yeah, for example.
And the Stoics are very rich in different kinds of advice about things you can do. I mean, Marcus, for instance, in first book of the Meditations, talks about how you can learn from other people. And he lists all the specific things he learned from other people. So, and the Stoics are, full of guidance of that kind. What I meant by saying you don't have different levels is that they don't think it's all cut and dried, and also they're not very interested in judging people and saying, you've only reached level 1, 2, or 3. But I definitely think they think there are a lot of things things you can do, things we can all do, things we can advise other people to do. But I think you're right, Piotr. I think people can accept the idea that perfection is difficult to attain. And how many people can put their hand on their heart and say, I may not have all the virtues, but at least I've got this virtue. I mean, are there really people who are happy to say that of themselves?
I'm not.
I think not. Nobody's really happy with. Nobody really would. I mean, nobody of good judgment, let's say, would say that.
And another way to read the Stoic comments about the rarity of the sage and the difficulty of virtue is that they're simply saying, hey, don't worry, nobody's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
We're all here in our imperfection. So the beginner ought not to beat themselves up too much about this.
So that leads to a different direction of a question, one that we got through social media a few days ago. And it has to do with Epictetus's Enchiridion 5, where the person who's making real progress and is kind of, at a good point, they blame neither others nor themselves. And the person says, well, how do you get to this stage of not blaming yourself or others? What does that look like?
That's surely a difficult part, I guess.
I think it depends what blaming means. I mean, if blaming, if that doesn't mean you don't work at it or criticize your methodology, but just blaming, that negative response is wrong and it's misguided. So I think that's the point, really. It doesn't mean that you're not trying to find better ways of doing something. You're challenging yourself, but not blaming yourself.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
Yeah, but I guess maybe this is a kind of a straightforward answer here, but the dichotomy of control, the analysis of what is up to you and what is not up to you in a given situation is kind of a easy solution, I guess. I mean, it kind of clearly defines that your own actions, your own actions, values, goals, and so on, and moral decisions are in your control, and what the others do, it's not in your control. So in a way, it is as simple as that. Of course, kind of applying this into a real life situation when someone is annoying me actively and so on, it's tricky. But I guess the basics are quite simple.
Sorry, John. To ask would be, why does anyone feel the need to blame someone or something for a particular event? If something happens, it is what it is. It's part of the order of events in nature. Where does blame have to come into it? I mean, I always thought that line in Epictetus was just sort of intuitively obvious. I didn't have any great problem with it. I thought, absolutely, you definitely want to get to a place where you're not looking for someone to point the finger at. That's surely a good place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else want to weigh in on it? Or
I'd agree with most of what's said already. I think there are several aspects, and there's also this issue of what we actually mean by blame, as opposed to just holding someone accountable. Blame implies annoyance, I think. So we should ask ourselves, is it worth being annoyed? And also, are we talking about events in the past, which are by definition beyond our direct control? And then there's the issue of, why do people do things? People do things because they believe that it's the right thing to do at the time. No man does evil knowingly or willingly, according to Socrates and Marcus Aurelius. So I think I agreed with John, actually. It seems intuitively obvious to me that blame is pointless and also one of the toxic emotions, and it's not necessary for moral accountability either.
So shifting again, here's another question that I think everyone will have something to say about. I have a friend that often uses Stoicism and the Dichotomy of Control in particular to justify or excuse behavior. For example, withholding communication or affection and then saying the problem is the other person's desires. Is there, here's the real question, such a thing as misuse of Stoicism? I see a lot of nodding heads.
I mean, there is misuse of very accepted virtues.
It's the nature of just about any ism, I think, to be misused. It just all depends on the direction of our efforts and our strivings, and we want to put those pointed toward virtue. But oh, sure, of course.
I think one other thing one could emphasize, thinking in line with what Sharon was saying. I mean, it's not. I don't think that when we say someone else's desires might be wrong, must be wrong. I don't think the Stoics saw that as some sort of subjective judgment based on our prejudices or stereotypes or whatever. I mean, they thought that this came somehow from a deep consideration and finally understanding of our human nature. So it's not that someone might just come up and say you're wrong because your desires are not in the right place, and then I don't think it's as subjective as well, so to speak. It comes from an understanding of what we are. So I think the misuse is there because the assumptions there are not correct.
Mm-hmm. This relates to the conversation we've had, because the Stoics acknowledge that none of us are perfectly wise, and from that inevitably follows that all Stoics are going to be imperfectly Stoic and to some extent misinterpreting the philosophy, including Zeno.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's not the misuse of Stoicism as such, but the misunderstanding of Stoicism. It's etc. Unless, obviously, I don't want to say. From the Stoic point of view, then obviously all ideas are questionable in a way. But I think from the Stoic point of view, there will be misunderstanding of the doctrine. Yeah.
Now, from my point of view, one of the misunderstandings or the misuses of Stoicism, as the question put it, is that some people, at least in my experience, some people tend to somehow convert Stoicism or misuse Stoicism as this kind of ego project, kind of overly focusing on oneself. I, me, myself, only this perspective. So from this point of view, this kind of refers to me to what Sharon said about the we virtues. We can kind of, have a conversation about what kind of what kindness is, or what those we virtues are exactly. But this is the line of thought that kind of saves us from this particular misuse of Stoicism. It shouldn't be kind of this ego project, but the kind of application to the social relationship with others needs to be there. And this is one of the key points from my point of view.
Yeah, and I think there's an issue here about taking ideas out of context. So you could take a particular Stoic idea like the dichotomy of control out of context and misuse it. But Stoicism is a really complex set of ideas, and you need all of the different bits of the jigsaw in place to really understand what's going on. So that might be one idea. Then there's ideas about virtue and indifference. There's ideas about the emotions. There's the idea about our natural affinity and social instinct to help other people. You need all of those bits of the jigsaw together. If you take any one of those on its own out of context, then you could quite easily do some unstoic things with it.
I wonder, when it comes to this particular idea, the dichotomy of control, if it doesn't perhaps lend itself to misuse more easily than some of the other ideas. For example, our nature being a social nature, or that we should concentrate on the virtues. I think somebody could misuse those as well, but it strikes me, and maybe I'm totally wrong on this, so I'd like to see what everyone else has to say, that the dichotomy of control is one of the easiest ones to misuse and just focus on yourself in a way and say, well, that's nothing to me, right? And then to also misuse by when other people are clearly suffering and they're not Stoics, to go up to them and say, hey, have you heard about this Stoicism thing? This stuff's in your control, this stuff's not in your control. And it's a way of being kind of standoffish with them, or placing too much on them. So I'd be interested to hear what the rest of you have to think about that. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they're all equally abusable.
It's also an idea in Epictetus, right? Is it a core idea in Stoic ethics? He asks provocatively.
Indeed.
It's not necessarily there in our summaries of early Stoic ethics.
Yeah.
It's not particularly pronounced in Cicero or Seneca. It's something specific to Epictetus. So, one thing that you see a lot in modern Stoicism are ideas and concepts in, say, Epictetus or Seneca, which might be unique and idiosyncratic to them, just presented as core Stoic ideas. They're ideas presented by a Stoic, that doesn't automatically make them Stoic ideas. So I think we could complicate this quite a lot, I think.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
because I think one of
Johnny,
the other things we've been discussing, the idea of the fundamental nature of virtue to happiness, and the importance of the virtues, and so on. These don't only occur in one thinker; they occur in all the thinkers. And it is quite true that the dichotomy of control is only in Epictetus, and so it really only makes sense, I think, if we connect it. If we're able to connect it, and there are different ways of connecting it, with ideas that do occur in all the other thinkers. So I think that is a really important point about the dichotomy of control that John's made.
That's a
I think
fair
John
point,
is
yeah.
John is right that this up to us, not up to us things seem to appear in other authors who are not Stoic.
Aristotle, for instance.
I mean, or roughly the same age as Epictetus, or a bit later, Porphyry, I mean, belonging to the Neoplatonic tradition. I mean, it's a topic of the age, so to speak, that must come from somewhere, but not necessarily the core idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have about another 3 minutes left for the panel, which is probably not enough to handle another question. Any final thoughts from any of you on any of these matters that we've hashed out so far? It's your opportunity for the last word.
Well, no, I think John is absolutely right about trying to put everything together. I think that's and I think this comes out in this point about the dichotomy of control. It's very easy, especially when you're learning about Stoicism, just to find one thing and think that is the key, but it's not like that. It is a matter of trying to put things together. And that helps one to understand what the progress is. Progress is a matter of trying to put these different ideas and different kinds of experience and different kinds of response together. And as Sharon reminds us, it's a matter not just of us, of what's important about me, but about connecting and relating and caring. So I think it's this putting together is absolutely crucial to learning about Stoicism.
I guess you made a good final statement for all of us.
Well,
I can concur.
I'm trying to have the last word.
I mean, one thing just to add to that is that with the three famous Roman Stoics, they all have their own unique characters and they emphasize different things. And I've met many people in the modern Stoic community, some people who will say Epictetus is their favorite and they can't stand Seneca. Other people will fall in love with Marcus Aurelius. Other people will really like Seneca. And that's great. The range of these different voices that stress different aspects means that if you read one and you don't quite connect with them, you might find another who will become a firm favorite. And I think that's part of the broad appeal of Stoicism today, that you've got these different voices and personalities that you can connect with.
That is a great point to go out on. So let's thank our panel of experts here assembled for you at Stoicon. And up next is going to be Katherine Coramilla. So we've got a little bit of juggling things around. And thanks so much to all of you for contributing to this. And thanks to everybody who's asking questions as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Greg.
Pleasure.
I'm bringing Katherine up here. Poof, should be like that.
All right. So, we're at exactly the top of the half hour. So let's get started plugging away. This is Katherine Coramillis. She is a writer, educator, and creativity coach who uses ancient wisdom and writing practices to help reignite creativity, reimagine purpose, and foster a thriving creative writing practice. She leads the Stoic Salon that I know some of you are members of, a group dedicated to reading and writing with the Stoics, and there's a podcast associated with it as well. And she was one of the co-organizers of a big event earlier this year, the first ever Stoicon X Stoics Women, Practical Paths to Flourishing. That was a really excellent Stoicon X event that I hope we're going to see more of year after year. And she has a forthcoming book, The Joyful Practice of Stoic Death Writing, a book of meditations and exercises written over 3 years of almost daily morning contemplations. So with that, let me turn it over to Katherine, and I will be ducking out of this so I can just watch.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to another Stoicon. Now, this might well be the last time you attend a Stoicon event. And by that, I don't mean that modern Stoicism is planning on ending this fine tradition of gathering us together to do Stoicism, but rather, I mean, well, if we go by the crude statistics, about 10 people in 1,000 will die every year. So given the numbers in this Zoom space, it's statistically quite probable that 1 or 2 of us won't be here next year. And on that joyful note, everyone, shall I begin my talk, which I've titled The Joyful Practice of Stoic Death Contemplation? But on a serious note, thinking and talking about death can be hard. So if you're not up to it right now, please feel free to put me on mute. Phil is recording these sessions. You'll be able to catch up later. Feel free to contact me if you'd like to discuss this sort of stuff in a smaller group. And in November, I'll be leading a 28-day joyful writing challenge. So look out for me on the socials or just email me at hello@katherinecoramillis.com and put death in the subject line so I know who you are. So joy and death might seem like an odd pair, but Seneca does tell us, or rather just tells Lucilius in his letter number 23. Seneca says, believe me, real joy is a serious matter. By this, he means, I think, that to feel real joy, we really need to work hard philosophically at stripping away any narratives and beliefs we have about what brings us joy, narratives that tell us that we can only be joyful if we have something external happen to us, if we have a good job, if we can travel the world, if we can have a 3-bedroom house, if we can retire with a couple of million in the bank, if we get to live a long, healthy life, if we don't have to die ever. But that's mad, right? Marcus Aurelius says that in book 5.17. Wishing you didn't have to die is madness. It's also a kind of ignorance. It's your mind not thinking clearly about human nature. So how do we think clearly about life and death? Marcus Aurelius, of course, has the answer. Philosophy, philosophical training. This means stripping away our crazy, weird, and false beliefs about things or about how things ought to be to make us happy. Learning how to face reality and our inevitable deaths, everyone, and even willing that reality be what we would choose anyway. The feeling that accompanies this level of breakthrough is joy. It's joy at being alive, being able to make sound judgments about things and not messing up the stories in your head. It's joy with yourself because you can live well with others, or at least find a way to work things out. Bill Irvin calls this objectless enjoyment. We get there through training our minds to make considered judgments. Marcus Aurelius tells us to worship our minds, but this isn't an intellectual mind-only exercise. It's an exercise of the entire soul, and I don't mean that in any religious way, the entire psyche. Pierre Hadot, in Philosophy as a Way of Life, wrote about ancient philosophical training as training for an entire psychical transformation from being trivial and self-centered and human-centered and me, to being enlarged and contemplative with a broad universal perspective of yourself as part of nature as a whole. And getting our thoughts right about death is key. So let's get to work. I'll start. And because I'm a storyteller, I'll start with a story. So a few weeks ago. I am driving. I am in the driver's seat of the car I share with my husband. Let's call him Lawrence, because that is his name. And he's given me permission to talk about him here today. And he's in the passenger seat, and we are driving and chatting and driving and chatting about one new thing that is about to change everything. We've been down to England to explore a business idea, an investment my husband is very excited about, because this will bring in that extra chunk of money to make our retirement amazing. And because I'm being more stoic about things now, and I'm starting to slow down and consider all the things that shine and glitter and dazzle and distract, and because I am driving the car and I'm driving the conversation, we start talking about whether this business idea is the right decision. How will it impact our lives, both practically and morally? What will it mean for our work, life, marriage, balance? Does it align with our values, our roles, our identities, our duties, our purpose? Will it bring joy? Will it help us be good? Is it the best way to live the remainder of our lives? And so I say, we are now living the final act, darling. How do we want to live? The final act, he says, confused. You mean professionally? My husband, fate permitting, is retiring in a few years. This gig is most likely his last professional gig, but no, I don't mean professionally. And I'm driving us back home to Scotland, and I'm driving the car, and I'm driving this conversation onto a track that is going to help us focus and help us make the right decision. I'm driving the car and driving the conversation, and I drive us head on into death. I mean, death, the conversation we don't want to have. No, I say, I don't mean the final act professionally. I mean, really, like really, truly, the final act. Oh, he says, we've got loads of time left, at least another 2 acts or 3, 30 or 40 years. But actually, darling, you haven't written the play of life. You don't know how many acts you'll get. Epictetus and Kirivion, 17. But my husband's not listening. We'll retire in a few years, and then we can do whatever we want. I hadn't realized that I was speeding until my husband says, hey, slow down. There's no hurry. But there is a hurry. There is, I tell my husband, and I'm distracted by the sounds of my high-pitched voice, so urgent, so hurried. Marcus Aurelius says we must hurry. He says this in book 3.1. I say, time is running out. Each day you live, darling, a part of you, and your life is spent, and the remainder grows less and less and less, and you'll never get that back, ever. Right, he says, so what are we hurrying towards? And I can hear his frustration. He's thinking, no, not the Stoics again. We're hurrying towards self-examination, towards self-development, self-knowledge, towards a radical presence in the world, towards living with purpose, without distraction, towards living well. We can't afford to make a mistake about this business idea. We really don't have the time. We never did. Is this going to be a distraction? Imagine, I say, what if you just had a year to live? Would it be something you'd want to do? Silence. Lawrence is silent, but I'm babbling away very unstoically because I think this is a great idea. I love the idea of a death deadline. It's memento mori with an actionable plan. Set a date when you'll die, work out how to live well in that time. Seriously, darling, let's set a death deadline. 1 year. You have 1 year left to live. How do you want to live? Now, there are 3 ways to respond to this question. The first way is what I call the all is lost way. The second way is the bucket list way. And the third way is the Stoic way. Now, the all is lost way is saying, well, I'll let my husband tell you what that is. This is what he said. Well, you know, if I've only got 1 year left, then it's all over, isn't it? I may as well just go to the pub and drink myself to death. Now, he's Scottish, so that kind of makes a bit of sense. Okay, so the bucket list way. You all know what that is. It's listing as many things as you can to do before you die, some insane desire to snatch up as many exercises and experience rather as you can afford, and then you die of anxiety and grief anyway when you don't get to do them. It's heartbreaking. And then, of course, there's the Stoic way. And Seneca has some really interesting things, well, according to my interpretation, to say about the bucket list way of living. In letter number 61 to Lucilius, he says, and he says so profoundly and so counterculturally, he says, I am endeavoring to live every day as if it were a complete life. I'm trying to live each day as if it is a complete life. I'm not trying to snatch it up as if it were my last, which I kind of feel that's the bucket list scenario where you kind of snatch up as many experiences as you can to fit them into that one last day or year or decade. This is a really interesting and amazing exercise for you to do. Here's what you do, the death deadline thing. You work out who you are. You work out what role you play in life. We all play a number of roles, and if you need any help with working that stuff out, just Google Epictetus and role ethics, and you'll find an article by Massimo Pigliucci where you'll see the Epictetus references to the discourses. Now, they're not very prescriptive. You kind of have to work it out for yourself, but there is some guidance. By default, we are human beings. That's one role that we play. Then we choose other roles, becoming a parent or a spouse. For me, I'm a mum to a German Shepherd called Henrietta. I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm an auntie, I'm a teacher, I'm a writer. I know what a complete life would look like for me. And I know what a complete last day would include. And it aligns with who I am and the roles I play in my life. It aligns with how I can live well given who I am. So here it is. Here's my last day, my complete day. I'd like to brush my dog's hair and be with her. That's been a good dog parent. I'd like to pay attention and play. I'd like to have a laugh with Lawrence, enjoy some companionship, a considered discussion. I'd like to hear my mum's voice and know my dad is in the background on the speakerphone. My dad's always in the background on the speakerphone. I'd like to share some news with my nephew and niece, my brother and his wife. And because I work with people as a teacher, coach, facilitator, I'd like to share a space of curiosity and learning. And because I'm a writer, I'd like to read something lovely and write a few good sentences. And then I like to have a dance party. In letter 12 to Lucilius, Seneca actually brings up this guy called Vesuvius who used to have a massive party every night, but it would be this big, awful, gluttonous party, lots of food and lots of drink. And by the end of the night, he'd get his slaves to carry him up to bed singing, "He has lived his life. He has lived his life." Now, Seneca thinks that's really crude and vulgar, but he likes the sentiment in theory. Live a complete life and go to bed with joy and say, I have lived my life. The course that fortune has laid for me is finished. Try it. Let me know how you go. Back to my husband and me in the car. I'm driving and he's saying he'll spend the year before his death in a Scottish pub because, well, he's Scottish and for him it's all over. But the thing is, darling, I say, it is all over. It always has been. As soon as you were born, it's over. The Stoics tell you this over and over again. If only you'd listen. Here it is in Meditations, book 7, point 56. You're dead. Now live. Darling, you've only got about 1,000 weeks left. A little more, a little less, it's all the same, says Marcus Aurelius. We have to talk about death. I don't think Epictetus ever said that you should shout when you're trying to drive home a philosophical point. But did I tell you I'm a work in progress? There is silence in the car, long silence, frowns, muttering in the car. And then I remember something. I look at my husband, but I also keep my eyes on the road too, thank you very much. And I start contemplating his personal death, his personal imminent death. Look, I'm not about to drive us off the freeway. I'm doing a Stoic death contemplation. Epictetus tells us to do this, and he explains precisely how. He says, remind yourself that what you love, or who you love, is mortal. And at the very moment when you are taking joy in them, think about their death. Or in my case, I can hear Epictetus saying, Katherine, at the very moment you're going to say something that will cause harm and which you'll regret, say this: tomorrow you will die. And Epictetus, of course, controversially says to do this even to your children, but please, oh please, don't say that out loud to your children or even to your husband. So I'm in the car and I'm driving and I'm contemplating his death, and I hear it in my head, tomorrow you will die, and I see him dead lying on a bed. Now, this works best when you use your power of imagination to create a vivid reality. This is not an intellectual exercise, people. We all know intellectually that human beings will die, but we forget. I live by a cemetery and I forget that I'm going to die. Marcus Aurelius writes some of the most striking images in meditations. Pierre Hadot in Philosophy as a Way of Life talks about rhetorical amplification. You have to sort of turn up the volume on this stuff so that it really strikes your psyche so loudly that you'll never forget it, and that it will transform you, and that it will radically alter you. And I talk about this during my death writing challenges, so see you in November. So there is my husband, silent in the passenger seat and also imminently dead on a bed. White sheets, beautiful sunlight on his beautiful face, but dead. He's very dead. I don't think about losing him. I think about his return to the universe, to nature. This is how the Stoics think about it. Notice how I'm always correcting my death narrative, working with the Stoic text to go back and forth over my own stories about death and rewriting and reframing and reformulating them in a real, rational way. That reframing helps. There he is, dead, not lost, returned. But he's really cute. He's very cute. He's lived a good life. He's made me laugh. I'll miss that. I can have more of that right now if I just focus. And that's it, everyone. Pierre Hadot, in What is Ancient Philosophy, says that the thought of imminent death transforms our way of acting in a radical way. It forces us to become aware of the infinite value of every instant. And it just takes an instant, a flickering thought, and I'm back in the car driving and focusing on what matters now, me and my husband, trying to live well. We need to help each other. I need to take it easy. Marcus Aurelius tells us this right at the beginning of Meditations, Book 2. We are made to work together like 2 feet, he says. My husband, the left foot, and I, the right one. And we're meant to work together. Frustration and righteousness are a roadblock. So I drive carefully around the block and I find another way to talk about this. And at the end, there's a bit of joy, and we've worked it out, and that we are alive together in this car driving back home. That is the power, everyone, of a bit of Stoic death contemplation. Now, it doesn't matter if others aren't on board with it. It only matters if you are. If it helps you pay attention, if it helps you become better, focused, feel joy, then do it. For me, this has become the single most effective tool for everything: decision-making, paying attention, managing my distraction, curbing my rumination, clarifying my work, my life path, avoiding a marital episode, having a head full of good, rational judgments about things, experiencing real, serious joy. Try it, but don't force it on anyone else. And take it easy. Remember Marcus Aurelius saying, worship your mind. Don't take your mind into hard places before you're well trained and fit. It's like the gym. Start with the lighter weights. Try it with non-controversial subjects first. An album, your favorite album, Prince's Purple Rain, for example. Imagine it's the last time you'll listen to it because your friend is taking it back and you don't have a Spotify account or something. Then you might move on to a person, a celebrity, and then maybe a person you know, maybe your pet, your friend. Would you like another story? A few weeks ago, I am with my dog, Henrietta, Henry, and I'm brushing her hair, and she's got a lot of hair, and I'm agitated and frustrated and rushing through this and hating doing this because there's so much hair, and because there's an email I have to write. And that feeling of having to do something and being resentful because you have to also do something else, that's not a nice feeling. No one wants to be that person. No one wants to live their days that way, with that feeling. And then I remember, I know how to bring myself back to joy. It's through death. And so I imagine that this might be the last time I brush her hair. And I say to her, out loud this time, because you can do that with pets, but don't do it with humans. I say, darling, Henrietta, Henry, you will die tomorrow. And that's all I need. And in an instant, I'm radically altered. Everything else can wait, everything. And I focus on her and her beautiful hair and the gentle movement of the brush in my loving, compassionate hand. And yep, there's joy. Look, it's not going to come easy. Remember, real joy is a serious matter. Thanks.
All right, what an excellent presentation. Some people have been writing in the chat about, storytelling. And as we line up some questions, because we do have about 8 minutes left, let me ask you something. So you've done this in a storytelling mode, and it's very powerful to do it like that, leaving people options at different points, but nesting it in a narrative. Do you think that this is the way to go when it comes to not just death, but maybe a lot of other Stoic matters, getting people to not get so upset with, their friends, colleagues, family members, for anger management or the dichotomy of control? Is that something that you imagine doing with other Stoic ideas that we were talking about?
I do think that would be certainly a way into it. I think the big transformation with Stoicism is to shift from that theoretical and intellectual and in your head understanding of Stoicism and really get it down into your gut. So storytelling really gets you there. And if that story about me and my husband moved you can instantly relate to that. So Stoicism and getting a grip on life and what matters isn't an intellectual pursuit alone. It can't be. It doesn't change you in the way that really that personal stories, our real stories, we've all been in situations like this, can really get you in that full-bodied, psychical, as Pierre Hadot says, way. I'll try and keep my answer short.
There's following up on that. There's a suggestion. I don't know if it's actually intended as a suggestion about vocabulary. David said we need more Stoic parables. Now, that's kind of an interesting term, right? What you've done here is given us stories. Are they parables? Are they teaching stories? Are they things that are supposed to make us stop and think for a while?
I think they need to be visually intense. And Pierre Hadot, I mentioned rhetorical amplification, and that probably needs a longer discussion. But you have to make the story yours. And I don't mean changing the subject. I don't mean putting words in Epictetus's mouth, but somehow getting the words that will strike your psyche. And this is what Marcus Aurelius does in Meditations. He is just constantly writing and rewriting and re-expressing and reformulating. And I get this from, if you read Gregory Hayes's translation, his introduction explains this, and Pierre Hadot does also. He's rewriting and reformulating the Stoic teachings in a way that will really, really strike him loud and clear so that he can ingest it and memorize it. And so that when he gets out into the world, it's sort of already there as a new default system. So be it parables, be it songs, be it lyrics, anything that strikes you, that's the way to go. And vocabulary is really important. Some of the vocabulary in the meditations, and depending on your translation, are are distasteful for some people. So, for example, for me, I'll just talk about myself. Words that suggest religion, I kind of recoil from that. So that's not going to teach me anything. So I need to replace those terms with terms that are meaningful for me, so that I can hold on to that teaching and keep it for myself. So yeah, vocabulary is important. Yeah.
So here's an interesting one that's not a question, but I think could be turned into one from Daniel McKay. Seneca says Plato was better served by seeing Socrates live well than by hearing his teaching. So with this, how to manage death well, seeing people doing it rather than just hearing them doing it, is that an important aspect? Can you help other people by handling your own death well?
Absolutely. And I think, I don't know if there must, so the end of life planning and death talking about death is becoming a real big thing. People are really wanting to talk about death, preparing for death, sort of cleaning up houses so that the children don't have to do it. So yeah, living well and being able to talk about it and preparing for your death in that way is really important. But of course, the Stoics aren't prescriptive in any way. So you have to do death your own way, depending on who you are and what is important to you. If it means, writing really loud and angry poetry, then do it. You've got to do it your way. But yeah, being with people and talking about it. So seeing people and talking about it. Absolutely. I'm not sure if I quite got there in the end in answering that question, but
well, here's a tough one, and we've got 3 minutes left, so I'm just going to throw this in your lap and see what you do with it. Okay. I wonder, this is coming from SDRs, I wonder what happens in a really long-term relationship when the two people have grown together, cultivated and improved each other to the point the best of themselves is really brought out by the relationship, entangled almost to the point that the other is less than external, but part of a whole made by the two. What happens when one of them dies? Would it be a valid the house is on fire situation?
Just really quickly, what does the house is on fire mean? That just the whole thing, so both you and they die in some way, catastrophe. Yeah. Look, that's certainly going to be a very human response, obviously. I think what this, and obviously there are so many other experts in the room when it comes to Stoicism, and so please correct me in the chat box if I get this wrong. But I think it's all about practice, practice, practice. Be gentle, gentle, gentle. Our relationships are so sacred and so beautiful and so important. But maybe preparing for that sort of not loss, return, is important, not just for you, but even for your partner. Your partner may well want to know that you're going to be okay, that you're both going to be okay if someone leaves. So absolutely, I can imagine that sort of grief will be really big and huge and intense and important and everything. But no, you got to save the house. You have to save the house, especially if you're still a fully functioning human being and can live and contribute to our community, that you can care for others, maybe share your experience with others. Yeah, definitely save the house. That's a really quick answer. I could go on forever.
I think that's excellent. And you're right. There's so much more that could be said. These are some very rich conversations. So thank you very much for this. Thanks everybody for their questions. And we are now going to get ready to move on to something we haven't done so far. We've done a panel and 2 talks. Now we're going to have a workshop with Tim Labon. There he is. And I'm going to give him a brief introduction and then turn it over to him. So Tim is a member of the Modern Stoicism team, focusing on research and assessment. He is our numbers guy, and you may have seen his many Stoic Week reports and SMRT reports. He's part of the process of demonstrating that this stuff actually bears benefits for people, and sometimes some rather surprising conclusions, like the importance of zest. As Tim talked about, it was 3 Stoicons ago in his presentation. Tim is also a senior CBT psychotherapist in the NHS and a CBT therapist and Stoic life coach in private practice. He has 2 books, Wise Therapy and Achieve Your Potential with Positive Psychology. He's also working on a new book on Stoicism, 365 Ways to Be More Stoic, which will be published in the coming year. And the workshop is connected with that. So with no further ado, I turn you over to my colleague, Tim Labon.
Thank you very much, Greg. And great to see you all. Can you see and hear me okay, first of all?
Yes.
So the topic is Stoic success stories, and the success of this depends very much on you, gentle viewer, because we're going to hear a lot about practical Stoicism today, and this is going to be a little bit different because it's going to ask you to take part in a breakout group and also to think about your own experience of Stoicism. And if no one is willing to do that, then that is not under my control. So I'm asking you in this hour to kind of really engage with what we're doing, because I think it will help everyone. So I'm going to give a quick shout out to Stoic Week 2021 in a minute. But first of all, what are we going to do today? So this is the program. I'm not going to go through it all, but we're going to start off with an intro from me for 15 minutes, breakout groups for 15 minutes, and then 30 minutes when we're going to get back together. And it'll be what I hope is a really good learning together experience, gathering together. The plan is one story from each of the breakout groups that is going to really illuminate Stoicism. Actually, I hope it nicely builds on that excellent talk from Katherine. Someone was talking about Stoic fables in the chat. So these are Stoic real life stories. How does that sound? So quick shout out for Stoic Week, which I'm delighted to say I'm facilitating with Eve Riches this year. So we're standing on the shoulders of giants who've facilitated it before. But what Eve, and not just those 3 giants, I'm talking about people like John Sellers and Donald Robertson, we are trying to make it as accessible as possible this year. So as simple as possible, but no simpler. So if there's people who think, oh, they'd love Stoicism, but maybe it's a bit too academic or difficult for them, tell them about Stoic Week this year, because we're really trying to simplify the language, for instance, and also have it as a recording. It's going to be available. And new for this year, Stoic Week for students. So if you're a teacher or a parent, then it's a new resource that's been written by Brittany and Eve and Amy, and we hope it's going to be really useful. So you can sign up for that separately from Stoic Week. All that starts October the 18th. So on to Stoic success stories. So what is a Stoic success story? Well, I'm defining it simply as any situation where a knowledge of Stoicism, or even being Stoic without realizing it, has helped you and other people. So as Kai was pointing out, Stoicism isn't purely self-help. It's probably not mainly self-help. It's an ethical philosophy to help us be better human beings, or the best version of ourselves, as I sometimes like to put it. The relevance of those 4 pictures will become obvious later. So why? Why should, I've asked you to kind of participate fully in this workshop. Why should you do that? Why not just go up and make a cup of tea or just tune out? Well, these are 4 good reasons. So we have in the Stoic evening meditation, which I'm sure many of you know about and have done, part of it is, what have I done well? What virtue have I shown today? And praising yourself for showing that virtue. I'm going to be giving links to various videos and articles. That's an article I think explains it particularly well. So why this one particular bit of Stoicism out of all of the other things that we have in Stoic Week, for instance? Well, as Greg pointed out, I've written a book on positive psychology, which is full of evidence-based ideas about what actually helps with well-being. And one of the simplest, but also one of the most effective ideas that has been tested out is the what went well, otherwise known as the 3 good things exercise. So this is nothing, when it's presented in the positive psychology literature, they don't mention Stoicism, but actually it's quite similar to what Epictetus and Seneca, for instance, were recommending, or at least it's a little capsule of it. So this is the 3 good things exercise. Jot down 3 things that went well in the last 24 hours. And the second part of it is, what did you do that helped contribute to that outcome? Okay, so the research finds that if you do that exercise for each day for 1 week, it's quite likely that your well-being would improve, and it will stay improved 6 months later. And even people with moderate depression, it's been found that very often their depression drops. So that's interesting, isn't it? So third reason is, and I'm borrowing this from Justin Stead, the founder of the Aurelius Foundation. He loves this expression. You may already be a Stoic and not know it. So the idea is that there may be things we've done in our life that are in line with Stoicism. We haven't necessarily kind of framed it as us being Stoic at the time, but it might be helpful for us to take stock of that and realize, aha, that's when I was exemplifying Stoicism. So it encourages us to be Stoic, virtue of courage there. And it adds to our knowledge of when we're Stoic, that's wisdom. And the fourth reason, and probably my favorite reason the reason I chose it in this workshop today, is that we can actually learn from each other. And we learn from stories, like that marvelous presentation from Katherine, stories. And I've just been to I've only been to 2 face-to-face conferences just after and before the COVID pandemic. And they're both connected with the Aurelius Foundation, and really good experiences, both of them. The thing I remember most, or that I probably will remember most in a year's time, are the stories. So Andy Small told a story about how, as a prison officer, he'd introduced Stoicism to a prison, and he told us about one prisoner in particular who'd been very positively impacted by it. Then a couple of weeks ago, the man himself, the ex-prisoner, came and told us about his experience. And I think those stories, because they're real life and they're quite vivid, they're very memorable. So if we remember our own and other Stoic success stories, I believe that will be very effective and helpful for us. So we are going to be thinking of our own Stoic success stories, I hope, in a few minutes. So I'm going to give you some examples in a little framework, but just to prime you, I'm going to ask you to start thinking of your own Stoic success story. A few tips: keep it light. So this is not therapy. This is not, I don't want you to recount some deep trauma. I mean, I'm not saying Stoicism can't be helpful for those, of course it may well be, but not for this workshop, please. Keep it short. So something that you can tell to other people in 2 minutes. And I'm going to give it a go with the 4 examples I give to see whether I can keep to that 2-minute rule. And something that you're prepared to share, preferably, both in the breakout group and to the larger group. Now, there's no obligation for you to share these at all. If you don't want to share anything, that's absolutely fine. And if that's the case, just think of a Stoic success story for your own benefit. So here's a framework. You'll hear many frameworks for Stoicism today. You've already heard people say that Dichotomy of Control was just Epictetus. Nevertheless, I've included in this version of Stoicism made simple. So I'm just going to run through this very quickly, because you think, oh, Tim's asked us to have a Stoic success story. What does he mean? What? Now, many of you may know a lot about Stoicism, and so you'll just be able to so the challenge for you is to just choose one of dozens you could choose. Some of you may be new to Stoicism, so this kind of few minutes of the presentation will be most relevant to those of you who are thinking, what would a Stoic success story look like? So, dichotomy of control. Some things are up to us, but mainly that means our attitudes, our judgments, and our actions, and the rest are not. The past, other people, wealth, the outcomes of our actions. Remember the Stoic archer metaphor. So controlling the controllables is one way of putting this as well. So you could think of examples where dichotomy of control has been of value to you and others. Second principle is virtue. People have talked a lot about the virtues today, and the four main virtues. And I loved it that I think it was Chris explained that this is not kind of four of many. These are four which outline all the other virtues, all the other possible virtues. So each virtue will be in one category. So be it wisdom, courage, self-control, or justice. So think of a time when you have used the virtues. Third idea is Stoic progress from the Procopton towards the sage. Note that word towards. So Procopton means someone who is making progress. We're not there yet. And the sage, as rare as the Egyptian phoenix, as I think it was Seneca said, so we're probably not there. None of us are probably there. But the idea is that we try to make progress. That's really what Stoicism is largely about. And it's an ethical journey. It's not just a kind of success in making money or having a better job. It's an ethical process. And oikeiosis is this untranslatable word, which is the idea that we start off being rather selfish, and it's as if we recognize other people are like us, and we move towards being more ethical as we mature. And the Stoics think that is a natural process. So that's the third idea you could think of, is how have I changed in my life? How have I progressed? Even if you're not there yet. And the fourth idea is Stoic practice, which is, so we've got ideas from Stoic Week, for instance, about morning and evening meditations, Stoic reading, Stoic journaling. But the idea is that Stoicism is not just something you read about, it's something you practice day to day, moment to moment. And so there's lots of ways you can practice Stoicism. I just picked out 4 ideas that might be helpful when you're thinking about your own Stoic success stories. So one idea is the idea of a Stoic challenge. Anything you face could be seen as a Stoic challenge. So for instance, if my internet broke, that wouldn't be a disaster, it would be a Stoic challenge. Everything has 2 handles. The idea that there are at least two ways of looking at things, and one of those is probably more helpful than the other. The obstacle is the way, Ryan Holiday, but originally Marcus Aurelius. The idea that sometimes something that looks really bad can turn out to be something, if not to our advantage, then at least something that can help us be a better person, or something we can learn from. And being a good role model. How can we be a good role model for others? Would be another element of positive Stoic practice. So look, this isn't the entirety of Stoicism. I really just put this up there to kind of give a little nudge for people if you're struggling for a Stoic success story. But if it's another part of Stoicism that isn't mentioned here, then feel free to draw on that for your Stoic success story. So I wanted to give you some examples, some old and some very recent. So we have first example from the very beginnings of Stoicism. And a little shout out for my friend and colleague, Chuck Ciprani, if you're here, Chuck, hope you're doing well, who's written a book called A Fortunate Storm, The Improbable Story of Stoicism. So you probably know this story, but Zeno was a prosperous trader he got shipwrecked, he lost nearly everything, and he went into, or he was kind of pinpointed towards a bookshop, and he kind of got hold of something about Socrates, kind of got involved with the Cynics a bit, but eventually created what we now know as Stoicism. And why is this a Stoic success story rather than a disaster? Because Zeno apparently later remarked, I made a prosperous voyage when I suffered shipwreck. So shipwreck, that is a pretty bad thing on the face of it. But it's a Stoic success story. And again, I'm connecting it with two things I've already mentioned. Everything has two handles, and the obstacle is the way. Does that make sense? So you might want to think of a situation in your life where something appeared bad, but you were able to take something positive from it, and perhaps something really positive. Okay. Example 2, you've probably heard of as well. Jim Stockdale, Thoughts of a Philosophical Fighter Pilot. And in fact, he's written several versions of the story. But he'd learnt about Stoicism when he was a student. He wasn't, I don't think, particularly a practicing Stoic at the time. But when he got shot down as an American pilot in the Vietnam War, he said this: after ejection, I had 30 seconds to make my last statement in freedom before I landed in the main street of a little village right ahead. I whispered to myself, 5 years down there at least, I'm leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus. What does that mean? Well, a number of things, and you'd have to read the book to find out exactly how he applied it. But one of the things it meant was using the dichotomy of control. So what is up to me is, for instance, my will and my opinions and my attitude. And of course, in that situation, there was a lot he couldn't control, but he was able to control that. And his drawing on Epictetus at that time of crisis meant that he coped a lot better himself and was able, importantly, to be a real guide to his fellow prisoners of war. Third example is the one I mentioned a few minutes ago. So March 2020, just before the pandemic, the Aurelius Foundation gave a one-day conference, and one of the highlights was Andy Small talking about his work in prisons. You can watch his presentation there if you want. And if you think about it, I mean, what I'm doing now is easy. You know, I'm talking to hundreds of you who are interested in Stoicism, and the worst you can do is to, I don't know, put something negative in the chat. Compare that with Andy Small, who's there in a prison with seasoned offenders. They're not necessarily interested in Stoicism. Maybe they're there to get out doing something more unpleasant. Maybe they'll find his ideas really offensive. But why does he do it? He shows courage. He's trying to help them, justice. And he does it in a way that is likely to be helpful. That's wisdom. So do you agree with me that that is a Stoic success story because it exemplifies the use of virtues? Now let's fast forward to a couple of weeks ago, where Jay, who was one of the prisoners who heard Andy talk, went from being a county lines drug dealer to now a crime prevention worker at Charlton Football Club and someone who is a practicing Stoic. How did that happen? Because Jay was looking for purpose. He was kind of thinking, I don't like my life at the moment, but I don't know what to do instead. He wanted to be a good role model for his child. And then when Andy came and gave his talk on Stoicism, it touched a chord, and Jay ran with it in a very big way. And I think the talk from Jay will probably be on the Aurelius Foundation website in a few weeks' time. It's well worth a look. So do you agree with me that Jay's story is one of progress, Stoic progress? Now, these might all sound a little bit highfalutin and difficult, you know, shipwrecks, prisons, prisoner of war. But what I want to stress is that we can have Stoic success stories in quite humdrum ways. Stoicism at the supermarket. In my 365 ways to be more Stoic, I think one of them will be how to be Stoic in the supermarket. In the car park, when you're waiting to in the queue. Here's a Stoic challenge which I faced a little while ago. So there I was going for a nice walk. I'd parked my car somewhere and I was just coming back from the walk, and I found a young lady putting a note on the windscreen and some shattered plastic next to my car. That's a picture of the car. She bumped into the car, and it was it's quite surprising for one thing. Bit of a Stoic challenge. So, dichotomy of control. Couldn't control the fact that it had been damaged, could control my response to it. I could respond really quite badly by dwelling on it. Why did I park there? Why was I so unlucky? This is going to mess up my whole week. I could show annoyance to this poor girl who was probably pretty traumatized by it. Or I could respond well. And what does that mean? Well, responding well means being virtuous, being polite, and also focusing on what I could control. So on this occasion, that's what I did. I rose to the Stoic challenge. I'm not going to tell you I always behave perfectly according to virtue, because I am certainly still a work in progress. But by recalling this and sharing it with you, it's a way of reminding myself that actually, hey, I do have the power to do this, and that can help me do it more in future. So I hope these examples make sense. This is where so far you've been writing in the chat or just listening to everyone. The next 20 minutes or so, you're gonna, I hope, be more personally involved. The next 3 minutes, what I'd like you to do is to write down your own personal example, your own personal story of a Stoic success story. And it could be something that in the last 24 hours. So if you were doing an evening meditation, you would be doing this. What's gone well? So it's not like something completely new if you're a Stoic, but it needn't be the last 24 hours. It could be something from the last week. It could be something from your whole life. It could be something about your life and how you've made progress. And please don't be modest about this. This is about doing something that could help other people. And don't think it has to be something huge. It could be just, I was really kind to my neighbor today. And there's other pieces of advice as well. Keep it light and keep it short. I'll keep quiet for a couple of minutes, and then you're going to be put into breakout groups. I'd like to give a big thank you to the facilitators, and they're going to lead those groups, and they're going to ask you to, if you're willing to share your Stoic success story, then one of the stories is going to be chosen to share in the main group when we finish the breakout groups. I'll keep quiet for a couple of minutes just to allow you to jot down your own Stoic success story.
All right.
So a couple more minutes, and then if we can split into great breakout groups, which Phil will do for you.
Yeah, Tim, just want to make sure the breakout rooms are 15 minutes long.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to, and just to kind of let the audience know, we're going to break you into 11 breakout rooms. And this will be a chance for you to chat with each other. And of course, cameras on and audio on is the best way to kind of have that interaction. So. And there will be facilitators, and they may take 30 seconds or a minute to show up inside your room because we have to move them afterwards. All right, Tim, are you about ready for this, do you think?
I think so.
Okay, so you understand we're going to put you in breakout rooms. These rooms are about 15 minutes long, and then we're going to come back and do a report out. And all I would like to have from you is kind of like a thumbs up that says, yes, I'm ready. We're ready to rock and roll. We're going to go do this thing. By the way, if you don't put your thumb up, I'm still going to toss you in a breakout room, but that's just the way it goes. All right, and you will be able to unmute yourself and all that when you get inside there. So I'm going to do this one last time, and here you go. You have all been invited to join a breakout room, and once everyone falls into a room, I will start assigning people. Allison is first. Whoops. Okay, here we go. We're waiting for him to settle in. Thank you. What I discovered was I can't assign you if I don't have you from here, or it's very hard to find your name. That's why I brought you back here. Okay, so let's see. I saw Steve, and I'm going to, oh, here we go. Now you should all be, let's figure this out. Well, you are not coming back to my screen. I think it's just having trouble processing all these names, so let's give it a second with this many people on the call. And Tim, I'm going to make you a co-host, and I think that's going to let you join rooms at will. Is that right? You now just go down on the list and hit join on the right hand side. And then I'm going to, let's see. Well, this is weird. And I have one dude signed into this call 15 times, but not you guys. All right, let's do it this way. Oops. All right, can you guys thumbs up if you can see the list of breakout rooms on the underneath the breakout room button? Is that yes? Can you see that? If you see press the button that says breakout rooms, you should be able to see those rooms, and then you should be able. No. It says breakout rooms in progress, and you should have a big list of them, and you should be able to go down. You say no, and that's. Nick, did you said you could see it? Is that right? Yeah. So Nick, for example, if you went and joined, can you join room 1 on the list? No? Ah, I see. You see the room that you came out of, is that right? Steve? All right. Okay. That is unexpected and not what we did the other day. Okay, so why don't you dump back into your waiting? You should be able to go back to the room that you were in and facilitate the room you're in, and then I'm going to move the others around as best I can. I will find you. So, Tim, are you able to join a room or no? Yeah, thank you, Tim, for that. And that you can only do from here. Okay. Yep. All right, we are trying to get you back into your breakout rooms, and please facilitate where you get landed. And then I can move some of you around. If you're out here and not a facilitator, you can just hang out. We're going to play music in a little bit, I think. And the other thing I've got going is I've got a timer. I'm watching the time. We have 9 minutes left inside the breakout rooms. Maybe I need to show that, Tim. Hold on a second. And if you are in the main session but looking for looking to join one of the breakout rooms, just let me know and I can put you in a breakout room, I think. Okay, Katie Rose. You got it? And Kevin Murphy, let's put you in one. There you go. And Dan Hayes, I can't put you back, Dan. You have to go back into room 7 on your own. It doesn't give me a button for that. So, and for those of you who are watching on YouTube, we've got 8 minutes left inside these breakout rooms, which I think I could let you see this, but you can't see it and see me at the same time. And let's see, it looks like, all right, so that's the timer for what we're going at and waiting for the breakout rooms to continue. All right, if you are in the main session and need assigned a breakout room, yes. Kevin Murphy, I can put you into a breakout room, I think. Yep. Sal, let's see, you're up here. And Dale. All right, if you are in the main session and you can see we have 6 minutes left inside the breakout. If you want to be in a session, do something inside the chat and I'll find you. And to Kelly, who says, why is my earbud not going to my earphones? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what device you're on, of course, and you can reassign the audio from Zoom You know, like I'm sitting here doing this on a Mac, and I can make it on my screen, or I can make it on my headphones, or I can make it on a different screen. So I got choices, but you might have to go in and press that, and it's under the next to the mute button. Tim, you're navigating okay. You don't need anything from me. Is that right? If you're muted, of course.
Has everybody, have all the facilitators got into a room or not? Just so I know what.
So here's the facilitators got tossed into rooms randomly, and we could not reassign them. And I suspect that's because of the big meeting, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so I was going to go around the facilitators, but perhaps I should just go around the rooms, because some of them might not have had a facilitator and just been doing it on their own.
Yeah. So could I suggest at the beginning you just ask the facilitators, you know, if you've got a story, could you raise your hand and see what you've got queued? I think you're going to have a time issue anyway.
I think there's going to be a time issue anyway. Yeah.
So that way you can kind of pick from your facilitators to begin with, and then you can pick from anybody else if you run out of time. That's my suggestion.
That's a brilliant suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. And you can see the countdown. That's 4 minutes.
I'll just go into another room. There seems to have been good things going on in the rooms that I've been in, so I'll just go into room 5, see what's going on there.
Yeah. All right, Kelly, did you want to go into a breakout room? Because I see you're still in the main session with me. In the chat's the easiest way, because I can't hear anybody because I've got you all muted. I have Joe, Kelly, Manuel, and Martin in the main room, and I can put you in a breakout room if you want to go. There are 3 minutes and 34 seconds left, roughly. All right, and I see Marlene in the main room. Marlene, if you want me to assign you to a breakout session, I can do that as well. We're 3 minutes left. Okay, Kelly got that. Thank you. I'll watch you here. And you are welcome to be here. I just wanted you to go listen if you wanted to go listen. But we'll all be back here in 3 minutes. Logan, does that go ahead. Talk to me. Oh.
Yeah, my room was has another facilitator, so we were 2. So I just let her take the lead there.
Okay, I apologize for the confusion and tomfoolery. We had a plan, and it did not survive contact with the enemy.
It's a perfect time for practicing our Stoicism.
You know, yes, in fact, the obstacle is the way, isn't it? But so I didn't music out here, but this will be just a piece that he cuts out, that Greg cuts out when he cuts the video. Tim, is there anything else that I can do with you, for you? And I'm going to unmute you. You are muted, Tim, if you're talking to me.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen again. I'm going to ask people to write in the chat if they want to share their story, and then I'll call out to the facilitators to pick one from their group if they've got, or to raise their hands. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, and then I'll be able to see that.
Yep. So even if Logan, for example, collected a story while he was in the room, you could raise your hand, and that we'll do that.
And we'll probably only have room for, if it's 2 minutes per one, we'll probably only have room for about 8 or something like that because of timing. So yeah,
I'm going to guess that it's 5, but it's, you know, it's just kind of on how they talk and what they do. So I've got there's 51 seconds left in the room. Then I'll give them 60 seconds to come out. And when I so this clock will disappear, and I'll have a new clock up, which will be to the end of your session. So, because there's 19 minutes left in the session right now. Okay, if you have any last words to anybody, we're about to wrap up. If you want to broadcast a message to the rooms.
No.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. I can give you 60 seconds of walk back music, but I'm going to hit the close. There we go. And this goes off. And then, as I said, this is to the end of the session now.
Mm-hmm. So welcome back, all of you who are coming back from your breakout rooms. We did rehearse doing this, but there were one or two glitches in the, it was sometimes hard to get the facilitator into the right breakout room. So many apologies for that. I'd like to thank Alison, Dan, John, Kellys, Logan, Mark, Mick, Nick, Simon, and Steve for agreeing to be facilitators. And thank you so much for that. What we're going to do now is I'd like two things. One is anyone who's got a Stoic success story, whether you're kind of the chosen story or not, feel free to write about it in the chat. And you can do that simultaneously. You know, there could be 200 people writing in the chat at the same time, and it will be there. People will be saying in the chat, and people will be there to look at it afterwards. So it will not be wasted. So if you want to share your Stoic success story, then there is time to do it by writing it in the chat. Anyone who was a facilitator, if you've got a story that you'd like to share from the group, then please raise your hands, not physically, but in the Zoom way of raising your hands, and I'll pick you one at a time to do it. We may not get time to go around all the groups. I apologize for that, but there is quite a bit of a shortage of time. So please raise your hands if you've got a story to share. And as people are returning, because people have been returning as I started talking, welcome back everyone. Thanks to all the facilitators. Apologies for any glitches. And everybody, feel free to write your Stoic success story in the chat, whether or not it's one that was chosen to be shared, because then people will get the benefit of it. I'm just going to choose some of the facilitators now to share their story. Mark, if I can ask you to unmute and share your story first, or the story from your group.
Oh, well, I thought the person who has the story could share it as Norbert.
Yeah. If you ask them to share it, who is it?
So Norbert, could you go ahead and share the story, please?
Give us a name that I can bring him up to unmute him.
What's her name, Mark?
He got muted. He muted himself.
No, I think it was Norbert or something like that.
I don't know. Mark, unmute yourself so I can hear that name again.
Oh, come on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Norbert Chan.
Okay. Norbert, I've asked you to unmute.
Hello. Norbert, love to hear your success
yes. Hi,
story.
Everybody. Thank you for unmuting me. I did not unmute myself, by the way. I was prevented from unmuting myself, but thank you for unmuting me. Anyhow, my story is very simple. It happened approximately 3 years ago when I was visiting the LA Central Library. I live in Los Angeles. And it's the strangest thing that ever happened to me in terms of my computer. I was chatting on the phone. I put my computer case down right next to my feet, and then somebody just came and swooped it away. They stole it. And I need it for work. It was very, very upsetting. Normally, and I certainly wasn't happy about it. But since, I tried my best to try to recover it by, looking around, chasing after the thief who just sped away. And then I couldn't do that. So I reported to the police. The police could not find anybody. So I just accepted what I could not control and then bought another computer. And that was pretty much it. I just moved on. So you might say that this is, a living illustration of, what must be done. Whenever you encounter unpleasant experiences in life, you cannot really find redress or, any kind of compensation for it, then just got to move on.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask Alison next to unmute herself. And whose one did you choose?
Lydia shared a story which is a personal journey, and I think a lot of us can take something of value from this story. If we haven't direct personal experience ourselves, we all know somebody that is affected. So thank you, Lydia, if you'd like to share with us.
Hi, thanks, Alison. So I am recently in recovery from an alcohol addiction. And every day is what is in my control. Whether or not I walk into that liquor store is in my control. And what isn't in the craving might not be in my control, but the action is in my control. Anyone who's familiar with AA or anything knows the Serenity Prayer, which is just steeped in Stoicism. And I know Donald Robertson talks about it quite a bit. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I can't change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. That's a mantra. I try to see if I can get it into a small tattoo model. And then the last thing is really the Stoic practice. Every night it's a recounting of the day. I didn't drink today. Today is a success. Tomorrow is a new life. And it kind of fits also with the memento mori, but it's just this, how Stoicism is grounding for people going through any sort of addiction. That's my story.
Thank you so much, Alison and Lydia. That was really, really meaningful. Simon Drew, call on you now. Which one are you going to choose? Whose story?
Hello. So I believe I was just about to ask who would like to share their story just as we left the room. So I'm actually just going to pick somebody and see if they would like to now. Christopher Spalletta, I believe I'm saying his name right, shared quite a nice story of kind of a transformation of somebody he worked with on a job. And so I'm wondering if he'd like to share his story.
I think I've got Christopher unmuted. Yep, go ahead.
Hi there. Can you see me now?
Yes.
So there was actually somebody else in the chat who we had talked about going. Sorry, I can't remember her name. The woman with her mother. Could we do her story? It was really, really wonderful. And she had said she would speak.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for taking care of that in the chat. And I'll absolutely pass that on to.
What's her name?
Was it Kathy who shared that one, or was it Q? It was Q. It was Q, I believe. KEW.
Hello, thank you. My name is Q. The story I told is very short. I, like many people, had a really dreadful relationship with my mum. And one day I had an aha moment. I've only been doing Stoics a couple of years, and I suddenly realized that her perceptions of me were not actually something I had to take on as gospel truth. And since then, I've just not thought about the past. I don't worry about it at all. It has totally changed my life.
Wow, that sounds like a real aha moment that we could all learn from. We don't have to take on the perception of others. Thank you, Q. John Lang, call on you next.
Oh, thank you. I asked right before we signed off, but I don't think I got a response. but I do have a Stoic success story that two people shared, very similar. It's the Stoic meditation, bookending the day intentionally so that one can, or myself and the other individual can, with intention, let's say, change my behavior and my thoughts and especially my habits for the better, to start off with an intention in the morning and then review it in the evening to see how I did. And in that way, I not only have an aim for the day, I have accountability at the end of the day, which really kind of bookends the day nicely with, personal change as being the main issue, for good, of course, virtue. And that's basically it. And throughout the day, it helps me to be accountable, because I know at the end of the day, if I make a mistake, an intentional one, I'll have to account for it. And well, I want good grades at the end of the day, I guess. That's it.
Thank you. Stoic Dan, which one are you choosing?
Sure.
I might have muted you. Please unmute yourself. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. Our group's favorite was Brecken, his story about employment. That's spelled B-R-E-C-H-E-N.
Brecken, let's hear your story about employment.
Hopefully he can unmute.
I hope.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so my story is quite a simple one. It's just a couple years ago, I experienced what was essentially a mass layoff at my company that affected approximately 100 of us, 100 of my colleagues. And of course, in and of itself, it's a very kind of stressful and uncertain thing to go through. But what I wanted to share specifically was how I attempted to apply the dichotomy of control to focus on what I could control, but again, more specifically, ignore what was a lot of negativity and blaming that was going on around us, because there was, I at least witnessed quite a bit of this tendency to blame, let's say, management or various factors that led to this somewhat controversial layoff. And I just saw that as sort of inefficient or not a great use of my time. So although even at times it was difficult socially to distance myself from that, I would, anytime I could, opt to rather focus on what I could control, which was, working on my resume, sending it, dozens and dozens of times, and working on interview techniques and things of this nature. So yeah, in short, it was to focus on what I could control and really discard that which was not useful, even though it was socially difficult at the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brecken. Going to call on Kelly's now. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Well, in my group, there were like five people who told stories. There's one person I cannot remember the name. I would like her to. She shared about the fear of flying. So I don't know if we can pick that person, or maybe that person can raise their hand. And also Katie, who talked about, well, she was really religious and how she found in Stoicism lots of tools to continue being good, to continue working on that without maybe the religious part. So I would say those are the two stories I don't know. Okay, here we are. Yeah, Jansani, which I didn't exactly. So maybe, I don't know, we can maybe pick her and she can, if she's writing in the chat.
Lanzani,
but her name is different. She said her name.
So Lanzani,
I've unmuted her.
And then
I don't know if you want to share.
Hi,
hello,
Kelly.
Lanzani.
Hi, everyone. My name is Loredana. I'm sorry for the strange, I don't know where that nickname came from. So my story is about invoking the dichotomy of control to help me keep my fear of turbulence when I'm flying, a little bit in check. And I used to have small panic attacks, really, when the aircraft would jump up and down, and you start seeing, I don't know, people's cell phones dropping off and bouncing on the in the alley. It was very scary. And there was this one epiphany when I realized that having a panic attack, it wouldn't help. And I would just ask myself, would it help to have a panic attack in the middle of a turbulence? And I realized that it didn't. And somehow this brought everything to consciousness level, and it helped me to reconnect with everybody else on the flight. And I can't say that I'm not afraid of turbulence anymore, but I can say that I have a handle and I have a little mantra that helps me avoid panicking when that happens. Thank you.
It's a wonderful story.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dan Hayes, this is going to be the last one. I know some of you haven't had a chance to share, so please share them in the chat if you haven't. Dan Hayes.
Hi. So I was stuck with not stuck, but had the pleasure of having another co-facilitator, Steve K, of the lovely Sunday Stoic, also in my group. So he was actually leading there, and so I was one that volunteered for the story. My story is that a number of years ago, I was fairly deep into my Stoic journey, and I was riding my bike down the street, and a number of kids in a car drove up beside me, and one of the kids tossed the contents of a large soda glass in my face, and then laughed and sped off. And so this is unlike a lot of times when you're talking about, oh, someone cuts me off in traffic, that this was, you can try to assign it maybe they don't have some negative intent. This was very apparent that there was negative intent involved there. But I also, even though I was realizing that, I was also well, that was their decision. That was their action. I don't need to be angry at that thing because it is dependent upon how I'm going to react to this particular event. And that was a this moment of kind of really early Stoic joy for me, that this thing that even someone is going out of their way to actually try to harm me did not mean that I had to succumb to that anger and to fall prey to my more base emotions here. And I looked at it okay, what can I do in response? Or what are the decisions that are in front of me? Can I run or try to bike after them? But looking at how fast they're speeding away, that was not really an option. Not to mention that it might not even be my responsibility. It's not my obligation potentially to deal out justice to these people. And once I realized basically all of my options for any sort of confrontation were either fruitless, unable to be done, or were not going to actually be virtuous in and of themselves, I just went home and I took a shower.
Thank you so much. And thanks everyone for those very personal and inspiring stories. So we are almost out of time. Again, anyone who wants to put their story in the chat, there is still probably time for that. So what's your key takeaway? Try and think of a key takeaway from today's session. Is it one particular story? Is it your own story? Is it one of the stories I shared? Is it the idea that you should perhaps emphasize thinking about what's gone well in terms of your Stoic practice each day? A little plug for my book, or perhaps not so much a plug for my book because it's not out till next year, but if you're interested in your Stoic success story being included, obviously that's something that would need to be done with your permission, etc., then please email me. That's stoic@timlabon.com, and I'd love to hear from you. And I hope you can join myself and Eve Riches for Stoic Week and enjoy the rest of this amazing Stoicon. Thank you all very much.
All right. Well, that was a great workshop. And normally I would say, round of applause for Tim, but this is one of those cases where we can say round of applause for everybody. And it was great to read the stories, which are still coming in at this time. We're going to move on now to Massimo Pigliucci, who is going to be bringing in some comparative perspectives, we could say, right? His talk is titled Stoics versus Skeptics, Is Knowledge Even Possible? I hope that the answer is yes. And so a little bit of introduction for Massimo. He is the K.D. Irani Professor of Philosophy at the City University of New York. He has a number of books, but he wanted to highlight two in particular. Both of these are excellent. How to Be a Stoic, which is sort of a dialogue with Epictetus carried on, and the more recent A Field Guide to a Happy Life, also engaging with Epictetus. He has a website, philosophyisawayoflife.blog, but I think many of you probably know him from not just one, but a whole host of web, what would we call them, interventions. How to Be a Stoic in part came out of a blog, How to Be a Stoic, right? So yes. Many of you already know Massimo. I'm just going to turn it right over to him, and we'll hopefully have a little bit of time for Q&A at the end.
Thanks, Greg. I am sharing my screen. I hope you guys can see it.
Looks good.
Thank you, Voice of Zeus. So I have my little story before we get started, my little Stoic story to share, and that just literally happened 3 minutes ago. I was listening to people sharing stories, and of course mentally getting ready for my own talk, and all of a sudden this thing pops up on the screen. Zoom says, "You're about to be logged out from the session because you've been going on for hours, and would you like to log in?" It's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. What's going to happen if I can't log in? And then the answer immediately came, well, I guess people will not hear my talk. It's certainly not the end of the world, and I'll do whatever it is in my power to do, which I did. I logged back in, and here I am. Now, I don't know if that's going to be good news or not. That depends on how much you're going to enjoy the talk, because we're going to talk about epistemology. This is one of those very usually very heavy topics, and I hope to make it, however, both not only accessible but interesting, because I'd like you to bear with me. This is a talk where we're going to go through a little bit of theory and philosophy in the beginning, but there is a payoff, and hopefully there will be some interesting stuff to think about, either in the discussion immediately after the talk or later on in the day. So we're going to talk about a controversy between the Stoics and the skeptics that has to do with the very nature of knowledge. And Greg, I'm going to give you a spoiler. As it turns out, now knowledge is not possible. So there you go. Now we'll see what we do with that kind of information. First of all, what is knowledge? The most widespread and still largely used today definition of knowledge in philosophy, it comes from Plato. In fact, from two of Plato's dialogues, the Meno and the Theaetetus. And it is that knowledge is justified through belief. This is sometimes referred to as the JTB model of knowledge. There are, for those of you who really are into epistemology, there are, in fact, there have been discussions over the last 30 or 40 years about this particular definition and whether it's valid, but we'll stick with that one and ignore the more recent stuff for a while. Now, two of those three components of JTB are somewhat unproblematic. First of all, belief. Well, yes, if I claim that I know something, obviously it's assumed that I believe it. It would be really bizarre to say that I know something, but I actually don't believe it. I know, for instance, that the voice of Zeus in the background throughout this Stoicon conference has been my friend Phil. And it would be really weird for me if I had that knowledge and yet I didn't believe it. So I think belief is fine. We're safe there. Justification. Well, that's a little bit more complicated, because as it turns out, if you think about it for a minute, we think we know a lot of things that we cannot actually justify. For instance, I know that there are electrons out there, and I know that the theory of quantum mechanics in physics is largely correct. But if you ask me to justify that, I'm going to just dial up my friends in the physics department and let you speak with them, because I don't understand quantum mechanics sufficiently to actually provide you a justification. So it turns out, therefore, that according to Plato, I don't really know about quantum mechanics. All I'm doing is repeating what people that I trust have been telling you. So justification, it's actually already a little bit more problematic. But that's not what the part that I want to talk to you about today. That bit has to do with the last part of the third component of the JDP model of knowledge. That's truth. Well, how do we know if something is true? I may have a belief, of course, and beliefs can be true or not true. I may have a justification for that belief, but that doesn't mean that the belief is true. If you, for instance, you might not believe that COVID vaccines are efficacious, and you may have a justification for that lack of belief, but that doesn't mean it's correct. That doesn't mean it's true. And the question, therefore, is, well, how do we figure out what's true and what is not true? And that is where the debate between the Stoics and the skeptics unfolded for like a couple of centuries, throughout most of the Hellenistic period and a little beyond that. And let me introduce you to gradually to a few of the main characters here. The one you see on the left is Carneades of Cyrene in North Africa. He was one of the major so-called academic skeptics. And the one on the right is Chrysippus of Soli, one of the foremost logicians of antiquity and a Stoic hailing from southern Turkey to the right. And these people had been going, as I said, at each other for some time, discussing the nature of knowledge. Now, I'm going to do a couple of things here. First of all, I'm going to present you with the Stoic take on knowledge. Second of all, I'm going to present you with the skeptic's take on knowledge. And then I'm going to argue that the skeptics, in this particular case at least, were correct. And then finally, I'm going to try to argue that this is not just an esoteric discussion among long dead philosophers. It's actually important for us modern Stoic practitioners of the 21st century. At least it has implications. I don't know about important, but it has implications. So here's the Stoic take. Perhaps the best way, one good way to understanding certainly is by looking at the famous metaphor of the closing hand that Zeno presented. And the way I'm going to summarize it to you is by quoting Cicero, actually, who does a very good job at explaining it. So Cicero says, Zeno professed to illustrate his understanding of knowledge, his notion of knowledge, by a piece of action. So he used a hand and a movements with the hand. For when he stretched out his fingers and showed the palm of his hand, perception, said he, is a thing like this. Perception is, of course, I'm seeing things, I'm hearing things, I'm smelling things, all of this. That's perception. That's a very low level of knowledge because, of course, the senses can be wrong, can give you the incorrect signals. But even if they give you correct signals, that doesn't mean that you really know something at a conceptual level. You're just perceiving it. So that's the entry level. The Stoics in this particular case were in fact empiricists. The knowledge starts, although it doesn't end, with perception. Then, when he had a little closed his finger, assent is like this. Now, assent is when you agree with certain perception. Like you're saying, like you're looking at a pomegranate, for instance. The example, as you'll see at the end of the talk, is not at all random. I'm picking on a pomegranate for a good reason. You look at a pomegranate, or what looks like a pomegranate, and you get perception, right? You look at the color, you look at the shape, maybe you smell it. So you have perceptions, and then you assent to the perception that really is a pomegranate. Okay, so that's the second level. Afterwards, when he had completely closed his hand and held forth his fist, that, he said, was comprehension. And he used a particular word introduced by the skeptics to refer to comprehension, and that's catalepsis, or a cataleptic impression. Cataleptic impression is one that you really cannot deny. Epictetus gives us examples of cataleptic impressions. For instance, he says, try to go out now, and if you're like me in New York, you'll see that is daytime. Now try to convince yourself that it's actually night. You can't, because you have a cataleptic impression that it is day. Okay, it's really impossible for you to argue against yourself, against your senses. Your comprehension is so strong. Your assent to that particular impression is so strong that you really cannot convince yourself otherwise. It's day. Okay, of course, That doesn't mean you're right. You could be hallucinating, for instance. You could be dreaming. There could be unusual natural circumstances that make it look like it's day, but in fact it's night, etc., etc. But it is really difficult for you to convince yourself that your catalectic impression is not actually true. But when he brought his left hand against his right, and with it took a firm and tight hold of his fist, knowledge, he said, was of that character, and that was what none but a wise person possessed. So even a cataleptic impression, as I just argued, it's not really necessarily knowledge, because you could be mistaken, you could be hallucinating, you could be, all sorts of things could be going on, as unlikely as they might be. It becomes knowledge only when it is so firm and so well established that there is really no way to, not even in principle, to deny it. And that kind of knowledge with a capital K is accessible only to the sage, to the ideal Stoic. Why? Because the ideal sage never makes a mistake in reasoning. And according to the Stoics, the catalectic impression actually is, in the hands of a sage, becomes a mark of truth. Okay? If a sage perceives a cataleptic impression, he knows what it is, and that's truth, and that's the end of the story. This is how Cicero tells the story in the second book of Academica. Now, so to recap, the Stoic sequence of stages of understanding, let's call them, is perception, assent, cataleptic or assent or comprehension, and then knowledge. Great. Now the skeptics were not convinced. But before we get to their way of arguing, we have to actually make a distinction between two major branches of skepticism that were active at the time during the Hellenistic period, because they're actually very different, and we're concerned with only one of them. One branch of skepticism is sometimes referred to as Pyrrhonism, after Pyrrho of Elis in Western Greece, the guy on the left. The other one is referred to as the New Academy, because it actually took over Plato's Academy. Plato was long dead at that point, and major figures in that in the New Academy were in Greece Carneades, who we have already met, and Marcus Tullius Cicero, who referred to himself as an academic. He was very, as you probably know, he was very sympathetic to the Stoic philosophy. He writes a lot about Stoicism. In fact, a lot of what we know about Stoicism comes from Cicero. But he was, in fact, himself an academic skeptic. Now, what's the difference between the two? When Pyrrhonian skepticism, according to Pyrrhonian skeptics, we should not hold opinions, which they refer to as dogma, about non-evident matters. Let's set aside for a moment what is a non-evident matters. But basically, we should not hold opinions, that is, strong opinions, really thinking that we know something about all sorts of stuff. And how do we do that? We do that by practicing something that they refer to as epoche, or suspension of judgment. Basically, you're supposed to suspend judgment about things. Is it day to day? Well, it looks like it, but I don't know. I'm suspending judgment. What is the point of doing that? Well, that, according to the Pyrrhonian skeptics, is the only way to achieve ataraxia, that is tranquility, or state of equanimity and serenity. So for the skeptics are sometimes, the Pyrrhonian skeptics are sometimes referred to as, for instance, by Pierre Hadot, as a movement more than a philosophy. It was a kind of a spiritual movement. Their point was, I want a life of tranquility, and the only way to get that is just not to hold to any opinions, because holding to opinions and really having a attachment, emotional attachment to opinions is what actually causes problem, is what actually causes you to lose serenity. But we're not concerned with that skepticism. As I said, we're concerned with academic skepticism. Now, for the academic skeptics, knowledge is not actually achievable by human beings. Knowledge with a capital K, knowledge as in certain knowledge, the kind of that Zeno thought the sage could actually achieve. Well, why not? Well, because our senses and reason are both unreliable. They aren't, meaning they're not perfect. They are reliable many of the time. Most of the times, you can, your senses normally work, and your reason, presumably, especially if you pay attention to it, if you improve it, normally works. But we are known to make mistakes, both in terms of perception and in terms of reasoning, and therefore we can never be absolutely sure that we are correct in whatever it is that we say. The academic skeptics referred themselves basically to Socrates, and that's why they took over the academy, right? They thought of themselves as followers of Socrates, who famously said that the wise person knows that she doesn't know, or at least that she doesn't know much, right? That's what the Oracle at Delphi told Socrates, that he was the wisest man in Greece. And why was that? Well, because he knew that he didn't know crap. Now, however, action can and should be guided by what the academic skeptics refer to as probabilities. The Greek term is pitanon, and Cicero interestingly translated that as probabilities, which is where we get our term, our English word probability. Why is this last bit important? Well, it's important because the Stoics correctly criticized the skeptics by saying, look, guys, you may be achieving ataraxia if you don't hold on to opinion, but if you don't have any opinions, if you don't hold on to any opinions, then on what basis are you going to act? You still have to make decisions in life. You still have to do things. You have to decide course of action A versus course of action B. And if you always suspend judgment, if you always engage in epoche, how the hell are you going to make any decision whatsoever? Right? But as you should be clear by this point already, that objection by the Stoics works very well against the Pyrrhonian skeptics. It doesn't work against the academic skeptics, because the academic skeptics say, look, I don't have absolute knowledge. I don't know for sure about things, but there are degrees of probabilities. If I do go outside today and I see that it's a cloudy day and it looks like it's midday in New York, very, very likely that understanding is correct. Yes, I could be hallucinating. Yes, there could be unusual circumstances. And if there are, maybe I'll figure it out. But broadly speaking, there is a pretty good chance that I'm actually correct. My assessment is actually correct. However, in other cases, I might not have that strong degree of probability about what I think as I understand. And therefore, I should be more cautious, right? Probabilities go from 0 to 100%. It's a continuum. It's not a yes or no. And the goal of the academic skeptics was not ataraxia, not tranquility, but the same goal as the Stoics, a practical life of virtue, particularly if you look at the writings of Cicero, and particularly if you look at the Finibus Bonorum et Malorum on the ends of good and evil, which is one of his major books where he talks about Stoicism, and he explains also about academic skepticism. So this is a nice diagram from a classic by Long and Sadley, the Hellenistic philosophers, that I urge you to take a look if you're interested in this stuff. And it basically summarizes how the skeptics, as opposed to the Stoics, looked at impressions. I told you how the Zeno's analogy with the hand. Here's how the skeptics look at the thing. So there are impressions. The impressions are presumably caused by the fact that there is a real world out there. That's what you see on the left, right? So relative to the object itself, an impression can be true or false, meaning my pomegranate that I talked about earlier, it's either a real pomegranate or it's a wax pomegranate, right? But either way, one of those two statements is true, the other one is false. I don't know it, it pertains to the object. Now, as far as I am concerned, as the percipient, as the person who perceives the alleged pomegranate, I can go now through different degrees of certainty, just like the Stoics were saying. But these degrees are described in a very different way. And so let's pay attention to this for a moment. My perception may be apparently true. So from a distance, it may look like to me that's the pomegranate. It's like, okay, that's pretty a first approximation. I can see that it looks like a pomegranate, so it might be an actual fruit. But then I get a little closer, and it really looks like a pomegranate. It really has the right color, it has the right shape, etc. So now the impression becomes convincing, becomes a little stronger, right? And then finally, I can start smelling it. I can start, having more of a closer look at this alleged pomegranate. Then the impression becomes underverted, according to the skeptics, meaning that now it's really strong. Now I have really solid evidence that this is a pomegranate. And finally, the highest level of them all is the impression that is completely explored, meaning that now I'm actually handled the pomegranate, I do a chemical analysis, I open it up, it's inside, I eat it. It's very, very definitely a pomegranate. Now, I could still be hallucinating in theory, but boy, that's a really unlikely possibility. Now I've gone through a series of steps where my knowledge, although never certain, it's now getting very, very high. The probability that I'm correct is very high. Now, let's focus a little bit more for a minute on the underverted and thoroughly explored impressions. These are the two highest levels for the skeptic. As I said, an impression is underverted when it has coherence with all other impressions. So not only I can see the pomegranate, I can smell it, I can taste it, etc. Now there is a coherence of impressions. The more coherence there is among my impressions, the more likely it is that those impressions are actually correct. And a thoroughly explored or underverted impression is something that I subjected to a meticulous examination. For instance, I called my friend Phil, and I say, hey, does that look like a pomegranate to you? Does it smell like a pomegranate? You want to do a chemical analysis? You want to call a botanist? That sort of stuff. Again, we never reach complete certainty, but we are now very, very confident, Phil and I, that we are actually eating a pomegranate. Now, the skeptic position, as it turns out, is definitely more in line with modern philosophy than the Stoic one, for a number of reasons. It is in line with something that modern philosophers call probabilism, which is a position that holds that in the absence of certainty, when you're not certain about things, then plausibility, or what philosophers sometimes refer to as truth-likeness, is in fact the best criterion that you have available. It's also in line with a position that is referred to as fallibilism. In fact, both probabilism and fallibilism are, in the history of philosophy, go back essentially to the skeptics. Fallibilism is the position that no belief can actually have as justification that guarantees the truth of that belief. Because there's always the possibility you could be wrong, that your senses might be wrong. There's always the possibility that your reasoning is incorrect. So it is fallible. You're a fallible human being. And finally, it is also in agreement with coherentism, which is a position in philosophy, modern epistemology, holding that the justification of a property of a belief is only, belief is only justified if, in fact, that belief is a member of a coherent set. If it goes well with a bunch of other beliefs, the stronger this web of interconnection between beliefs is, the more confident you can be that the belief is actually correct. Okay, now, so what? Why did I tell you all this story about an arcane discussion in epistemology between the skeptics and the Stoics? Well, there are several consequences that I think are interesting for us to think about. Number one, we should never venerate any particular philosophy or philosopher, and the ancient Stoics are not an exception. I've written a number of things about what the Stoics got wrong, either in their metaphysics or in other aspects of their philosophy, and we should keep that in mind. Sometimes they were actually spectacularly wrong. You can ask me later if you want to know. Now, the Stoics themselves, at least Seneca, were aware that, of course, they didn't have the last word on everything. This is a famous quote from a letter to Lucilius that I'm going to not read in full because I don't have a lot of time left, but you can look it up yourself. It's in the 33rd letter to Lucilius, and it talks about the fact that, our predecessors are our teachers, but not our masters. They didn't reach everything. They didn't understand everything. And so if we understand things better, we should go with the new understandings. Number two, the implication of the discussion between the Stoics and the skeptics is the sages don't exist. And that's a big deal because the sage is the only one, according to the Stoics, that can actually have true knowledge. If the sage does not exist, that's because true knowledge is in fact not achievable by human beings because we're fallible, and therefore there are no sages around. Here too, Seneca, if you want to check it, is letter number 42, was aware that, this sage stuff, it's a little weird. And he actually said that, he wrote that the sage is as rare as the mythical phoenix, once every 500 years. And since he's talking about a mythological bird, which he did not presumably believe actually existed, that might give you a hint that at least Seneca himself, if not other Stoics, were actually a little bit uncomfortable with the whole knowledge, with the whole notion of a sage. Number three. Now, the sage is supposed to be the only virtuous human being. Everybody else is vicious, according to the Stoics, because virtue is all or nothing. You either have it or you don't, and virtue is a type of knowledge, even according to Socrates. And the consequence of that is that you and I and everybody else in this virtual room is in fact vicious, in fact equally vicious, according to the Stoics. Well, that's kind of disheartening. I mean, aren't we making a little progress? Aren't we getting better? Aren't we getting a little bit more virtuous? But for the Stoics, there's no such thing as a little bit more virtuous. That would be like being, partially pregnant. That just doesn't happen, not according to the way the Stoics looked at knowledge. But this has no problem whatsoever for the skeptics. The skeptic will say, well, you never achieve knowledge, you never achieve perfect virtue anyway, but you do achieve more and more probable states. You are learning, you are improving, you have a little bit of virtue, and then more, and then more, and so on and so forth. And then number 4, knowledge is not necessary, however, in order to act in the world. I mean, the Stoics theory basically says that unless you're a sage, your actions in the world are entirely based on opinions, not on knowledge. And so even when you do the right thing, essentially by mistake or by accident. It's like, you do it, but it's not really the right thing because you're not doing it from the point of view of a sage with actual knowledge. Well, for the skeptics, that's not the case. As I said, it's a question of probabilities. That equation you see down there, if you want to look it up, is the fundamental equation of that comes out of Bayes' theorem, which is one of the best established theorems in probability theory, and in particular in conditional probability theory, and essentially says, forget the actual equation, but essentially says that your confidence in a particular notion should be proportional to the evidence, and that confidence should go up or down as a direct function of new evidence coming in, right? So you might not be initially confident that masks, for instance, work in the middle of a pandemic, but then more data comes in and your degree of confidence should, if you're a rational agent, should increase. So that's number 4. Number 5, and finally, it's the notion that assent, which is the crucial concept that Epictetus goes on and on about throughout the discourses and the Enchiridion, should actually be given only provisionally and with caution. Here, I would have told you, if you had more time, the story finally of the pomegranates and of Spheros. Sphero was one of the early Stoics, and there is a really funny story about Sphero and the pomegranates in Diogenes Laertius, and you might want to look it up and see what it says and how you might look at it differently now that you heard about this controversy between the Stoics and the skeptics. Finally, let me acknowledge that a lot of the inspiration for this talk came from 2 books that I read years ago. One is John Seller's The Art of Living, which contains a really nice description of the controversy between the Stoics and the skeptics, and by the Hellenistic philosophers by Long and Sedley, which is a very technical but really rewarding book about based on the actual primary material that we have from not just the ancient Stoics, but the ancient every ancient Hellenistic philosophers of whom we have a record. And I believe we have 1 minute and a half, Greg, and I'm done.
Actually, we have a little bit of extra time, in part because the leading talks are not going to go quite as long as they were, so we can spare a few minutes. And I do that came up for you that might be interesting. It's not directly related, but I think it would be a good one to answer. So this is coming from Sandra Mertovic. If wisdom is a virtue, does it include individual abilities? For example, if someone is intelligent less than average, for example, is it possible for that person to be wise according to the Stoics? And then JB adds to that, there's one example of a respected Stoic teacher, Cleanthes. He was a boxer, not particularly intellectually accomplished. So this is a good question. If we're not, particularly bright, can we be fully wise? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the answer is up to a point. That is, so wisdom is a type of knowledge, right? And in fact, every virtue is a type of knowledge. It's a type of excellence, right? The original word in Greece is arete, which just means excellent. Now, in order to acquire knowledge, you have to have a certain functioning intellectual abilities, right? And now there is a variation, of course, in the human population for those intellectual abilities. Let's set aside for a minute, like pathologies, for instance, or dramatic pathologies. But let's say in the general population, your intellectual abilities are going to be distributed according to some kind of bell curve, right? A normal distribution. And just like with any other ability, that means that most people will be able to acquire a certain degree of knowledge of any kind. Let's think instead of talking about wisdom, we were talking about musical instruments, for instance. Can anybody learn a musical instrument? Yeah, most people can. Of course, some people have a more natural aptitude for music and others don't, right? Just like some people might be naturally virtuous or naturally inclined to virtues more than other people. But if you have normal, both intellectual and physical abilities, then you can still learn at least the basics of an instrument. However, only up to a point. If in fact your brain is damaged, let's say by an accident or by a developmental issue, then you might not be able to learn to play music. And similarly, you might not be able to learn any other skill, including wisdom. Now, of course, the implication is not that a person who doesn't learn music or doesn't get virtues, therefore doesn't deserve our respect, our help, and so on and so forth. It just means that they have a natural inability to go beyond a certain level. In fact, Epictetus pretty clearly says that when he talks about the fact that some vicious people that we should refer to as bad people, not as bad, but as impaired. Right? He uses this analogy of, if you see a blind person going around the street and, stumbling on people and, hurting people, you're not going to get mad to the blind person. Why not? Because you understand that he has a disability. So he should be actually helped. You should be put in a position first not to hurt other people and then not to hurt himself. But then you should look at him with compassion because he's incapable of doing what other people are capable of doing.
That's a great answer to that question. I don't see any others in the chat, so we're going to call this. Thanks to Massimo for a great presentation. And now we're going to move on to the lightning talk. So if we can bring Harold up. While Harold is coming up to the virtual stage, I'm going to just say a few things about Harold, my colleague, the assistant editor of Modern Stoicism, who joined a little bit earlier this year. And I can tell you, as the editor of Modern Stoicism, he has made my life in many ways so much easier. So there's that. He's also a graduate student of philosophy at the University of Oslo, working on a number of topics, particularly on proairesis and conception of free will. And he is the person who organized the Oslo Stoics, and along with Logan, and I think I'm going to mangle his name, Valangdam, they organized the first Stoicon X Norway, hopefully first but not last of those. So I'm going to turn this over to Harold, who curated all of these talks, and then we're going to play all of them for you.
Thank you, Greg. That's very generous. I'd like to add that Martino also participated in Stoicon X Norway. So we have a third organizer. So thank you, and thanks to all the speakers, Alison McCone, Chris Halbert, Anup Tiwari, Rafael Pereira, Tim Iverson, Stoic Dan, and the Heart, Simon Drew, Pankaj Pradamanga, Sharon Labelle, and Andy Slane. I would also like to thank Greg for editing the videos and Andy for creating the slides. And finally, Phil for doing all the technology stuff and for playing the video whenever it's ready. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Harold. And let's see. Let's start this up for you.
My name is Sharon Labelle, and I'm the author of this book, The Art of Living, the classical manual on virtue, happiness, and effectiveness. It's a modern interpretation of the great Stoic teacher Epictetus and an international perennial classic. Welcome to a day in the life of a modern Stoic. Here are a few words about how Stoicism can elevate the quality of each day. When we embrace any framework for living our best life, be it spiritual, religious, practical, or philosophical, we notice it is human nature to drift and return. Drift and return, drift and return. Inhale, exhale. And so it goes with living Stoic teachings. Popularizers of Stoic wisdom, of which I'm one, have been accused of oversimplifying otherwise more nuanced and sophisticated teachings. Fair enough. However, when we're in the thick of our daily lives, pulled in countless directions by the myriad claims on our attention, some beneficent, some neutral, some pernicious, the easiest thing in the world is to drift from our ideals. Say to opt for expediency over nobility, efficiency over caring, processing or merely managing over deep engagement. For example, drift, plain and simple. This is our lives on the ground. This is real. And what we need is simplicity, not erudition. We save deep textual analysis for another time because we're dog paddling. So what can pull us back from drift? What can give our souls anchorage amidst the chaos of our workaday lives? How do we recover that sought after Stoic serenity we hear so much about? Do we wait until the time is right, when we are at our leisure to practice philosophical contemplation? I don't think so. Life is too busy lifing away. And besides, now is the time to embody virtue, not 10 minutes from now and not next week, right now. When we're navigating life's vicissitudes, most of us don't have the time to carefully deliberate all the decisions, big and small, we need to make in any given day. Virtue is exercised in the interstices, in the in-between moments. We need to respond quickly and wisely to whatever life throws at us. Well, I believe our minds and hearts are tugged back to home base, to clarity and to our philosophical principles most easily by the mnemonics of simple, wise maxims mined from the Stoic tradition. So I'll share a few of my favorites from The Art of Living as examples. Things themselves don't hurt or hinder us, nor do other people. How we view these things is another matter. This is self-explanatory if we remember just this notion and adopt it as our MO. We move away from the drama of petty resentments toward ease and elegant tranquility. And this can happen in an instant. Every moment can be a pivot point, after all. Here's another. Wisdom is revealed through action, not talk. Again, pure, simple truth. Enough with declaiming and explaining. Every moment is an opportunity for demonstrating virtue, whether others are looking or not. Finally, give your best and always be kind. Enough said. I invite you to find your own personal Stoic maxims for maximal living, and best wishes to each of you always.
Global Stoics. My name is Simon Drew, coming to you from the Sunshine Coast in Australia. And I'm really honored to be able to share with you just a brief snippet of Stoic wisdom today. And when Gregory Sadler mentioned to me that they were kind of seeking these little brief moments of Stoic wisdom to put throughout the program, I started thinking, well, if I could just share one little lesson, what would it be? And so I started thinking back on the past few years, because I've had the real honor of taking many people from around the world on this path of personal transformation through philosophy, and particularly through Stoicism. And so I've worked with people from different cultures, from different backgrounds, from different religious views, from different philosophical views, you know, from all around the world. And I started to think, I have to find something that I've shared with all these people that has worked for them, that has also really worked for me in my life, because that means that it's a strong idea, that it definitely works, and it's going to be useful for you guys. So I'm going to share with you one of the pieces of wisdom that came from Epictetus that I've shared with a lot of people, and that I know this works, and I'm sure it's going to resonate with some of you as well. So I'm going to read this. It actually comes from Sharon Labelle's interpretation of Epictetus's sayings, The Art of Living. You have to grab this if you haven't already. So he says the following: Philosophy's purpose is to illuminate the ways our soul has been infected by unsound beliefs, untrained, tumultuous desires, and dubious life choices and preferences that are unworthy of us. Self-scrutiny applied with kindness is the main antidote. So I want to focus on that equation that Epictetus gives us there for personal transformation. Self-scrutiny applied with kindness. Now, I actually think that most of us who are kind of called to the path of philosophy already get that self-scrutiny element. And I think we actually oftentimes can go way too far with it. We don't know how to properly scrutinize with ourselves. What it usually looks like is we're just beating ourselves up constantly. We're constantly mad at ourselves for going outside of our better principles, or for going against our diet, or for going against our philosophical regime, or it's as if we're just tyrants over ourselves, constantly looking for our flaws. But what Epictetus reminds us of here is that you need to give yourself self-kindness as well, that space to grow into a new way of being, that forgiveness for the fact that you're a vulnerable human being who is not perfect. As the Christians might say, nobody reaches the glory of God, or as the Stoics would say, nobody attains the level of the sage. Listen, none of us are the sage. And so we're not going to be perfect, but so much of the time we act as if we should be somewhere that we're not. And so I just think that this is one of those pieces of wisdom that I've shared with so many people, and they've all come back to me and said, that's one of the most valuable lessons that I've learned, is to be kinder to myself. It's kind of like what Jordan Peterson says. He says, you need to treat yourself as if you're somebody worth taking care of, because you are. And I want to give you one little analogy here that I would often give to people when I was working as a gym manager. Because I'd see everybody who would come in. I saw about 1,000 people come in and join the gym over a year. And I met with every single one of these people. And one of the things that I would often tell people is, listen, if you go against your diet, let's say you eat a Snickers bar, the worst thing that you can do is start beating yourself up for the fact that you've just eaten a Snickers bar, and start being annoyed with yourself and stressed that you've gone against your diet. And here's why. Because your body is then going to shut down the fat burning process, because you're releasing all of these stress hormones into your body, right? And that literally shuts down that process. So you're actually working counter to your aims by beating yourself up for something like that. And I think that the same thing happens in our journey of transformation through philosophy, where too much of the time we're too hard on ourselves, and it actually stunts our growth. It actually stops us from being able to see the progress that we're making, right? And so I think that ultimately what I try to instill in people is, yeah, we need the self-scrutiny, but it's got to be a healthy kind that's also balanced with you actually taking care of yourself and giving yourself some compassion, giving yourself some kindness. As it says in the Tao Te Ching, nature doesn't hurry, but everything is accomplished, right? You've got to give yourself that space to grow, that space to become something new. And you can do that by starting today to be a little bit kinder to yourself. man, it works miracles. So I just want to encourage you all to try that. Please try being kinder to yourselves. Try giving yourself that space, and I know that it's going to really help you on your journey of transformation. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all, and I hope that we get to speak again soon.
Hi, my name is Rafael Rodrigues Pereira. I'm a university professor here in Brazil, in the Federal University of Goiás, UFG, where I have some research on Stoicism. And I'm here today to talk about, to compare the ancient notion of eudaimonia with the modern notion of happiness. Are they the same thing? Are they different? So the point is that both eudaimonia and modern happiness have some subjective and objective components. Richard Kraut talks about it in a paper called Two Conceptions of Happiness. So he says that both eudaimonia and modern happiness has subjective and objective components. So the difference, there is a difference, but that's a difference of emphasis. Because the emphasis in eudaimonia is more on the objective idea of human flourishing as a rational agent. But it has also a subjective component. When, for instance, when Aristotle says that the virtuous person has pleasure in acting virtuously, or the Stoic notion of ataraxia, the mental peace of tranquility. So the good life for the ancients is an objective idea, but it's important that the agent enjoys and appreciates this life. In the modern notion of happiness, the emphasis is more in the subjective side. But it's not completely subjective. It has also an objective component. We don't think, for instance, that a person would be happy if the pleasure or mental state would be produced by drugs or medicaments. So we still have the idea that happiness is to live a certain kind of life. So they're not so different after all. And this is important to understand how eudaimonistic ethics, ancient, like Stoicism, can still have some interest for us today. And the idea that happiness, the modern moral theories, they tend to separate happiness and moral. And eudaimonistic ethics don't do that. They think that if you think about what the good life is in a more rational way, this will lead you to an ethical point of view. You understand that the best life, the good life, is an ethical life, a life where you flourish as a human being and become virtuous. So this idea is also applicable today because we are still able to discuss what happiness is, because happiness for us is more subjective, but it's not completely subjective. So we still have some objective components that allow us to discuss what is the good life. And so we can understand what the ancients do. But when they do that, they discuss what the good life is. But for that, it's important to notice that we are still able to discuss what is to be rational. And this idea of flourish as a rational agent, which is to be virtuous. And this will make us happier in the sense of eudaimonia, and also somehow in our modern sense of happiness, because the virtuous person is more resilient. There is the relation to fortune, tyche, which was very important in ancient discussions about eudaimonia, and also is relevant for us today. How to deal with life setbacks. So this is a way in which we can start to discuss how why the virtuous person is happy even for us. So that's what I had to say. I'm glad to be here in Stoicon. Thank you very much.
Hello, and welcome to this lightning talk about Stoicism and leadership. My name is Andy Slane. I'm a former attorney and former corporate IT leader, and now I work as a leadership development coach. In my practice, I work with overwhelmed leaders, and I help them to prioritize, focus, and build high-performing teams. And I love it when I can bring Stoic concepts to bear on leadership. There are really two ways that I want to talk about today that Stoicism can impact a person's leadership. First is how that person shows up for their team, and second is how they go about their self-management. As summarized by Daniel Pink in his book Drive, the leadership literature tells us that team members are primarily motivated by three elements: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. As I've thought about how Stoicism has impacted my leadership and that of my clients, I've noticed an interesting relationship between those elements of motivation and the Stoic virtues. Specifically, a Stoic leader can encourage mastery, autonomy, and purpose in their team by focusing on temperance, justice, and courage. By practicing temperance, a Stoic leader can resist the temptation to do too much and can create autonomy by trusting their team to solve problems. Leaders are frequently called upon to play the hero, to jump in, be the expert, solve all the problems, and take charge. But that's a trap. The best leaders aren't heroes. Instead, they empower others. And it takes restraint to avoid that temptation to jump in and solve all the problems. And that's why being a temperate leader helps promote autonomy within the team, because it empowers others to solve their own problems. By practicing justice or fairness, a Stoic leader gives team members the space to develop their mastery. No one likes to be treated unfairly. That's a huge demotivator. Being treated fairly or justly, on the other hand, empowers people to focus on their strengths. Team members in that situation know their contributions will be recognized and rewarded. They'll be treated according to their contributions, and so will everyone else. That mindset encourages the development of competence or mastery. Finally, by practicing courage, a Stoic leader can keep a team on a clear and focused path. That clarity gives team members a sense of purpose. There are many competing priorities and distractions in today's business world. It takes courage to say no, but that's exactly what a leader has to do to protect their team's focus. Some of those competing priorities might be great ideas, but they're not the top priority. So courageous leaders stay focused, say no, and provide clarity and purpose for their team. Of course, there's a Stoic virtue still missing from our model. It's the master virtue of wisdom. In the context of leadership, wisdom has to be ever present as you interact with your team. When to support, when to challenge, when to be serious, when to joke around, when to stay professional, when to get personal. All of that takes balance, and it takes wisdom to achieve that balance. In sum, by bringing the four Stoic virtues to work, Stoic leaders can promote autonomy, mastery, and purpose within their teams. By being a good Stoic, you can also put yourself on the path to being a good leader. But how you show up for your team is only part of the formula. We noted earlier that Stoicism also has a lot to say about a leader's self-management. And here I'm thinking primarily about the dichotomy of control. To be clear, the Stoic virtues are also important, but the real crux of self-management and managing your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors is understanding what's within your control and what isn't. And not just understanding it, but living it. Epictetus said it best: always remember what is your own and what belongs to another, and you will not be disturbed. Leaders are tempted to worry about pretty much everything: people, performance, timelines, turnover, budgets, career advancement. It never ends. But none of those things are in our control. All we can control is our own will and our own behaviors. The rest has to take care of itself. As a leader, we can influence, but rarely control. That understanding is the key to proper self-management. If you have questions or would like to learn more, please contact me. Thanks again for listening, and have a great day.
Namaste from Stoics in Himalaya. My name is Pankaj. This is a leadership story from the Himalaya. A friend of mine, he called me right after COVID lockdown from London. And apparently he was very excited and happy. And I said, Hari, what makes you so excited and happy? And he said, you know what? I went and climbed the highest point in England. Well, person in Nepal, the highest point in England, not so impressive. But what he said was profound. He said, I trekked and I collected fund for the community of people with disability in the Western Nepal. I could understand and relate to his happiness. Let me show the picture of my friend, Mr. Hari. Yes, as you can see, he is a double amputee, a British Gurkha veteran who lost both of his legs in an ambush in Afghanistan, 2010. But the interesting fact is he did not lose much time. He accepted his reality, moved on, started climbing mountains, the Himalaya, taking sports, and the most importantly, he started working to help people with disability. Similar story, which went pretty much viral in news, Major General Chris Donald, the last American soldier who left Afghanistan on 30th August, just a minute before the midnight, the given deadline. He ensured that everyone was safe and everyone was ready to leave. What he did was not just a leadership by command and control, but care and compassion. So these two stories really makes me think, were they Stoics? I don't know, but their leadership very much relates to what Marcus Aurelius did 2000 plus years ago, or what Nelson Mandela. So if I may share three things, A, B, C of leadership, which is very much backed by Stoic philosophy. A, accept what is not in your control. That's what Hari Budamaga did. After losing his legs and becoming amputee, he did not lose his time. Rather, he gathered his courage and resources to help others and lifting others up. Major General Chris, what he did, he was prepared for the worst. So B stands for be prepared for the worst. Respond instead of reacting. And C, care for others and lift others up. That's what Stoics, or the people who believe in Stoic leadership, seems to have doing. Whatever business, job, or profession we are in must not necessarily be military leader. We can learn a great deal from these people who are unsung heroes in our society. And when we practice a Stoicism, these A, B, C can definitely help us to become a better version of ourselves, be it as an individual, a professional, or a business leader. So I wish you a great Stoicon X and happy learning and great leading the world. Thank you and namaste.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. My name is Enda Hart. I've been working in the music industry for the last 8 or 9 years, and I've been practicing Stoicism as a philosophy for a way of living for the last 6 to 7 of those years. And I've definitely noticed a massive difference in my way of living and how I approach everything in life. Today, I wanted to talk to you briefly about memento mori and its practices. If you're not familiar with the phrase, it is roughly translated as remember you're mortal. It dates all the way back to ancient Roman times. I've talked at length about the history online, but I really want to focus on the practices today, which, as you might well know, death is a very prevalent topic in Stoic writings, both from the early period right up until the late era Roman Stoics. So memento mori is a phrase typically used as a meditative exercise to tell us that our bodies, our careers, our reputation, our possessions, and even our family can be taken away from us at any time. Therefore, this should not be the primary focus of our lives. You can use the mantra as a reference to all the great and powerful people who have came before us, who are now unfortunately dead and buried. If we're lucky in our lifetime, we'll have approximately 3 billion heartbeats. So how can these words actually assist you with not being careless with those sacred beats? Exercises like this require consistent practice, and don't kid yourself into thinking that only by doing this several times you will have the ability to curtail certain problems or spring into action by rectifying your procrastination without actually doing anything. Stoic philosophy requires you to learn, practice, apply everything, as it is a practical philosophy for life. I'm going to give you 3 exercises that I find particularly useful on the subject. The first one of these being reflecting on your current standing. So it allows you to take a step back from how you go about your daily life and ask yourself, are the things I'm spending my time on worth it? At the end of the day, there's work to be done, and it's part of our nature as human beings to carry out certain duties. We must not dither with those fleeting seconds that pass us by. And I tend to do this a few times a year, not as frequently as I would like to. I would take myself to the mountainside or out on a countryside trail, and this method actually really rallies home whenever I need to make personal changes or professional changes indeed. The second one I wanted to mention was an attitude of gratitude. It may sound very cliched, but simply grab a pen and paper, get a device, and start accumulating a list of things that you're grateful for. What can you think of? For me, it's getting up with good health in the morning, having a warm bed to get up from in the first place, having some fresh coffee, getting outdoors. That these are simple things that you can be grateful for, and you'll be actually surprised if you start doing this regularly, how much in your life that you often overlook. Personally speaking, it's a great method to use whenever you find yourself at an impasse of desiring more, as we often do need a reminder of what we already have in our lives and perhaps don't need more of. The last one is, what if this was your last day? It's not pleasant to think about this, but it doesn't make it any less possible. When I found myself struggling for motivation and at times courage, I referred to this passage from Marcus Aurelius. Remember how long you've been putting this off, how many extensions the gods have given you and you didn't use them. At some point, you have to recognize what the world is that you belong to and what power rules it and from what source it springs. There is a limit to the time assigned to you, and if you don't use it to free yourself, it will be gone and never return. So imagine lying on your deathbed, remembering what's truly important. Do you want to be full of regrets? The exercise doesn't necessarily need to be reserved for major decisions either. I use it to get me out on a run, to take care of important legal matters, or just to take care of general life admin, which can get in the way as well. You can contextualize it and make it fit your own circumstances. It is your duty as a citizen to not leave any stone unturned. It's important to focus on these exercises and take your time with them. It's not going to come naturally to you if you haven't tried it before. I just wanted to remember a phrase that I really like, which is memento vivere, which means remember you have to live. Enjoy your time with your family, with your friends, with people around you. But memento mori certainly serves its purpose if used correctly to getting the most out of your life. At least I feel that way anyway. But before I go, I just want to thank Modern Stoicism and Harold and Greg. I really appreciate being able to talk today. If you want to find out more about memento mori, you can look me up on the Irish Stoic, and I've written extensively about further exercise and the history. I want to wish you all good fortune. Have a great rest of your day. Take care, everybody.
Hi, my name's Chris Halbert. I'm the magistrate at a place called Wagga Wagga. It's about 5 hours drive south of Sydney and about 5 hours drive north of Melbourne. This is my first Stoicon, and I'm very excited to be here with you all, even if it is only virtually. The title of this lightning talk is How to Help Our Judges Decide Like a Roman Emperor. Now, like a lot of you, I'm lucky enough to live in a place that has the rule of law. The rule of law is important because it protects us, it protects our rights, it protects our property, not just against other citizens, but also against the state. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, so long as the law is safe, so is the city and the citizen. So here's the problem. How do we keep the law safe? Well, there's an appeals mechanism, of course, but ultimately appeals are expensive and they take time, and whoever's hearing the appeal is a human being, just as the original decision maker was. And if those human beings are struggling psychologically, that's going to have an impact on the quality of their decisions. Increasingly, research is being done into the effects of stress and trauma on judicial officers and their decision making. We know that judicial officers are exposed to high levels of trauma in high pressure environments. And the research is showing that there are high levels of psychological distress in judicial officers, which raises concerns about things like post-traumatic stress disorder and burnout in the judiciary. We also know from the research that there are a range of issues that are causing stress and trauma for the judiciary, and they have been identified in the literature. I recently started trying to synthesize some of the sources of judicial stress, initially to help myself, but I pretty quickly worked out if they could be identified, we could share that information so that other judicial officers could try and inoculate themselves against judicial stress, and the whole system would be better for that. At the time that I was reading that material, I was also reading a couple of other books, which the audience at Stoicon will be very familiar with. Firstly, How to Think Like a Roman Emperor by Donald Robertson, and also by Donald Robertson, Build Your Resilience. It seemed to me pretty clear that there was a link between Stoicism, as that is seen through the lens of modern evidence-based cognitive behavioural therapy, and the sources of stress that have been identified in the research material on judicial stress and judicial wellness. The other thing that struck me was that Marcus Aurelius, as well as being emperor, was also a judge, and it seems to me that he would be the ideal vehicle to introduce Stoicism to judicial officers. And so it's against that background that I have 4 questions. Firstly, what can the modern judge learn from the meditations of Marcus Aurelius to help to address the areas of concern that the research has identified? Secondly, how can those learnings be linked to modern treatment and prevention modalities for stress, trauma and resilience? Thirdly, how can the answers to the first 2 questions be succinctly packaged and distributed to all courts in a variety of languages? And finally, is there a willingness in the global Stoic community to collaborate to make this knowledge freely available? Because, as Marcus said, so long as the law is safe, so is the city and the citizen. Thank you for listening, and have a great Stoicon.
Hi, I'm Alison McCone, and I'm here to present a case for how a modern Stoic can respond to ageing. How does the Stoic sage deal with age? Stoics prepare for the end of the road by focusing on death, but surely if we're being rational and reasonable, we should devote a healthy amount of time trying to get the best value out of the remainder of the journey, no matter how short or long it is. Marcus Aurelius in the Meditations calls himself to action by saying, "The time you have left is short. Live it as if you were on a mountain. Here or there makes no difference if wherever you live you take the world as your city. Let men see, let them observe a true man living in accordance with nature." If we take Marcus's advice, we shouldn't worry about where we are in space. Just follow the natural course of the aging process on the way to the summit. By thinking back to our younger days, we can remember climbing many mountains. Even molehills may have felt like the Pyrenees at times. As we've grown, we've earned the right to be at the top of our own mountain by exercising the virtue of courage along the way. Listen to Marcus, wander around that mountain, enjoy the view, and make yourself comfortable in your inner city or citadel. One skill we can keep working on as we age is character development. The ancient Stoic advice is straightforward. keep working on growing the virtues. We've had the courage to get this far, but we've used wisdom too. Modern Stoics are modest enough to know that despite having lots of experience, they need to be lifelong learners. Parts of our body may be ailing and failing, but one of the best responses to aging is to take extra care of our own brain health. A recent study of almost 2,000 people in the 80-plus age bracket found that dementia can be delayed by as much as 5 years by engaging in intellectual activities such as reading, puzzle solving, or card games. Marcus Aurelius echoes this when he says, "The directing mind is that which wakes itself, adapts itself, makes itself of whatever nature it wishes, and makes all that happens to it appear in the way it wants." If fate grants us the privilege of aging, it is worth considering how the virtue of justice plays a part. We're lucky to be here. By being just to those around us, by showing them love and consideration, we can help to remove the fear of aging and death that many people experience as they follow in our footsteps. Existential angst is a feature of many lives, and mortality anxiety is just one component. By appealing to justice, the trajectory of our lives can be accepted, and a deeper knowledge of human nature can develop. Musonius Rufus writes, "When a human being lives for virtue, he deserves praise and can rightly think well of himself and be hopeful and courageous. A cheerful disposition and secure joy automatically accompany these attributes." The Stoic who learns from the world around them as they travel through the school of life are well equipped to complete the course. Musonius says, "In his old age, this person would use these lessons to live according to nature. He would endure without regret being deprived of the pleasures connected with youth." He is advising us to employ the virtue of temperance as a defense against old age. By listening to our bodies, we may realize we need to adjust certain behaviors. But remember, pleasure comes in various guises, and sensual fulfillment should be a feature of aging life for the modern-day Stoic. Thankfully, good old Seneca has our backs. He says, "We should cherish old age and enjoy it. It is full of pleasure if you know how to use it. Fruit tastes most delicious just when its season is ending. Every pleasure defers till its last its greatest delights, and even the age that stands on the brink has pleasures of its own." When I found Stoic philosophy in 2012, eudaimonia was unfamiliar to me. I was in the self-loathing camp of victimhood, and my response to an existential crisis was more like, "You die? Moan here." So how can we turn that sort of feeling around and begin to experience the zest for living that modern-day Stoics score so highly on? Maybe time to give a final shout out to our old friend Epictetus, the master of proairesis. Well-being may be the course of choice for the younger folk, but during the third act of life we need to work a bit harder and resort to will-being. We can choose how to age well before someone else tries to make our decisions for us. As Epictetus states, above all, nature demands that we conform and adapt our will to our idea of what's right and useful. Thank you and happy aging.
I'm Stoic Dan from Orlando, Florida. Today you will hear great presentations by the foremost speakers in modern Stoicism. They'll share with you the best ideas for improving your life, to become more virtuous, more rational, to smooth out the elements of your life that are rough. Why else would we study Stoicism? Well, in the first volume of the great books, you've seen this series in used bookstores. There's about 50 volumes, and they were published back in 1952. And in the first volume, edited by Robert Maynard Hutchins, he writes in the preface that the great books of humanity will not solve all of our problems, but they will shed light on our basic problems, and it would be folly to live without this light. He writes on page 13 of the preface, he says, "We believe that the reduction of the citizen to an object of propaganda, private and public, is one of the great dangers to democracy. A prevalent notion is that the great mass of people cannot understand and cannot form an independent judgment upon any matter. They cannot be educated in the sense of developing their intellectual powers, but they can be bamboozled. The reiteration of slogans, the distortion of the news, the great storm of propaganda that beats upon the citizen 24 hours a day, all his life long, mean either that democracy must fall a prey to the loudest and most persistent propagandists, or that the people must save themselves by strengthening their minds so that they can appraise the issues for themselves. Well, I'll repeat that last part. The people must save themselves by strengthening their minds. So I hope today that you'll take the ideas from Stoicon, take them to heart and to mind. Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius gave us a great many quotes that we can help to smooth out our lives. It will add to our character and our values. And you may find that some of them appeal to you more than others. So find the quotes and ideas that appeal to you, journal about them, practice them. And if you're wondering, Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius are included in the series of great books. They're in volume 12. Thanks for watching.
This is Anup from Chicago. I grew up in India in a religious Hindu family, and like many others, learned about Gita at home and school organically. Early on, I learned about the idea of Sthita Pragya in Sanskrit, which means still mind or steady intellect. Mind that is on a stable footing, unshakable by the surrounding vagaries. I was enamored by the strength of this ideal state, and the concept stayed with me. As I grew older and read more literature in English, I came across the word Stoic, and when I looked up the meaning, I was surprised to find the similarity with Sthita Pragya. It sparked an interest in Stoicism, and I've been fascinated by the parallels across the two philosophies since then. A quick intro to Bhagavad Gita, which means the divine song. It is one of the most respected Hindu religious scriptures and has the same sacred status in India for taking oath as the Bible has in the US. It has 700 verses and is part of the Mahabharata, the longest epic poem in the world, with 200,000 verses. Gita is a dialogue between Arjun, the warrior prince who has to go to war against his own extended family members and friends, and Krishna, who is his close friend and guide, playing the role of his charioteer. The dialogue is set right in the battleground just before the battle begins, as Arjun is overcome with strong emotions and has a near panic attack, and Krishna counsels him on self-control, duty, and the ideal of selfless action to uphold dharma, that is, righteousness. Gita was written in about 500 BC, much before the term Hindu was coined. And as Stoicism was founded around 300 BC, Gita probably predates it by a couple of hundred years. I've not come across any direct, definitive evidence of influence across the two, but in my humble opinion, if the two systems of thought across the globe at different time points independently arrived at similar ideas, it makes those ideas even more likely to be closer to the universal truth, and of immense value to us as conceptual direction markers for leading a good life. For current mindshare, if you accept searches on Google as proxy of interest, then this is a snapshot of the relative popularity of Gita and Stoicism over past 17 years. I'm happy to see a steady rise in both over the past 5 years or so. While there are many differences across the two, I've picked a handful of ideas from Gita that appear to have parallels in Stoic thought to pique your interest for future investigation. The verse on the left is probably the most well-known verse of Gita, and it directs us to view duty and right to action as its own reward, and relinquish the desire for the fruits of your labor. If you can achieve this attitude, every moment of life's journey can be joyous, and there would be no need to wait to arrive at a happy destination. The Stoics also recognize non-attachment as an essential virtue and advise seeking inner contentment without the dependence on external praise or reward. Anger is seen in both systems as a major weakness and folly of human mind. Stoics called it the short madness, and Gita explains that anger causes delusion, loss of memory, and leads to decline in intelligence. Both systems place agency on the self and hold your own mind and perception as the primary cause. Gita asks you to bootstrap the self with your mind as it's the best friend and the worst enemy. And Stoics explain that things don't upset us, our judgment of the things do. And anxiety lies within our own perceptions, not outside. Both systems place immense value on self-control and discipline, and they treat it as a skill that can be nurtured and grown with repetitive control and practice. Gita sets the ideal to be unperturbed by the pleasant or the unpleasant and sees it as a path to transcendence. And Stoics are earthlier, and they see it as a path to a joyous and virtuous life here and now. Both emphasize on being steady and grounded and ask us to moderate the pendulum swing between the excessive cheerfulness and deep despair. And this brings us back to where we started. May you all be sthitapragya. May you all find equanimity and balance. I thank you for your attention and this opportunity.
Hey everyone, my name is Tim Iverson and I am with the Minnesota Stoics and very happy to be with you today. I wanted to begin my short video with a quote from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, and it's from Book 5 and Chapter 2. He says to shrug it all off and wipe it clean, every annoyance and distraction, and reach utter stillness, child's play. So we can imagine that an ancient emperor of Rome was pretty much overwhelmed with politics and administrative duties. And yet Marcus says in this passage that we can let go of all those distractions and worries and just be still. So if you're like me, your plate is full with all the information we have coming over social media, the news, 24/7 news cycles, families, pets. A lot of us are feeling the stress of overwhelm. But in our Stoic practice, we can always take a moment of stillness or mindfulness. For you, it might be journaling, it might be prayer, it might be just listening to some music. I like to take a few moments of mindfulness every day. That's been part of my practice for many years. Some mornings it's just a few moments, others it's much longer, but I always find it refreshing. And as Marcus said, the theory is quite simple. It's child's play. Now, it's not always easy, but it is a simple practice. So I wanted to share with you today a brief meditation that I've created to help you do that. And I'm going to use the acronym STOA. STOA. The S is for stop and be still. The T is for to take a nice deep conscious breath. The O is for observe, especially observing non-judgmentally. And the A is for allowing and accepting whatever we are experiencing. So I'll walk us through this, and then we'll move on with the rest of your day. So the S is to just come to a stop and let yourself become as still as you can. No need to be rigid, just let yourself stop. Just stop what you're doing. Let your muscles relax as best you can. Just enjoying a moment of stillness. The T is for to take a breath. So let's really focus on a nice deep breath. Inhaling and exhaling. Appreciating the miracle of being alive. And so the O is observe. So here we expand our attention from our breath, kind of around our breath, And just noticing ourselves just sitting. Maybe you're standing, but most of us are sitting. Just notice the sensations, the information coming from our body. So we could start with our legs and feet, just noticing the sensations that are present without judging. Moving up to our chest and stomach. Now observing our arms and hands. And if your mind gets distracted, you can just shrug it off, as Marcus says, and come back to the focus of your attention, which is our body, moving up into our shoulders, and now our face. Taking just a moment to notice what thoughts are running through your mind. And we can open our eyes. And that's your Stoa meditation. Please have a good rest of your day.
All right. So thank you again to all the speakers. Phil asked me to say something about making lightning talks in the future, and I'm not sure if we've discussed that already, Greg, but there's probably going to be an announcement at some point at Stoicism today.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about for the next Stoicon, obviously that's a good ways off in the future. But lightning talks have really caught on. I think actually they first started with the Stoicon X in Toronto, I want to say 2017. So there's a lot of Stoicon X's that do lightning talks. And if this is the sort of thing that you want to do, you might check out all the Stoicon X events that are coming up. Some of them are in person, but quite a few of them are also online. And it's a great thing to do. I think a lot of people do them and then realize that maybe they would like to do longer talks. It's a way of getting your feet wet. For us on the other end, it's a way of identifying speaker talent that we might want to tap in the future. But we should think about this not just in terms of Stoicon, but the worldwide Stoic community. Since we have these, online events like we do, it's not unusual to see people crossing virtual borders all over the place and talking at Stoas all over the world. Rob asked, what's the name of our Stoa meditation presenter? Everything is in the handbook that we've put links to, so you can, all these questions that people have about where to find different people, there's Tim Iverson putting as his thing. You can find it all in those things that we put into the Dropbox specifically for that. So I think that will be very helpful for people. There was a question as well about books that people have written. In the coming week, we will be putting together a list of books from the various speakers and sending that out to you by email. Obviously, we're not going to put it together on the fly during the middle of the conference. Anything else that you want to say, Harold? We've got a minute or so before the next session.
Well, we might plug the possibility of writing for Stoicism today.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Given that we're the editors. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'll put a link in the chat, and I just sent it to Phil again, sorry. So, yeah, there's some information there, and I think we got posts lined up for next weeks at least, but yeah, check it out. And if you want to write, there's ample opportunity.
So I will mention that we have a tradition of publishing a lot of these talks as transcripts in Stoicism Today, so you'll see them coming out. Patricia asks, can you repeat the place to find the workbook? It's been linked to a number of times, so if you scroll up, you'll see it, but if Phil could shoot it out there one more time to the Dropbox link, that would be awesome as well. Anything else you want to say to sign off, Harold, before we switch over?
No, thank you. This is great. Oh, one thing. I think I did the lightning talk some years ago, and it did have that effect on me. I mean, it was a great way to actually test out public speaking, and so yeah, I can vouch for that.
Excellent. Well, coming up next, we have two more of our major talks. There's Brittany already lined up in advance, so that's excellent. Her talk is entitled How Do Stoics Care? And Brittany is the co-creator of Stoic Care, a new, you could call it hub, an online hub for teachers, parents, mentors, healthcare providers, community volunteers, and all Stoics who care. So this is a really important aspect, as we were talking about earlier. Justice includes caring, but a lot of people, you know, they leave that out, I think. Brittany is also the author of Tranquility Parenting, a guide to staying calm, mindful, and engaged. She is a member of our Modern Stoicism team, and along with Katherine, a co-organizer of the Practical Paths to Flourishing, the conference on Stoicism and women that somebody was just asking about in the chat. Brittany, remind me, so there's a question here, is there a recording or plans for another one? There were recordings from that, right?
There is a recording, and I don't have the address with me, but we can send that out. And yes, we are definitely excited about doing this again in 2022. We almost have a date to announce. It's not quite ready yet, but please be on the lookout. We will announce that through Modern Stoicism and on our Twitter feeds as well. So yes, that's definitely coming up.
All right, so we'll turn this over to Brittany.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. It's wonderful to be here with you today, talking about a very important topic in Stoicism. How do Stoics care? Now, one reason this is important is because it's so misunderstood. You know, there's that lingering kind of ugly stereotype out there that Stoics don't care about anything, including other people. And that is completely inaccurate. That's a misunderstanding of Stoicism. So we'll talk about that. And it's also important because it's at the heart of Stoicism. It's a very important part of the philosophy itself. So as we go through today, I'd like for you to keep this quote from Marcus Aurelius in mind. Love these people among whom your lot has fallen, but love them in all sincerity. Now, throughout the meditations, Marcus talks a lot about other people, right? About love, care, the common good, being patient and kind with people. And this is really hard to do. So throughout the meditations, he's constantly reminding himself to do it and thinking of techniques for doing this. Now, one reason I love this quote so much is because it is very specific. And you'll notice that he's not talking about some kind of abstract or theoretical love here, right? He says, love these people among whom your lot has fallen, the people that you happen to be with in your life. Maybe you didn't choose to be with some of these people, and maybe you wouldn't choose to be with them if you had a choice, but guess what? You are with them for whatever reason. And so it's up to us to make the best of that situation and love them in all sincerity. This is the second part of the quote that's really key. It's not about doing your duty grudgingly, right? Grumbling behind your back while you're loving them. No, love them in all sincerity. We have to get that sincere, authentic love in there. This is really, really hard to do, as everybody knows. So we're going to, in order to talk about this, we're going back to the basics. And the reason that we are here today, or at least the reason I'm here, I'm guessing it's the reason you are here, is because we all want to live a good life, right? We want to become happy. We want to live a meaningful life. And Stoicism helps us to answer this question. So I'd just like to point out right from the very beginning that Stoic ethics and Stoic care is not about sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of others. No, as we'll see, we become happy by caring for others. So we actually enhance our happiness at the same time that we care for others. Now, how do we do that? Well, we have to go back to the ancient Greek definition of happiness, eudaimonia, and it's quite different from when we say happy. A lot of us today mean kind of like a fleeting happiness, like, oh, I'm eating an ice cream cone, I'm so happy, or I just got a new car, I just got a promotion, I'm so happy. No, this kind of happiness is external, and that means it can be taken away, right? If the new car or the new job disappears, then so does our happiness. And that's not what we want, right? So if we are going to become truly happy with this kind of deep and lasting happiness, we want to have it internal, this steady happiness that results when we actually fulfill our potential as a human. So this is what eudaimonia is. It's the best mindset available to people, and it's fulfilling our capacity for humanity, basically. We don't want to become inhuman, right? This is not about getting rid of our emotions or becoming a robot, something like that. We want to perfect our humanity, perfect our human nature. And when we do this, we will become happy. So I love this quote from Cleanthes, which really kind of brings out this point. He says, for all human beings have from nature inclinations toward virtue and are like half lines of iambic verse, half lines of poetry. If they remain incomplete, they are base, or you might say foolish, unwise. But if they are completed or perfected, they are virtuous. So what Cleanthes is saying here is each one of us is like an unfinished poem, right? Think about your favorite poem or maybe your favorite song, and someone's playing the song and they stop right before the conclusion, right before that last line. How do you feel? Your ear is longing to complete that, right? We're longing for that completion and fulfillment and harmonious resolution. So Cleanthes is saying this is what each one of us is like. We have these inclinations toward virtue from nature. This is just our genetic endowment, right? And we're all longing to fulfill this potential. Anything short of that leaves us hanging, right? We're longing to be complete. Now, to do this, in order to perfect or complete our humanity, we need to have a pretty good understanding of what it actually means to be human. There are a lot of different ways you could answer this question, right? But one way that the ancient Stoics answered it, and the one that we're going to be focusing on today, is to look at the nature of each creature, and in this case, humans. So if you want to look at what humans are, what human nature is, look at the specific characteristics that separate us from other creatures. So for example, just to take a simple example, think about a bumblebee. A bee, you're not going to say it's a good bee if it doesn't help the other bees in the hive, if it refuses to go from flower to flower gathering pollen, if it doesn't make honey, right? This is what bees do. This is what bees are meant to do. And so we wouldn't say that a bee is an excellent bee and it's not going to be fulfilling its nature or flourishing in its bee way, right? So that's a very simple example, obviously. But if you're looking at humans, you could say that the defining features of humanity, what sets us apart, what makes us who we are, what defines us, are some of these characteristics. So intelligence, obviously, this is a big one. We know now that we're not completely separate from animals. It's kind of more of a spectrum of intelligence. But it is such that we have an extreme, we're on the extreme end of the spectrum, right? So we love solving problems. We have this ability to imagine things that aren't there, counterfactual thinking. We can imagine what other people are thinking as well. So we have this very, very strong rational capacity and reasoning ability, and we need to use it well if we're going to be excellent and if we're going to flourish. Related to that is our desire for truth. This is something that doesn't get talked about that often, but it's actually extremely important when you think about it. Everybody likes to be right about things. We like to understand. We like to know things. Think about if you feel like you've been tricked, or if someone has pulled the wool over your eyes. We all hate that feeling, right? We have a natural yearning for truth and understanding. So much so that we even create puzzles and riddles for ourselves, right? Just so we have the pleasure of understanding, getting that aha moment. We love truth. Another feature, of course, a defining feature is our sociability, our extreme social gregariousness and social nature. So if you think about it, humans are meant to be in groups. We always live in families, in tribes, in communities. We perish when we're alone. And this is extremely evident when you think about children. human infants are born completely helpless and have the longest childhood in the animal kingdom. And so they are very dependent on their caregivers. And in turn, human caregivers, parents, and other caregivers are created so that we can care about those children. Otherwise, we wouldn't be willing to put in all that work and get up in the middle of the night and pick up all those dirty socks off the floor, right? We are made so that we do care about our children. Otherwise, our species wouldn't be here at all. It's particularly interesting to me that contemporary evolutionary psychology suggests that our intelligence and our sociability kind of evolved in tandem, that we became so intelligent because we are so social, and it's kind of a virtuous cycle reinforcing each other. So these are really, really strong characteristics of humans, and what it means to be a good human is to exemplify excellence in these areas. Now that sounds like a lot, right? And of course, what we're talking about here is ideal human nature. The Stoics weren't going around and sampling people off the street and saying, okay, what do you think it means to be happy? No, they were looking at the ideal, because we know what average people are thinking, right? And the level of happiness that an average person has. And it's probably not going to be our ideal. So instead, we're looking at the highest level here so that we have something to aim for. And what's wonderful, whenever you're starting to think that this sounds really impossible to achieve, well, of course, it isn't ideal, but it's something to aim for, right? And we can make progress. Of course, we will never become fully virtuous, but we can make progress in our way. And we have the starting points of virtue to point us in the right direction. So keep in mind as we're going through the talk that becoming happy, which is what we all want to do, means becoming virtuous, becoming an excellent person. And in order to do that, we need to care about others. We need to perfect our ability to care for others. So some of you might be thinking, what about the dichotomy of control? This has come up several times today, the dichotomy of control, which in its simplified version says that we shouldn't worry about things that are outside of our control. We should focus on what's within our control, our motivations, opinions, desires, aversions, and actions. And of course, this is true. This is a very good rule of thumb for a Stoic, but there is a risk of misunderstanding it when it's oversimplified. So I just want to point out that we are not supposed to stop caring about others because of the dichotomy of control. We're only supposed to stop letting our happiness depend on other people. This is a big distinction. Once you realize that your happiness is internal, it depends on your character and your fulfillment of your human nature, you understand that you are still caring about people, but your happiness doesn't depend on anything out there. It doesn't depend on what other people are doing, whether they give you the social approval that you might be craving, or whether they give you that promotion, or whether you get a certain number of likes on social media. None of that matters for your happiness. Your happiness depends on your internal character. And guess what? Your ability to care is part of your character. It's internal to you. You care about others no matter what other people are doing. You still have that ability and you still develop it. So what I would suggest as you're thinking about the dichotomy of control and caring for other people, that you kind of break it down into these two questions. So you might say, does my good, in other words, my happiness, what's good for me, does that depend on other people? And for a Stoic, the answer is always going to be no, it doesn't. Your happiness doesn't depend on what's going on out there. But there's another question we can ask. Is it appropriate for me to care about other people? And the answer to that is yes. It is appropriate because you are a human and it is part of your nature, and you find your flourishing and happiness that way. So I hope that's clear. I hope that clarifies a little bit about how, as a good Stoic, we do care and we still apply the dichotomy of control. And I really like this quote from Marcus Aurelius, which exemplifies this idea. He says, a human being finds delight in doing what is proper to a human being. And what is proper is to show goodwill to our own kind, right? So we derive our happiness just by doing what's proper to us, what's appropriate. And what is appropriate for us is to show goodwill to others. Okay, so once we know that we are supposed to care, then we need to think about how to do it wisely. So this completely changes our relationship to other people. We care about them, but we need to figure out how to do it wisely without letting our happiness depend on other people. In other words, we need to perfect our care for them. So this is what perfecting your care or your nature would be like. Now, of course, the ancient Stoics looked to the ideal of the sage. And as we all recognize, sages are probably don't really exist in our world. None of us are going to become sages anytime soon. But that's not the point. We still need a guide to work towards, right? We need an idea to guide us as we try to do this. So the sage, someone with perfected judgment, would also have perfected emotions. So remember, again, we're not talking about getting rid of all of our emotions. We do want to get rid of the passions, and that comes from developing good judgment about what's important in life and about what our happiness depends on. So some examples that the ancient Stoics gave of these perfected emotions are good intent, which would be wishing for good things for someone else's sake, goodwill, welcoming, cherishing. You get the idea, right? These very extremely positive but other-oriented emotions, caring about other people for their sake and continuously wishing them good things, cheerfulness and joy. This sounds pretty good, right? This is our goal. So how do we get there? Well, I'd like to illustrate this with an example from Epictetus, one of my favorite discourses, 222, where he's talking about our relationships with other people. And, you know, Epictetus is a teacher. He's in his classroom talking to the equivalent of university students. He also has audience members who are adults, just community members who stop by to listen to his lecture. So he starts the lecture with this really provocative statement. It is to the wise alone that the power to love belongs. Only the wise can love. Really provocative, right? So as you might expect, one of his students pipes up and says, wait a minute, I'm not wise, but I still love my family. I love my child. So this gives Epictetus the opportunity to explain that until you have perfected your judgment, you're not truly loving. And the reason is because, as a general rule, and one should have no illusions on the matter, there's nothing that a living creature is more strongly attached to than its own benefit. So if you are placing your benefit anywhere external to you, whether that's in pursuing riches or fame or power, whatever it is, or if you put your benefit in another person and they don't return your affection or something like that, anything that is external to you, of course, you're going to be unhappy because things change. You don't have control over what's out there. And you also might trample on that other person. If you truly believe that your good lies outside of you, then you're going to do whatever it takes to achieve that good. You think that's your good. And as a result, that's where all of your motivations lead you. So if you want to love truly, if you want to be happy and love truly and develop good judgment, then you need to realize that your benefit is internal, which is what we've been saying the whole time, right? It's in your character. And then you find your flourishing, your benefit, your happiness. So he says, if I am where my moral self is, in that case alone will I be the friend, the son, the father, the mother, the sister that I ought to be. For then it will benefit me to preserve my trustworthiness, my sense of shame, my patience, my temperance, my cooperativeness, and to maintain good relations with others. When you recognize that your good is internal, then you can truly love. You can give that altruistic love without expecting anything in return. You have the joy of giving that love that's independent over whether someone returns your affections or whether that person passes away or whatever the circumstances of your life are. If you are where your moral self is, then you can truly love. So the point I'd like to emphasize here is that we actually benefit ourselves when we love others. And as we learn to care wisely, we become happier. So again, everybody benefits here, right? We're benefiting ourselves. Of course, we're benefiting other people by giving them this goodwill and acting justly towards them as well. So this is wonderful all around. And what I really love is when Stoicism converges with wisdom from other traditions as well. And these days from science, we have some great scientific studies supporting this idea as well. So the quote I have for you here is from Mathieu Ricard, who is a Buddhist monk, a translator for the Dalai Lama, and he has been called the happiest man alive due to his participation in some research studies, some neuroscience studies that looked at his brain activity as he was meditating on compassion and altruistic love. So Ricard says, on the level of lived experience, and again, we're not talking just about theory here, this is practical lived experience. Altruistic love is accompanied by a profound feeling of fullness. Here we go again with this sense of fullness, of completion, of perfecting. And it is also the state of mind that activates the most brain areas linked to the positive emotions. Altruistic love is the most positive of all the positive emotions. And that's pretty amazing. And it just reinforces this idea that we've been talking about. We become happy when we fulfill our potential for love, for caring about other people. So I hope you have a strong motivation now to think about love and care from a Stoic perspective as well. Now, I know this is really hard to do. I know I need all the help I can get to do this. And I imagine that all of you do as well. So I just want to offer 3 ideas. Now, Stoicism is full of ideas and advice and techniques for doing this. I would especially recommend reading Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. He talks a lot in there about specific techniques to care wisely, to care about other people. So here I'm just going to pull out 3 that I think are really helpful and might be good to get you started. So this one comes from Seneca. Think of every interaction with others as meaningful. Now, this is really hard to do today because we have so many interactions with people. You know, maybe you're commuting to work and you see hundreds of people, their faces pass in a blur, right? So we're bombarded with interacting with people and we risk kind of not seeing them as human anymore. We're just not thinking about it. So Seneca tells us, let this verse be in your heart and in your mouth. And this is a verse from another play. I am a human being. I regard nothing human as foreign to me. This is a very simple verse. You can carry it with you all day. Anytime you have an interaction with someone else, whether it's a stranger you're just checking out at the supermarket, or whether it's with your best friend or your spouse, a family member, I am a human being. I regard nothing human as foreign to me. That means that person that you just have that brief interaction with, guess what? They're a person too. They have their own understandings and feelings behind that face, right? Online, this is especially difficult to do online. We might not even see faces, right? We just have words. Well, okay, online, there are some bots and other things, but a lot of times it is a person that you're interacting with, right? So remind yourself, I am a human being. I regard nothing human as foreign to me. Seneca also tells us we are linked in companionship, in human companionship, to every other person. So treat them as such, respect them. Even if they've done something that's unkind, even if they've done something you disagree with, even if they have different political opinions that you disagree with, you still treat them respectfully. They are a person. Don't expect other people to make you happy. Now, of course, we've talked about this already quite a lot. But I would just like to emphasize this even applies when you're doing something nice for other people. You do something nice for other people. You do the right thing because it makes you happy to do so, not because you expect a reward from it, not because you expect recognition or appreciation, because guess what? A lot of times you're not going to get it. A lot of times people won't even realize you've done something nice for them. But Marcus Aurelius tells us, tell me, when you've done a good turn, what more do you want? Is it not enough that in doing this, you've acted according to your own nature, that you should go on to seek a reward for it? It's just as if the eye sought compensation for seeing, or the feet for walking. You do what you do, and it brings delight to you because it is an expression of your fullest humanity. And that's where you find your happiness. And remember what's important in life. We need to develop good judgment. Epictetus, in that same discourse, 222, says, whoever among you sincerely wants to be friend to another should eradicate bad judgments and despise them and banish them from your mind. So we've talked here just about one slice of Stoicism, ethics. It's also important to bring in your logic and your physics. In other words, your relationship with yourself, with your own inner discourse, and with the wider world. We don't have time to talk about all of that right now. They are important as well. So developing good judgment is part of a whole package, right? And we want to remind ourselves constantly, we want to always have these Stoic ideas on our lips and in our minds so that we can develop that good judgment at every moment. So these are just 3 ideas that I hope can get you started. There's a lot more out there. But that's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for your time. If you'd like to learn more about kind of the theory of humanist Stoicism, you can check out my website, livinginagreement.com. I talk about moral psychology there. Stoicare.com is a new site that I have with Eve Riches, where we're really focusing on the practical aspects of caring as a Stoic. And we've designed it for basically anyone who cares: parents, teachers, mentors, medical professionals, therapists, everybody. And we're really excited. We've got some new resources coming online soon for that. And I'm always happy to answer questions. You can reach out to me on Twitter as well. So thank you so much for your attention today.
So we have about 6 minutes for questions. You can put them in the chat. While we're waiting, there was something that Austin Porter said that I think could be interesting to respond to. He said, "It seems to me that many people enjoy or admire deliberate cruelty." How do you deal with people like that? I mean, that's sort of at an extreme. It's not just that you're nice to them and they're brusque with you. There are people who are actively mean.
Yes, well, recognizing that is part of wisdom, right? So, I kind of wanted to emphasize the caring aspects of Stoicism because we don't talk about that very much. But it's important to remember you use your good judgment as well. And you would never want to put yourself in a situation where you're going to be abused or taken advantage of. Wisdom means, getting yourself out of those situations. First, you try to influence the situation and take action, right? So I want to make sure I'm not suggesting to people that, oh, I've just got to take whatever this person is doing. I'm just going to sit here and care about them, right? No. That's not what I'm talking about. You definitely want to take action. And, this applies on a societal level as well. You do want to take action when you can, when possible. There are always going to be evil people out there, unfortunately. That's a fact of life. So definitely you take action to prevent as much of that as possible. Stoicism is a philosophy of action. However, we all know there are times when you can't prevent that. So those are the times when you've got to focus on your care. And you know what? Every person is still a person. So part of the hardest thing to do is to care about people who we kind of feel like don't deserve our care.
Yeah.
It's a challenge, but yes. Does that answer the question?
It does. And actually, there's another question that's particularly good, and I think also has to do with care for the self. This is from Julianne. How can Stoicism help with burnout from full-time caregiving?
Oh, good question. And I actually just posted a resource on Stoicare this week, specifically for healthcare professionals, because this is a major issue for healthcare professionals, obviously with the pandemic more than ever. So you might want to check that out. It's under the toolkits on Stoicare. But one thing I've been really interested in, I don't have very long to talk about this, is the separation of empathy and compassion, or you could say cognitive empathy and emotional empathy. So this is something Stoicism can really help you with. And the Stoics talk about, part of caring wisely is separating your actions from what's happening out there. A doctor might do their best and the patient still doesn't get better, right? So we want to make sure that we have this wisdom to accept those things without becoming emotionally attached to it and emotionally identifying with the other person's suffering. This is something that's taken me a long time to get my head wrapped around, but Stoicism can really help with it. I also do want to mention, self-compassion, especially for caregivers. We are so underappreciated all the time. We're stressed. We don't have support from society, for one thing. So have compassion for yourself. I think this was mentioned earlier as well. We're not perfect, and you need to forgive yourself. Don't hold yourself to a highest standard and say, oh, I failed today because I didn't reach this. Well, of course, nobody's perfect, right? So having that self-compassion as well is compatible with Stoicism. You just try again the next day.
Yeah, is there a point where you can say this is good enough? It's good, it's not perfect, but I've fulfilled my duties, or I've measured up to what needed to be done?
I think you have to do that, especially in the context of parenting, for example. No parent is ever,
Yeah.
no parent is ever perfect. And many of us feel like we're not good enough. You know, oh, I snapped at my child today because I didn't get enough sleep last night and she was pitching a temper tantrum. And, you know, and again, that's part of also being pushed to the limit and not having as much support. But yes, I think we have to do it every day and say, today I did my best, you know, and then you wake up the next day and say, okay, today I'm going to do my best.
So your best is something not perfectionistic, right? But something dynamic, something possible. Oh, here's a good question to end on. Phil Glover, do you think compassion is more important than empathy? Oftentimes people make a distinction between the two. The distinctions are kind of loose and messy, but.
Yeah. Well, I would define empathy as kind of co-feeling with somebody, and that's something a Stoic would definitely want to avoid. You don't want to have a feeling for someone that causes you so much distress that you can't even help that person, right? So Stoicism helps us to avoid that feeling. You know, if pity is defined as a sympathetic sorrow, it's still a sorrow, it's still a passion, and Epictetus defines it as a passion. So yes, we want to avoid that while bringing in this, I call it cognitive empathy, kind of like we were talking about with the altruistic love. So it is different. It's on a different level, and it enables you to do what you need to do to care for that person.
All right. Well, this is an excellent talk. A lot of people saying so in the chat. Thanks so much to Brittany for offering this to all of us. We're moving on to our next speaker, and this is Aldo Dinucci, who's coming up to there he is, the virtual stage. Let me give a quick introduction and then we'll launch right into that. So Aldo is a doctor in ancient philosophy and professor at the Federal University of, I'm probably going to mispronounce it, Sergipe in Brazil. He's been researching Stoicism in general and Epictetus in particular for 2 decades, publishing translations and papers, both academic and popular in Portuguese and in English. And he is also the leader of a group of Stoics in Brazil called Viva Vox. His talk is James Bond, Stockdale, and Epictetean Communitarian Action. So here we go. I'm going to turn it over to Aldo.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Greg, for the introduction. Well, I'm grateful to Modern Stoicism for the opportunity to talk about my research and my views on Stoicism. I'm grateful also to Kai Whiting, with whom I've been discussing communitarian Stoicism for the last 3 years. Let me put the slides. Can you see? I'm not seeing myself. That's okay?
No slides yet.
And now?
Nope.
Well, we'll just
big green share button.
Oh yeah.
Here they come. Got it. Thank you.
That's it. Thanks. I will talk today about Stockdale and Epictetean communitarian action. James Bond Stockdale was a fighter pilot of the US Navy and was shot down during a combat tour over Vietnam in 1965. He was captured and became a prisoner of war for almost 8 years. And in prison, he was the highest ranking official among his fellow soldiers, and for this reason, he took the role of their leader. 2 years before, Stockdale was studying at Stanford, where he met Professor René Lander, who introduced him to Epictetus and to Stoicism. Stockdale read and memorized the manual of Epictetus, and also studied Epictetus' discourses. These two, along with Xenophon Memorabilia of Socrates, the Iliad and the Odyssey, were his bedside books. Stockdale asserts that these studies made a great difference in his life, transforming him completely. As he points out in his Courage Under Fire, I think it was obvious to my close friends, and certainly to me, that I was a changed man, and I have to say, a better man for my introduction to philosophy and especially to Epictetus, unquote. One of the most important things Stockdale learned from Epictetus is the need to take his role in each situation of life and to act in a communitarian way. I quote, Epictetus drew the same sort of audience Socrates had drawn 500 years earlier. Young aristocrats destined for careers in finance, the arts, public service. The best families sent him their best sons in their middle 20s to be told what the good life consisted of, to be disabused of the idea that they deserved to become playboys. The point made clear that their job was to serve their fellow men, unquote. In the same book, he presents some Epictetus quotations concerning these issues. I quote, do you not know what that life is a soldier's service? One must keep guard, another take the field. If you neglect your responsibilities when some severe order is laid upon you, do you not understand to what a pitiful state you bring the army, insofar as in you lies? Remember, you are an actor in a drama of such sort as the author chooses. If short, then in a short one. If long, then in a long one. If it be his pleasure that you should enact a poor man, or a cripple, or a ruler, see that you act it well. For this is your business, to act well the given part, but to choose it belongs to another. If you regard yourself as a man and as a part of some whole, it's fitting for you now to be sick and now to make a voyage and run risks, and now to be in want, and on occasion to die before your time, unquote. Choosing these passages, Stockdale underlined two important points of Epictetus' philosophy. The first, the need to play well the role which is appointed to each of us. The first and second quotations. And the perception that each of us is part of a totality. Stockdale seems to be totally aware of something that many people who study and try to follow Stoicism today do not pay the due attention. Stoicism is not an individualistic philosophy, but a communitarian one. If on the one hand, virtue is enough for happiness, it's impossible, on the other, to be virtuous without benefiting others. That's to say, according to the Stoics, if you are virtuous, you necessarily benefit your community, your country, you benefit humanity in general. As Epictetus puts it, this is not a perverse self-regard, for the animal is constituted so as to do all things for itself. For even the sun does all things for itself, even Zeus himself. But when he chooses to be the giver of rain and the giver of fruits and the father of gods and humans, you see that he cannot obtain these functions and these names if he is not useful to humans. And universally, he has made the nature of the rational animal such that it cannot obtain any one of its own proper interests if it does not contribute something to the common interest, unquote. So, for Epictetus, being virtuous implies contributing to the common interests. In order to achieve this, each of us must understand and play our individual roles in society. The roles of son or daughter, father or mother, neighbor, brother or sister, citizen, human being, and also an important part of nature or God. Epictetus says that roles are parts of relations, and that if someone acts adequately concerning them, he understands and plays well his role in this particular relation. I quote Manual 30. Adequate actions are universally measured by relations. Is a man a father? The precept is to take care of him, to yield to him in all things. But suppose that he is a bad father. Were you then by nature made him to a good father? No, but to a father. Does a brother wrong you? Maintain then your own position towards him, and do not examine what he is doing, but what you must do, that your will shall be conformable to nature. In this way, then, you discover your duty, from the relation of a neighbor, from that of a citizen, from that of a general, if you are accustomed to contemplate the relations, unquote. In a nutshell, if you are virtuous, you act in a communitarian way. If you act in a communitarian way, you understand and play well the roles assigned to you. Finally, if you play well and understand your roles, you follow nature, because for Epictetus, these relations are established by nature itself. And Anthony Long summarized Epictetus' communitarian stoicism as follows. Epictetus argues that our identity is so irreducibly social, both globally and locally, that we cannot achieve our own good unless we see ourselves as integral parts of the world in general, and of our society in particular. Hence, while there is such a thing as my interest, it's no more detachable from the communities of which I am a part than my food is detachable from the functions I require it to serve. The implication is that if you isolate your own interests from these social roles, you turn yourself into the equivalent of a detached lamp, and therefore cease to be a functioning person with any genuinely human interests as such, unquote. These roles and relations ultimately form a web which composes the world: family, city, country, humanity, earth, the whole universe. For the Stoics, the universe is not a bunch of atoms gathered together, but a living being, a system in which humans play an important part. He, quote, he then who has observed with intelligence the administration of the world, and has learned that the greatest and supreme and the most comprehensive community is that which is composed of humans and God, and that from God have descended the seeds not only to my father and grandfather, but to all beings which are generated on the earth and are produced, and particularly to rational beings, for these only are by their nature formed to have communion with God, being by means of reason conjoined with him. Why should not such a man call himself a citizen of the world? Why not a son of God? And why should he be afraid of anything which happens among humans? Unquote. Stockdale deeply understood these tenets of Epictetus' Stoicism and applied them as a prisoner of war in Vietnam. Once in prison, he meditated about the roles attributed to him in that difficult situation. Quote, "What's not up to you, beyond your power, not subject to your will in the last analysis. For starters, let's take your station in life. As I glide down towards that little town on my short parachute ride, I'm just about to learn how negligible is my control over my station in life. It's not at all up to me. I'm going right now from being the leader of 100+ pilots and 1,000 men, and goodness knows all sorts of symbolic status and goodwill, to being an object of contempt. I'll be known as a criminal," unquote. Stockdale correctly understood that the roles given to us are among things not up to us. They are external and to be counted among the indifferent things, which are neither good nor bad, but materials that can be used in a good or in a bad way. As Epictetus states in Manual 13, it belongs to another to select our roles, but it is our duty playing well on the part that is given to us. In Stockdale's case, his part was as a leader of his companions in prison. Stockdale thought long about what his first orders should be, and came to this conclusion. Quote, "My orders came out as easy to remember acronyms. The principal one was back us. Don't bow in public. Stay off the air. Admit no crimes. Never kiss then goodbye. US could be interpreted as United States, but it really means unity over self. Lunars make out in an enemy's prison. So my first rule of togetherness in there was that each of us had to work at the lowest common denominator, never negotiating for himself, but only for all, unquote. Stockdale's rule of togetherness, US, or unity over self, is in full agreement with Epictetus' philosophy. The commander and his subordinates must in all acts aim at the common good and never act in individualistic or selfish way. To keep and enhance the link among the soldiers, a tap code was created since the Vietnamese tried to destroy their network. In his book, Thoughts of a Philosophical Pilot, Stockdale reflects upon his experience both as prisoner of war and leader of his companions in Hanoi. He observes that in prison, man's need for his fellows was certainly spotlighted in those intense circumstances. We found ourselves overcoming what is often billed as natural selfishness of man, even the survival instinct of man, by clinging to ideas like unity over self and the spirit of other similar axioms of our organization. We learned that the virtues of truthfulness and straightforwardness have their own reward, unquote. Stockdale reflects that these virtues have their own reward. That's to say, to have the awareness of being an effective part of a group who fulfills ourselves as humans. In fact, Cicero, an eclectic who transmitted to us several reports about Stoic philosophy in antiquity, informs us that, according to the Stoics, from the fact that, quote, no one wishes to spend his life in solitude, even with infinity and abundance of pleasures, it's easily understood that we are born for communion, for the congregation, and for the natural community, unquote. He adds that the human community has its origin in the affection created by nature from parents towards their children. Stoicism acknowledges that human beings have selfish impulses, but at the same time, their innate tendency to live in community can be enhanced through the study and practice of philosophy. Through this exercise, the Stoics think the awareness about the urgency of acting unselfishly can be cultivated in human beings. Ultimately, for the Stoics, since humans are naturally fit for social intercourse, association, and civility, acting in a communitarian way is something that interests them, and selfishness is an illusion. Stockdale, in fact, notes that this was the main objective of Epictetus' teaching, to show his pupils how to overcome selfishness and consequently how to act in a communitarian way. Stockdale deeply understood and applied Epictetus' philosophy as a leader of the American in Hanoi. He played his role as their commander in the best way possible, preserving and strengthening the sense of comradeship among his soldiers through simple and objective commands, such as his rule of togetherness, US, unity over self, and his urge to act aiming at the common good in a communitarian way. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Aldo, for that presentation. So, questions for Aldo on this? There's a lot of rich material here. Actually, I mean, I'll throw one out there right off the bat. We don't hear that much about Stockdale, I think, these days. And you've nicely brought him in where he often doesn't get to, with all of these ancient and then some modern Stoics. He brought up A. Long and his reinterpretation. So it almost seems, and this is I could be completely wrong about this. Like, you get Stockdale and he appeals to military people and people wanting to talk about resilience, toughness, the prison camp experience, and then you've got all these other Stoics over here, and you managed to bring them together. Do you see him as somebody who's, not just applying Stoicism, but where it's an integral part of his thought, his response, his way of living?
Yeah, surely. I think he's a great philosopher also. He's not valorized, recognized as such, but I think he is. I read all his books, and this especially is very good. It is thoughts of philosophical fighter. And you must read it to understand how deep he is, not only applying but thinking about Stoicism. He, of course, he's not a scholar, but he's a very intelligent. He was a very intelligent person, obviously, and he did a great job thinking about these things, and thinking about things that usually many scholars do not pay the due attention. That do not this communitarian aspect of Stoicism is present everywhere in Stoicism, but few people pay attention to it. I was thinking about it. Let me show you just one passage, if I can. Just a moment. I just discovered it the other day. It is Mussolini's Rufus. He says, if you agree that man's nature most closely resembles the bee that which cannot live alone, for it does when left alone, but bends its energies to the one common task of his fellows and toils and works together with his neighbors. If it is so, and in addition, you recognize that for man, evil consists in injustice, in cruelty, and indifference to a neighbor's trouble, while virtue is brotherly love and goodness and justice and beneficence and concern for the welfare of one's neighbor. With such ideas, I say, it would be each man's duty to take thought for his own city and to make of his home a rampart for its protection. So it's very present in all the texts of the Stoics, but few people pay attention, right? And among these few people, we have Anthony Long and also Stockdale.
So Kai has an interesting question here that I think we can turn into two questions. He says, why do you think that cosmopolitanism gets ignored by a lot of contemporary Stoics? So that's one question. And I think, we also don't want to blur together communitarianism and cosmopolitanism. They're not absolutely separate from each other, because if we're thinking in terms of the world as our city, then that is our community as well. But I mean, is there sometimes a tension between being a cosmopolitan and focusing on your particular community, your local community?
Yeah, as the concentric circles says, the idea of the concentric circle says, usually our affection is stronger with persons we are next to us, right? Mm-hmm. But and in this way, we love more our family, than our neighbor or someone who is living in a distant country. But at the same time, philosophy tries to develop this sense of affection, not in the sense of Christian love, but in the sense of comradeship. In fact, in this book, Stockdale notes that in prison, the most important link among his soldiers was not friendship, but comradeship. He quotes Glenn Gray. He has a book titled The Wars, Reflections on Men in Battle. And Gray says, friendship is not just a more intense form of comradeship. It's very opposite. While comradeship wants to break down the walls of self, friendship seeks to expand these walls and keep them intact. The one relationship is ecstatic, the other whole individual. Nothing is clearer than that man can act contrary to the alleged basic instinct of self-preservation and against all motives of self-interest and egoism. Were not so, the history of our civilization would be completely different than what it has been. So for cosmopolitanism, we must enhance this comradeship among humans. And nowadays, it's a very weak feeling, right? Usually people from a country do not care if the other countries, people of other country, for example, in Africa, if they are dying of hunger or something like this. So Stoics think philosophy is a way to enhance this comradeship among people. You don't need to love the other person to do the best for him or for her, but you must have this sense of comradeship. And once you have it, you play your role well, and you do the best both for you and for the other people.
So there's a question here from Andre, and this is about daily life. How can we apply more of this cosmopolitan way of thinking in our daily lives?
Yeah, in our daily lives, we must play well the roles assigned to us, right? The role of a father or mother or brother, and so on. If you play well these roles, you are doing a great job concerning the world in general, right? You are doing a great thing. It's not easy at all to do all these things. They are difficult to do, and because you have to pay attention, you have to be focused on your work all the time, on your on the things you must do for your son or for your sister or for your father. It's not easy to pay attention to each, to be all in these things, right? Usually we are always thinking about other problems or think about ourselves. So you must keep in mind and must think about our roles individually speaking and play out them. If we are doing this, we are already doing a great job. As you see in the world, it's not every day that we see a good father, a good mother, a good son, and so on.
It looks like there's a lot of discussion in the chat about what words to use for all of this. Somebody suggests solidarity. JB says, I wish I could call my people comrades. Yeah, go ahead.
There is a lecture of Musonius. One of the lectures about matrimony, not matrimony, but about...
That's right, matrimony, yeah. Weddings.
Matrimony, thanks.
Married life, yeah.
Yeah, married life. And he does not use the word love. He used two words that they say they are essential to a good marriage. The first one is symbiosis, comradeship. And the second one is caring for each other. So we must have, for Musonius, in a perfect relation, so to say, these two qualities, comradeship and mutual care. And it's beautiful. It's not only, do you think nowadays if you talk about love in a romantic way, and they also it is egoistic because you think, oh, I love this person, she's or he's mine. I will not share with anyone. Musonius is talking about a totally different kind of relation, totally different. A relation which is a symbiosis, right? You have a comradeship and mutual care. And I think it's much more stronger. I think it's stronger than the romantic love we have nowadays.
Longer lasting, perhaps, right? It's got something that it can. Maybe we could talk about resilience of relationships. romantic love is famously ephemeral, whereas these other types of relationships are much less so.
Yeah.
There's a remark here from Fielding Isaacs that I think could be interesting, going back to Stockdale. He says, military officers are usually looked at only as leaders, but many parts of our work parallel with academia, for example, advising, publishing in the form of writing instructions, research needed to correctly write instructions. So as an academic, but also as somebody who's reading Stockdale, what do you think of that idea? That there's connections between military leadership? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we can apply. So I personally, I'm applying it in my group of students, and it's very helpful. Of course, you don't have and we don't want to have also the authority of a military leader, right? But we must have leadership anyway, right? So I'm applying it all the time, especially this idea about comradeship. If you try to make everyone friends, it's difficult, it's impossible. But it's easier and much better to make them comrades. So they work together, they will make the group grow, right?
Exactly. Well, we are just about out of time for this one. Thanks for this excellent talk, Aldo. Now we're going to be calling up the next panel. So we have quite a few people who are going to be joining us. And I'm going to give an introduction to Travis Hume, who is going to be the moderator for this panel, and then he'll give introductions to everybody else. So I'm giving a introductory introduction or a meta introduction, and I'll give that while we're getting everybody else up here. So this is the panel specifically about practical applications of Stoicism. Travis is the creator and administrator of the Applying Stoicism project and its Facebook, Twitter, and Patreon social media accounts. The goal of the project is to help restore lost Stoic techniques and knowledge through lifelong writing, teaching, and application. Travis began practicing Stoicism 2012, early in his sophomore year of college, and has been writing on it since. And one thing I'll say about Travis's writing is it's rather I won't say unique, but very interesting in that he only writes about the things that he's actually tried and either succeeded or failed or somewhere in between with, which I think is a very interesting rule for writing. He aims one day to be a full-time writer on Stoic philosophy and its implementation, fate willing. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Travis, who's going to introduce you to all the rest of our panelists and handle questions.
Hi. Thank you for that, Greg. You guys, everybody can hear me okay, right? Mic check, 1, 2. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome to the Practical Stoic Applications panel. Thank you all for being here and sticking around. We'll start by introducing ourselves and a little about what Stoic projects we're working on and how we practice Stoicism daily. Whenever one of us is finished, we'll pass the mic to someone that hasn't gone yet. When everyone has, we'll pick questions out of the digital hat, so to speak, and discuss on it until it's either run its course or to account for time. I'll be watching for questions in the chat. If there are a lot, I'll be using a tool to grab one at random. I'll be restating the question. I'm happy to remind anyone what the question is, because sometimes, it gets lost in the discussion. But with that, I'll start. I'm Travis Hume, the creator and writer of the Applying Stoicism Life project. You already heard about it. The goal is to provide Stoic guidance on some of the more difficult things to happen in life, drawn from applied examples such as navigating a broken family, financial issues, health emergencies, and personal loss. So, not heavy stuff at all. The project started in earnest as a Facebook group, which I administer to date. Prior to practicing Stoicism in my sophomore year, I would describe myself as being fundamentally ruled by my emotions, financial, romantic, and familial issues. I began learning about Stoicism in a complete knowledge vacuum, with my only being aware of Epictetus and the Enchiridion for about 6 to 8 months, and only because of a 15-minute blurb in an intro to philosophy class I was required to take. While I still have a great deal more to learn, I am in a leaps and bounds better psychological position than I once was. But that's enough about me hearing myself talk, so I will pass the digital mic over to Eve.
Hi, thanks, Travis. So it's great to be here with all of you today. So I work online globally as a Stoic mentor and life coach. I'm also an employment consultant and an autism specialist. I do a few different things in Stoicism. So I'm an advisor to the Aurelius Foundation at Modern Stoicism with Tim, as he was talking about earlier in his really great workshop that he did. I've been doing Stoic Week this year, and with Brittany and Amy, I'm doing Stoic Week for students. Like Brittany doesn't get enough of me, we're also doing Stoic Hair together. What else do? I run London Stoics. I think that's it in Stoicism. I came to Stoicism myself, not as an academic at all. It was definitely a kind of sink or swim situation. I have a few different disabilities and illnesses that aren't treatable. And I think if I didn't have Stoicism, then there was a big danger that my life might largely suck. And I wasn't wanting that. So I found something that was able to give me agency and mean that I could still live a good life. So I think that's what drives me in the work that I do with organizations and individuals. It's just a privilege to be on a journey with people where they can thrive, not only despite their challenging circumstances, but maybe even because of it. And that's pretty magical. So yeah, that's why I love Stoicism. So shall I pass you on to Greg?
Thank you. I'm Greg Lopez, and I am the founder of New York City Stoics, a meetup group that you could still find on meetup.com today that is currently holding stuff online as well as in person. So even if you're from New York, you can still stop by if you'd like. I'm also the co-founder and board member of the Stoic Fellowship, whose goal is to build, foster, and connect Stoics around the world by helping people build groups. And so if you're interested in finding a group or starting a Stoic group, you could check us out at stoicfellowship.com. I'm also co-author of a handbook for new Stoics with Massimo Pigliucci, with whom I've collaborated also for Stoic Camp New York, which is on temporary hiatus until pandemic things settle down a little bit more, but we hope to get started soon again. And also I am currently working on some online courses, targeted practical online courses that you could find at stoicmissingpieces.com. And I'm also collaborating with one other person on the panel on a possible follow-up to a handbook for new Stoics, but I'll let that person reveal themselves if they wish to say more about it, and probably in a better position to say stuff about it than I am. I got into Stoicism by volunteering for an organization that taught cognitive behavior therapy techniques to people with addictive behaviors, Smart Recovery. And the specific form of cognitive behavior therapy they taught, rational motive behavior therapy. Somebody else on the panel is very much more familiar with it than I am, Walter. But that led me to Stoicism and led me to all of the Stoic stuff that I currently do. I also practice Buddhism, primarily secular early forms with akin to maybe Thai forest tradition techniques, and I'm happy to take questions about that as well. But that's me in a nutshell. With that, I will pass it on to the next person on my screen, which is Walter.
Hi, my name is Walter Matwychuk. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, but I practice mainly psychotherapy. I practice a form of psychotherapy that's an amalgamation of ancient and modern philosophy, which heavily borrows from Stoicism. It's called rational emotive behavior therapy, and I had the good fortune of studying with Albert Ellis, who originated it. I also teach graduate students and train clinical psychotherapists in the art and practice of psychotherapy. I do some writing, both for the professional audience and for the lay audience. I would say my mission, or my project, if you will, is the dissemination of rational emotive behavior therapy and the support of Stoicism. I think they're a little bit like gin and tonic. They go together nicely. And I do this through my weekly rational emotive behavioral conversation hour that's held at 9 a.m. Eastern, where I take a volunteer and do actually have a 45-minute conversation with them as to how they could apply both REBT and the ideas of Stoicism to their life and their real problem. It's not a role play. And I also give away the information of REBT, which, like I said, closely parallels Stoicism through what I call the intermittent reinforcement email message that I send out almost weekly, and my website, rebtdoctor.com. So I'm really interested in disseminating ideas that I think help people cope with difficulty. I like to say that I give them a shield and a sword, not a sweater. And to me, life can be very hard, and the pandemic has borne that out. So that's me.
Hey everybody, my name is Karen Duffy, and I'm a writer, producer, and actor. And the gods of fun have really smiled on me because yesterday I was on a panel at the New York City Comic-Con talking about Dumb and Dumber. And today I'm at Stoicon with all you beautiful, brilliant people. Very similar to what Eve said, I found myself deeply attracted to the principles of Stoicism when I was facing a health crisis as well. And I found Stoicism to be an amazing framework. So my life doesn't suck. I have a great life, even though I live with complex regional pain syndrome. And I've written 3 books that really kind of focus on Stoicism, and Model Patient, Backbone, and I have a new book coming out called Wise Up in April of the next year. Meredith?
There, thank you. Glad to be with you all today. My name is Meredith Alexander Coons, and I'm the author of the Stoic Mom blog. I launched that in 2016 to share ideas about Stoic concepts and Stoic life philosophy with parents and caregivers, and I've been working on that ever since. I also write about modern Stoicism for the Stoic magazine, which is published monthly by the Stoic Gym, and I'm one of the admins for the Stoics Parents Facebook group. Just kind of a little bit of background. I'm also a writer and a communicator professionally in the tech industry in Silicon Valley. I live in Northern California. And my real job is a parent to 2 teenage daughters. So that's kind of what led me to Stoicism. Before I discovered Stoicism in around 2015, I was struggling with a lot of anxiety around just all the expectations about being a perfect mother and wife and daughter and friend and professional, and every role that I felt I was supposed to live up to, but was struggling with that idea, wanting to raise my 2 girls to have good values and a good way of living and support a healthy home experience with my husband, pursuing my career at the same time. It just felt that every choice was loaded with a lot of anxiety, producing questions and pressures, and it was just tough. So I realized I was spending a lot of time focusing on things that were outside my control, and what helped me see that was Stoicism. So knowing that there was this age-old philosophy that could kind of set things in balance and could really actually reinforce the perspective I already brought to my parenting and to my work was an amazing discovery for me, that pulled towards this superficial vision of status and success and everything that we're being taught. Kind of this counterpoint to that was really remarkable. And I also wanted to use that as a way to empower my children to become independent guides for themselves. So guiding them, but also helping them to see how they could learn to really take this on, knowing that, we cannot control anyone else, even as a parent. Of course, it's liberating, it's empowering, and I feel that it's critical. So I share this with my daughters and with other students I volunteer with. Right now I'm currently working on a longer writing project about Stoicism for teens with 2 co-authors, including Greg, who mentioned it obliquely there. And I think teens today are under incredible stress. And this has been exacerbated by the pandemic and the growth of social media. And we're seeing new information coming out about this every single day. Research is showing the mental health challenges for our young people, teens and kids. It's just rising to really severe levels. So I think we need to give them more tools for coping and thriving. At the same time, giving that to parents. So I continue to write for caregivers and parents about how I work with my family and my kids and my volunteer work in the Stoic Mom blog. I invite you to check it out. And I also I tweet sometimes as the Stoic woman. And I'd love to also build a book or resource about Stoic inspired parenting and caregiving, and including reflections and wisdom, because I think everyone who's in this boat sees how tough it can be. So thank you for having me. Kevin?
Well, thank you, Meredith. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Like some of our previous panelists, I was drawn to the Stoics through the rationally motive and cognitive therapists, people like Albert Ellis and Aaron Beck. That was about 40 years ago when I was an undergraduate in psychology. And during those years, I'm retired now from a full-time career in disability adjudication and a part-time career as a psychology professor for various colleges and universities. I've written 20-some books on psychology, philosophy, theology, even physical fitness, and almost all of them draw, at least to some degree, bring in some Stoic insights. I've written one book specifically about the Stoics called The Porch and the Cross, and my goal there was to try to show Christian readers how valuable Stoic ethical insights can be to them. But I'm really excited just to tell you about a new project online now that it kind of ties in a little bit with Greg and Meredith, the book mentioned earlier, because it may have special interest for introducing children and adolescents to Stoicism, and because it also ties into my specialty area in psychology, which was human memory. I did a master's thesis on memory strategy, memory instruction, mnemonic techniques in helping adolescents learn better, learn academic material better. And my doctoral dissertation and internship work was at an Alzheimer's center at a medical school. So I looked at the other end of what happens to our cognitive functioning and memory as we age, and for some of us, unfortunately, as we develop dementia. But anyway, this new book is to be called Memorize the Stoics, the ancient art of memory meets the timeless art of living. And this book will be a practical tutorial through which, if readers follow through, it's illustrated, it uses simple visual imagery, but if readers follow through, they'll realize they can remember in their exact order a key point from each of the 53 chapters of Epictetus's handbook. We do the same thing with Seneca's first letters, and to give you one example of how simple this can be, and then I'll shut up. Imagine you come to my house, you open my front door. This is location number 1. The door opens and you see the inside of a jet's cockpit, and your eyes zoom in on this control panel. What's the control panel doing inside my front door? Well, that's just to remind us it's in that first chapter of the Enchiridion that he introduces the dichotomy of control. And if you want to make it one better, imagine that jet was James Stockdale's jet, so we can tie in the modern application since Albert just talked about him. So anyway, I love Stoicism, incorporated in most of my work, and just happy to be here with you all today.
Hi, thank you, Kevin. We have our first question. Each of us should try to give a real-world example of how we've applied Stoicism. So for me, for example, not terribly long ago, my wife had COVID and she had stroke symptoms, and it was very rapid. She wasn't able to speak to me suddenly after exercising, and at first I thought, she was messing with me, and it became very clear when she lost feeling in her limbs and couldn't talk properly that something was wrong. So I got her dressed and we went to the hospital, and in those, you can't prepare for a situation like that. Epictetus describes it as being paired suddenly with a competitor that is way stronger than you and way bigger, and you have in that moment the option to try to draw as much constructiveness out of a severe negative situation like that as you can. That the window is incredibly small to do that, whether you allow the situation to kind of take control of your mind, or if you approach it correctly. If you approach it correctly, nobody can take that away from you, no matter what. So I was able to hold it together. She's fine now. Everything is okay, just, so everybody knows. But that was definitely probably one of the biggest, it's definitely one of the biggest tests of my life. And I'll just leave the floor open to anyone that wants to go next.
I 31 years ago, after I had completed my training with Ellis, I was a week away from my oral dissertation, and I found myself at happy hour sitting on a jukebox. And I was watching somebody go around pilfering beer from other people's pitchers. And this rather large man, probably would make Greg Lopez look small, eventually made his way to my pitcher. And I stupidly grabbed his wrist and said, "That's not yours." And this man, who was huge, looked down the end of his arm at me and spit in my face. And with that, I took my glasses off, wiped them on my jeans, and walked out of the bar and said to myself, "Dirty water." So I think that illustrates my ability to use the dichotomy of control, because I think that was not the response that this gentleman was anticipating coming from me. And I've used I at the time never knew the legs I would get from that story, but I've used it many, many times to teach the principle of emotional responsibility, which is that when a patient tells me that their wife made them angry, I say, no, 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 no. You angered yourself about what she did or did not do. So that's my Stoic story.
I can bring up an example that's a little relevant to Aldo's talk that happened right before this, which is kind of applying role ethics, which is kind of my main mode of practice now, and it's kind of a daily life thing. It's not necessarily formal. So when I find myself wandering off from the role I find myself in, I find it useful to try to remind myself what my role is and then act in accordance with it. And this is very broad ranging as roles shift throughout the day. So for instance, if I'm working, part of the job description is not go to Reddit and take a look at Explain Like I'm 5. That's not in my job description. So that reminds me to get back on track. If I'm with a family member and I wanted to come to socialize, but yet I find their attitudes or stories not necessarily interesting and I start getting bored or something, I'm like, I'm here to socialize as a family member. And if I'm frustrated in line, my role is as a customer who's waiting in line. And so that's all I should be doing. So by remembering my role in each situation, when I start wandering off, I find that I can sometimes successfully bring myself back.
And Eve, you had mentioned before a little bit about life being rough. Do you mind extrapolating on that a little bit?
bring the mood down by talking about sad things.
What do you mean? The mood is way up.
Yeah, I think it's been challenging as well during COVID for me, because I can't socially distance, because I'm almost completely blind, and so I can't tell how far away I am from people. So I lost a lot of my mobility, I think, during COVID, and I'm having to gradually, now more people are vaccinated, I'm having to learn to go out again on my own when I've barely been out of the house on my own at all since March of last year. And I can feel all the anxiety of doing that, because I think you kind of lose your confidence. And that's again when Stoicism is really useful to me, where you can say to yourself, well, the wise thing, what is my job as a human? I'm a rational social being. I need to be out doing the work of being a human being and connecting with others. And I'm not going to, I am connecting with you being at home here, but I can't actually stay in the house on my own forever. So I need to find the courage to be able to leave the house, even when I do feel anxious. And so, I think during COVID, as it has been my whole life, I think it's just given me the ability to rise above my circumstances. And even when I'm feeling scared, realize it's not about me. Take that view from above, look at the bigger picture and think, how am I able to connect with my community? So it's it just makes the difference, doesn't it, really?
Does anyone else want to contribute?
I probably the most profound few words were from Epictetus that really reverberate through me like a firecracker in a silverware factory. And that is Epictetus when he says, if you want to make a beautiful life, make beautiful choices. And I find the simplicity in this idea of every, I think it's about between 30 and 40,000 decisions a day. Most of them are intuitive or reflective, but the ones that take thought, I always have Epictetus in my heart thinking, make the best choice. And as Marcus Aurelius said, if you want to feel good, do good. So part of my daily life is every day I write a thank you letter to somebody in the world. And it's not email, and it doesn't have my return address because it's not about reciprocity. It's just about saying good on you to somebody. And I've been doing that for 30 years, and I'd say it worked.
I could speak for a moment. And thank you for that. By the way, that was inspiring to me too. Mine was just about COVID and the pandemic and my family situation. I was fortunate that none of my immediate family did become sick, but my two children were really affected by this because their schools were completely shut down. And one of them did not go to class, from March 2020 until this August. So the other one had just started, a little bit before that. And basically it was just tons of frustrations from them, tons of stresses and worries about how are they going to cope with this online school situation? How could they see their friends? Would they get sick if they went out? What could we do to get groceries and toilet paper? And I think that took a lot of Stoic mentality to try to get through it and just provide that support for them with their online learning, be a supplemental teacher for them, reach out to the administration, which honestly wasn't always, all that helpful, and strategize with them. Then, okay, you're not going to get that help. Your teacher has this expectations. How are you going to work through this moment to moment and just kind of stay present in what you need to do and do the best you can? And one thing I love about Stoic thinking is it's really about just doing the best you can in the moment that you have. And that I think can be inspiring for anyone of any age to kind of just keep going and remember the things that you are doing well and the things that you are accomplishing. Now there's anxiety about going back to school. This back to school season has been, frankly, not that easy for a lot of people, including me, and have to tamp down the worry that, maybe my kids will get COVID. We get exposure notices each week about COVID in their schools. And it's an interesting situation. I know throughout the country and throughout the world, there's, we have a lot to be grateful for, but I would say that there's tough situations, not just with the virus, but also with social situations, readjusting, how do they relate to their peers? So I'd say it takes a daily dose of Stoic thinking to be a caregiver today, as well as maintaining all the other things in our lives that we're trying to do, like, for example, our other jobs outside of being a family and caregiving person.
There is two different questions that I'm going to combine together for time. What are your approaches, or what would be your approach if you were working with individuals with behavioral concerns, mental illnesses, or special needs? I have some direct experience with this working in a behavioral school and with special needs classrooms. I've been bitten. I've had iPads thrown full force into my head. I've been headbutted. I've been outnumbered with screaming, screaming kids that are almost as big as I am. They're all trying to take each other out, The best thing that you can do is to try to model your behavior, and with enough time, if you are approaching things in a Stoic way, they will have a chance of modeling their behavior after yours. It's not immediate. It's not easy because in a lot of situations there is a gap where social cues are not sufficient. So they watch your body language, They are mindful of what you say to the degree that they can be. And if you are exhibiting philosophically consistent actions, they will improve. They are able to assess why you're doing it. It's possibly in a limited capacity, but they can. And I will leave the floor open for the rest.
Yeah, if I could. Yeah, I might just mention too, kind of the other end of the lifespan. If you're in a situation where you're dealing with an older person who's maybe dealing with some kind of cognitive decline or dementia, we might bear in mind one of the fundamental Stoic lessons is we're not going to blame other people. What they're doing somehow makes sense to them. And at this stage in life, it may be hard for them to make sense of the reality that's out there in and of itself, especially if they become paranoid and so far. So at that point, we need to focus on the control of our own emotions and not suffering too much if they insult us. Many of the Stoics talk wonderfully about bearing insults graciously, though it's not easy to do, but it's something we want to keep in mind if we exercise that other aspect of Stoicism, which is getting so much press now. We're talking about for good reason, which is those positive caring, what I think Sharon called the we virtues. If we're going to practice those with others, if we're going to show them care, even though they're insulting us, that's where Stoicism can help buttress us so we're not going to get unduly upset and allow us then to reach out to do things for them, even knowing, we may suffer some kind of retribution for it.
Thanks, Kevin. It reminds me of Marcus Aurelius. He said, again, he's fighting enemies and assassins, but he said, the best way to deal with an adversary is to not be like them. And so kind of what Travis was saying and Kevin, it's to, be aware of our own control.
And I think this also harkens back a little bit to Brittany's talk earlier about cognitive compassion. When I find myself in personal interactions with people, it tends to be more like what Kevin discussed about older people with cognitive decline issues. Then I try to imagine what kind of experience they're having, and often their actions make a lot more sense, and that naturally allows me to accept things a little more smoothly and also act to the best of my ability given the situation.
Yeah, I think that's really true, Greg. And it does relate to what Brittany was saying about the kind of emotional contagion aspect of caring for people who are struggling or working with people that are struggling, that the wise thing is to be able to have that cognitive empathy without actually getting on board with the emotion that the other person is feeling, because, then you're less able to help them. It's that old put your own oxygen mask on first. You need to take good care of yourself in order to be able to care appropriately for others.
Awesome. So there is a very good question that we can touch on that was from the questions that we received initially when we first put the word out about Stoicon. How do ongoing disruptions to life and business due to COVID provide opportunities to build resiliency, or can they? And I'll just leave the floor open for this one.
I would kind of say that in my experience, it was a little more of a test of what I already did rather than opportunity in the moment. So in Stoic practice, I don't know, and I think the ancient Stoics would also agree that if you're in the midst of what they call a passion, which is a subset of emotions that push reason to the side and make you turn against your fellow human beings, then by definition, you kind of can't reason yourself through it because a passion pushes reason to the side. But it was interesting. I had a talk with my main employer when the pandemic started about possibly taking a massive salary cut. And after like a couple of moments, because of possible uncertainty, and I was almost surprised that the automatic thought that popped up in my mind was, oh, good, this is an opportunity for me to cut back on the crap I'm spending my money on currently. And I was surprised by that response. But that told me that the preparatory practice of trying to remember, practice, rehearse, and digest Stoic principles when things are going well helped me in that moment. And I cross my fingers, hope that in future difficulties it can happen. But the main thing I would say is that practicing beforehand for these kinds of things could be particularly useful.
I would say that, and I agree with Greg on this. Sometimes I think back to that concept that in Stoicism, we're trying to maximize our agency. I think this came from Lawrence Becker. And I think that's really important here, because even in a situation where we feel we have no choices, there really are choices that we do still have. And in this pandemic, we've all confronted, so many limitations. And I think there's always things we still can do. I mean, for example, wearing a mask, practicing hygiene, supporting other people with their families. When you're going to the grocery store, you're keeping your distance. The things that we all kind of just had to adjust to doing are just minor things. But if everyone does those things, then it really creates a better situation for everyone in a tough time. And that mind shift of what we can do. The other thing I was just going to say is one thing I try to do in my caregiving and in my family relationships is attempt to be a non-anxious presence. A non-anxious presence as a mom. And it's a challenge for me. A lot of times I try to use my Stoic concepts as kind of an antidote to some of my more natural instincts. But in this pandemic, that was really critical, because I think especially if you're working with kids, or if you have kids or volunteering with kids, they will, as I think you were mentioning before, Travis, they'll sense when you think something is like truly catastrophic or really stressful or really bad. So I think kind of being that rock when you can, and that voice of reason can make a huge difference for those around us in these trying times.
I think the pandemic has given me an opportunity to remind people of what I call unconditional life acceptance. A pandemic is statistically unlikely. It's an adversity that occurs infrequently. And so people will tend to say, it shouldn't happen. But in fact, pandemics are part of life. And we'd be well advised to see that all the conditions were in place for this event to occur. We might not know what those conditions were, but we can at least practice, again, controlling our reaction to them. And I believe it was Seneca who said something like he pities the individual who has not been tested. And so I think that I'm better for having lived through this pandemic. I truly believe that. And it has given me the opportunity to be creative insofar as I don't think I would have ever thought of I don't think I ever would have thought of the idea of doing a weekly session to anybody in the world if it hadn't been for the fact that a pandemic occurred. And then it occurred to me, like, why not help people where they are? So there's advantages. There are hidden benefits within the pandemic.
I think that's so true, because I think one of the main things of Stoicism for me is about seeing the world as it really is. And I think possibly before the pandemic, people were confused even more about what's important and what really matters. And one of the things, for those of us who've had family members that unfortunately have been seriously affected, or, for all the people that have been struggling because of the changes, I think it's really made people have gratitude for what really matters. It has made people realize about the importance of connecting with our communities, treating people within our communities as if they're like our family, people going out and shopping for elderly people who couldn't get to the shops, all those kind of things. I think it's really made people think about, what matters, being a good person, and also being prepared to look at things differently, which is a gift, isn't it? And then for some of us, there's been opportunities as well. It's that, the obstacle is the way. We wouldn't necessarily be doing so many things online, and that's created new opportunities within the Stoic community, for example, which is a massive gift. Here we are connecting, and that partly has come out of the pandemic. So I really agree with you.
And it also has reinforced the idea that it's one world, that a person on the other side of the world is a brother, and we need to be concerned about their well-being because their problem ultimately may impact people throughout the world.
Awesome. Thank you for that. What advice would you give to someone that wants to start practicing Stoicism for the benefits it entails, but doesn't know where or how to start or what with?
Start with the dichotomy of control. Start asking yourself, what is it that's within my power to control and what's outside of my power? And start with your attitude towards the reality as you perceive it. That single idea will get you going quite far.
Also, Stoic Week is coming up in just a couple of weeks, and that's a guided 1 week long way to start. And recently, Eve has also, and some others have put together Stoic Week specifically for teens and possibly children. Perhaps you could speak more about that, but that's just over a week, and it's a guided great place to start.
Yeah, we've been working really hard on all of this, and Stoic Week itself, like Tim was saying, we're going to record it as well, because I was thinking, I mean, obviously I can't really read books, but also, like a lot of you, I'm really super busy, and I was thinking about how much I listen to podcasts or YouTube or whatever, and so we thought we'd do Stoic Week so you could also listen to it while you were doing the washing up, if that's all you can fit in. And then we've done Stoic Week for students, because I think a lot of us who are parents or teachers or mentors, it's just such a great idea to have material accessible and relatable for young people. So we've been working really hard on that. The other thing I was going to pick up on, and this relates to you, Greg, is that I think if you're new to Stoicism, my biggest recommendation would be to see if you can join a group or start a group. And these days, because a lot of the groups have kind of had to go online, you can even go to a group that's not right near you locally, if it's in the right time zone. Like, connect, because we're all like a Stoic family, and you can share your experiences, or you can go, oh God, I'm still really struggling with like losing my temper or whatever. And I don't think people will judge you. They'll say, oh, have you tried reading this? Have you tried practicing like that? And I've just had so much love and support from the Stoic community over the last year or so, and I'm so grateful for that. So yeah, reach out, I think.
Yeah, and if I could offer too, as a bookworm and author, for those who are reading books, and if you're new to Stoicism, I might suggest, go pick out a modern book, a nice little summary. There's so many good ones out there. Many of the people here with us today have written them. Get one of those, and then also go back to one of the originals, Epictetus's tiny little handbook, or a book on some of Seneca's letters, or Marcus Aurelius's meditation. So get a modern take on where this all fits in, and get a little taste of the Stoics themselves. And I think that can give a good start.
So good. The great thing is education is so generous with free libraries, Stoicon, Stoic Week, online courses, but it seems like the desire to learn is stingy. So we just have so much happening. And I mean, just reading the books of the panelists and the speakers today have really just lit the fuse and have just carried me away. So yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches.
And Meredith, what are your thoughts on it?
I was just going to echo that we're really fortunate that we can connect online in these ways and learn from each other, because I go back to my Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, frequently, but it's hearing from real people about their real experiences that helps me learn how to put Stoicism into practice. So I love events like this and the Stoicon X events. There's a lot of great things, even on Facebook groups and on some of the YouTube channels, and people here who've been speaking and featured today are sharing a lot, blogs and podcasts, and there's just more and more information about how Stoicism is relevant to our lives. So I guess I would almost say, think about how you want to apply it, in what sort of role and what sort of angle that it will help you the most to start off with, and maybe look for some materials around that specific introductory sense.
Awesome. So in my personal experience, I had very little knowledge about who Epictetus was. I had like 2 to 3 paragraphs that roughly explained what period he lived in, or who he was. I thought that when he was referred to as a Stoic, that it was just him, like just this one guy that was, coming up with the stuff that he was talking about, like a one-off type thing. So I accidentally became aware of like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca and all that much later. In fact, I got Epicurus confused with Epictetus. For some reason, I fixated on the idea that Epicurus was just like a fancy nickname for Epictetus, or just a different way to translate his name. So I was pretty rough to begin with. But the way that I had taught myself haphazardly to learn this stuff was to try to take sentences or paragraphs from the handbook, which is a short form of the discourses, try to identify specific daily situations, common situations, where, I apologize, there's a, sorry, there was a mild technical issue there. Something was trying to update. Specific situations where you could apply those sentences and just try to imagine what if you were Marcus Aurelius or Epictetus or whomever, how would you react to that situation? Then to try to actually think that way and mess up. Like, you're gonna mess up. It's 100% okay if you completely botch your emotional response to a situation at first. That is going to happen over and over until slowly over time you are becoming more cognizant of what you are thinking and feeling, why you're feeling it, and when. And then you can slowly identify the very quick and almost like quasi-instant process that happens when you're confronted with a situation, which is like first movement, where you have like a non-voluntary response to a thing where your brain is like, okay, this thing is happening and this is bad. And then your brain then processes it into a proposition, which is something that it can understand in your own language, which you can identify. And then there's the assent that happens after that, which is, do I in fact agree with what my 5 senses are telling me and the fact that it's bad? And if you can make it pause for just a few seconds, you can then be in a better position where you can respond to it properly, or at least try. The trying is also important.
So this is a place where we have to break off here for the keynote address. We've also had a few technical difficulties. We seem to have lost Zeus in the background. So we've shifted a little bit, and we're back to recording again. We're going to be bringing up our keynote speaker, and we're going to provide a slide that was going to be shown. We're going to try to put it into the chat. So let's see how everything gets set up. There's Nancy. Excellent. So let me just wait until I've got the complete go-ahead from Andy, and we've got the slide ready. This will just be a minute or so. And are we good, Andy?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to give our keynote speaker a very quick introduction so we have as much time as possible for the session. Nancy Sherman is our keynote speaker, distinguished university professor and professor of philosophy at Georgetown University. She is a New York Times notable author, most recently of Stoic Wisdom, Ancient Lessons for Modern Resilience. I got to know her in part through her work from quite some time ago, Stoic Warriors, which I recommended to quite a few of my own ROTC students at Marist College. She has won many different awards and honors for her work. I'm not even going to try to rehearse them here, including a Guggenheim Fellowship, and she is the inaugural Distinguished Chair in Ethics at the U.S. Naval Academy. She has made many, many contributions for decades, not only to understanding Stoicism, not only to understanding Hellenistic philosophy, but to understanding ancient philosophy in general and in its applications. So with that, I'm turning it over to Nancy, and can we get her unmuted very quickly? I think we still have her muted for a moment. We're just running into a few issues with Zoom this time around. Okay, so we don't need the slide. Let me see if we can do anything about this. I think we may be running into some technical issues. On the other side of this, Andy down below, taking the place of Zeus, she says her Zoom is frozen, so we have to try to hit this with some equanimity. Let me just query her what she wants to do. Okay, so we're going to try something almost, we'll see what happens when we do this. Andy is going to try to jump right back in. Go ahead, Nancy, if you can you unmute? Excellent.
Woo, okay. I wasn't able a moment ago. Andy, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. We were all calm and collected, so that's good. So I'm the cleanup act, as they say, and I stand I stand between you and dinner or sleep, whatever part of the planet you're on. But first, it's been a long day, and I didn't know what all the speakers were going to say, so there's a lot of overlap with what I'm saying and what you're hearing from others. But gratitude. This was a Herculean effort, and Hercules will show up at the end of my talk as well. And I have to thank Greg, masterful, Andy, Shaka, so many thanks. They put hours and hours and hours. Phil, who may not be here right now, and the founders, Chris, Massimo, Donald, John Sellers, and many others. What a delight. So thank you all. And on the theme of gratitude, just lest it slips by us, Seneca, in one of my favorite texts on favors, on benefactions, says, no impassive face when you're showing gratitude. Rather, you should show it without downcast eyes or a furrowed brow, because if you do, it's like giving a gift of bread with stones in it. Or he says, gratitude, words of gratitude will fail us if we fail to show the indebtedness that we should, and it should show on our faces. So you can't, maybe some of you can show it on your faces, but to Greg and the whole team, Andy, Phil, I am going to give my applause to you on my face and in my body language. So thank you very much. So what I want to talk to you about today is resilience through social grit. That seems to be a theme that has come up, and I'm really delighted to say that and to have seen that. But I have to just say that I came by Stoicism after decades of work on Aristotle, because I was at the Naval Academy, and I in fact just gave a talk there in front of the statue of Stockdale, who I had the great fortune of interviewing many times, where the theme of suck it up and truck on still lives, much to the chagrin of many of the officers who teach there, or less elegantly, embrace the suck. And so this idea that we should be impassive to fortune and simply truck on without asking for help runs counter to everything I believe and stand for. And I'm sure many of you do as well, from what I heard all day. I've worked for several decades with the military on issues of moral injury, post-traumatic stress, and in general, trying to destigmatize mental health in the face of horrible suicide epidemics that we've had here in the States. And so the idea that Stoicism should be the mantra of suck it up is something that I really felt impelled to correct in many ways. So this is a very impassioned subject for me. And I think many of my views actually cohere with many of those I've been listening to today. What's often obscured in the modern conversation, some strands of it, not all, and certainly not necessarily here, is that while Stoicism depends on inner resilience and strengthened will, it also depends on the sustenance and support of others. And you just have to go to Marcus. It's everywhere. We're woven together by a common bond with scarcely one thing foreign to another. And here he's telegraphing Zeno, the founder's image of a cosmic city, which itself is a trope from, well, he borrows from Plato's Republic to some degree. And resilience, he's saying, depends not just on our own will or strength of will. So here I will play the devil's advocate to some of the conversation today. It depends, says Marcus, a coordinated, well-informed, and cooperative efforts of others whose goodwill we depend on. And I will add structural, enlightened structures and institutions as well, not just the one-on-one personal interaction, but the structures and institutions we all live with and in. But there just is a puzzle, and it's hard to dissolve the puzzle or make it disappear. And that is, aren't the methods of Stoic strengthening of individual will and arming against vulnerability at bottom in tension with dependence or reaching out to others, or as Bob Putnam once put it in his famous book, Bowling Alone, social capital. So how do you put these two ideas together? Now, Marcus's image of our social connectedness is really visceral. He's on the battlefield of the Danube campaigns, the end of the 2nd century Common Era. And he says, picture a hand or legs separated from the trunk. That's what we make of ourselves when we cut ourselves off from each other. And we can't be at home in the world. We can't find oikeiosis, act fittingly or becomingly if our good is reduced to self-interest or resilience to self-reliance, a kind of Emersonian self-reliance. And he says, Marcus says, the idea will come home to yourself if you say to yourself, I'm a member of a system made up of reasonable or rational beings. Now, Immanuel Kant, 18th century, took that into a theme of how it is we are connected in a commonwealth of ends. It's not that well developed by the Stoics, but it becomes the leitmotif, I would say, of rational enlightenment theory. So Marcus is thinking about his connectedness, as we heard earlier. I think Chris mentioned it in the beginning of our conference today, and that is that he's paying homage in a very humbling way, as a kind of humble supplicant to his parents, his grandmother, his grandfather, to a painting tutor, and my favorite is to a grammarian who taught him not to carpet people for logic howlers or for too exotic an expression. So he's trying to sort of tone down his causticness when he's listening to others and model a generous and gracious spirit. And that social capital is also in Seneca. In his letters, he says, now these are probably, it's a literary form, an epistolary literary form, but every time a letter comes from you, Lucilius, I'm with you. And so he's really imagining his life with others and how he will go through it with others. Still, it's hard to connect all that with a theme that is run through this conference, but and somewhat in tension with it. Strengthen your will. It's inside you. You can be strong. And if you only, the dichotomy of control, take on what you can and you will be liberated. Now, I think the Stoics try to ease the tension a bit by
famously, with horrible language, arguing that external goods, what Aristotle called external goods, are indifference with a TS. They're not, it's not a matter of apathy or indifference. You prefer, disprefer them, as we've said, promote or demote them. They're not real goods. Virtue is the real good. But they still will play a very, very substantive role in your life because they're part of your preference and dispreference behavior. So here's the critical move, I think, not in calling things indifference or preferred or dispreferred, but they really think that virtue itself is about wise selection. They don't even use the word choice. You can't use that word choice. It's about wise selection or rejection of external goods. And it comes with a behavioral attitude. So this very much is why cognitive behavioral theorists, or REBT, rational emotive behavioral therapy we were just hearing about, is relevant. And that is, you're supposed to learn new ways of engaging with the material of the external world. And so it's a recalibration of your values, but in addition, you're supposed to get rid of sticky attachment, I like to say, acquisitive attachments, things you have to hold on to with all your might, and also panicky aversion, that kind of way that we don't press the pause button, but immediately try to avert fears or threats. So some would argue, and here's the devil's advocate coming in, the philosopher's objections. Well, we're just not cut out very well to get our emotions in line with our value recalibrations. And some would argue, and have actually quite eloquently of late, that we need bioenhancers because we can't sync ourselves with a view of nature or a view of the world that we might understand intellectually. So all this bootstrapping of ourselves through behavioral techniques and affective training might not be enough. I am not one for bioenhancement, but I will say, I'll just put it out there, that is one skeptical response to a Stoic practice. All right, so you've heard a lot about this. At the heart of regaining control of your approach and avoidance, I'll call them behaviors, is assent. And that comes with the dichotomy of control. Some things in the world are up to you, others are not up to us, or our faculties of judgment, belief, desire, our mental states, essentially. Now, many of us would protest right off the bat, even if we can't fully avoid stuff outside. We can, loss of work, a safe homeland, we can do some things to protect our health, to try to find safe harbor, to build the communities we live in. And maybe Epictetus grants that, but he says at some point, you will be a hostage to fortune. You will just have to be able to see that certain things are beyond your control. But and there are things outside yourself, but your own volition or voluntary control is quite strong. But again, we might object to that. We just heard individuals working on this front. For what's inside isn't in our control fully. I might, wake up with a stroke, as we just heard about, or aging brains. I deal with individuals who have traumatic brain injury from war. Cravings not in line with our with what we want, pathological fears, and so on. So, or we might, as philosophers say, have epistemic biases. We might see through lenses that aren't easily our own doing, and it's very hard for us to step back and get rid of the taint, you might say. Some of it may be products of upbringing and just access limitations. And now that's a modern view of how we see the world. Philosophers call it standpoint epistemology. And even so, the Stoics would say we're much more volitional, voluntaristic than a modernist might say. But I think actually the Stoics give us interesting ways of trying to change our standpoints. And the idea is this: it's with assent. They actually say that you can say yay or nay to things that come in from outside. And in the case of sensory input that is related to things you want, so umphy ones, affective impressions, from their word hormai, our word hormone, very stimulating. I think of them as umphy impressions. You can try to put a buffer between what comes in and how you interpret it. And this is Seneca from On Anger in book 2. Anger is undoubtedly set in motion by an impression received of a wrong, but does it follow immediately on the impression and break out with any involvement of the mind? Our view is that it undertakes nothing on its own, but only with the mind's approval. We heard earlier that the first step may be a first motion or a propathei. Joseph Ledoux, the neurobiologist, thinks of them as low road emotions, arousals, starts and startles that come upon you. You don't necessarily assent or suspend assent, but then when you have a moment, you might put a block on them if they are disruptive. So, but I'd still say we should be wary here. So again, a bit of a devil's advocate. Sometimes we can't easily control what we say yay or nay to, and that is in part because our minds are to some degree social constructs. So here I'm thinking of right now, the debate about Instagram with young children, teens, and how bullying the environment can be, and that their impressions of who they are very much formed by what others think of them. And it's very hard for them to break away from a socially constructed sense of themselves and maybe a healthier self-image. Or I'm thinking of too many, I fear, students of mine, victims of rape, who really have internalized someone else's view of the shame that they did something to bring it on. Or this sort of was on my mind as I was thinking about France and pedophilia in the Catholic world. A boy's mind about what happened with a priest when the boy was very young may get garbled in his mind or muted. The horror of it by the priest's sacred robes, his avuncular role at the Sunday table. And the inner world can be a socialized construct. And it's not always an enlightened place for freedom. I think that is a mistake. Anyone that studies the mind knows the mind isn't always a safe place. And so Epictetus makes it very safe. Stockdale, always said to me, the silver lining of my being a POW is that I came to Epictetus. His wife, Sybil Stockdale, marched into the dining room and said, I get my liberation in different ways. So think of a wonderful memoir of late by Gabriel Byrne, Walking with Ghosts, for the complexity of the inner world and how it's sometimes a social construct. So the Stoic claim is that if we monitor what we assent to, we can push fairly far out the limit, press the pause button enough so that runaway impulsive impressions from within or without don't blind us. But I think we need very socially supportive cooperative communities to do that work. We can't just do that work alone. And we often need to not just informal communities, but actually change the structures outside that deeply influence how we see ourselves and even the very control we have of our world. So one of the better known techniques is, of course, and mentioned, rehearse the future, rehearse future ills. Don't be blindsided. The pandemic may not come very often, but maybe we could have done more to anticipate it. And it's an old notion that comes quoted by Cicero, quotes a fragment from Euripides. So it was in the literature for a very long time. And those of us that teach, I don't think I have ever mention Anaxagoras' claim, I always knew my child was mortal, without my students thinking I was the most unfeeling and callous person in the world. And that, you know, and if their parents said that to them in the morning, when they kissed them goodbye, you know, their parents would have this morbid fear that the child wouldn't be coming home at the end of the day. But I think the idea isn't just magical thinking. The Stoics say the loss and fear can be very raw. They use this wonderful word, prosphatos, which means like raw meat. It's very fresh, and we have to try to dull it a little bit by anticipating it. And so I have this, and Seneca in letter 63 says he chastises himself for not doing it enough when his young friend, Annaeus Serenus, died unexpectedly. He was much younger than Seneca. And so Seneca said, he grieved, he cried terribly. And he said, you know, if I had pre-rehearsed it and said that age didn't matter, I might be in a better place right now. Because I didn't do this, fortune struck me suddenly and unprepared. So I was thinking about this a little bit. And my mother at 97 couldn't talk about death. And this, I was, you know, a primary caregiver, and I would visit her several times a week in the nursing home. And I had to figure out a way that I could broach the subject with her, because she wasn't going to mention it if I didn't. So I had a little dance, and it was our dance. And it was this. I said, you know, Mom, just remind me, did I sign you up for the immortality plan? Because if I did, it's going to be really expensive. Well, this was my ticket. My mom and I were on the same page. And so occasionally, even at the dinner table with her other three friends, she had a foursome who ate dinner together regularly. I would say, Mom, remind me, was there an immortality plan? Did we sign up? So we did this little dance, and I think it was her way of acclimating to a very dreaded subject. And I think of it as a Stoic tact in a certain way. Now, I want to just mention, the Stoics tell you to prepare in advance for the ills, because those are the ones that will really get you. But in chatting with a friend who's a neurobiologist, she was saying, you know, there are studies out there we know about prolonged exposure therapy, which is therapy often in PTSD treatment to try to detoxify hypervigilance. But there's also pre-exposure, but not just of risk. It's pre-exposure of neutral stimuli. So the Israeli Defense Force, in conjunction with Walter Reed in my neighborhood, and the NIH, National Institutes of Health here in DC, there's a notion of trying to get the brain through computerization to not just focus on threat stimuli in advance of say, combat, but also neutral stimuli, so that you have alternative grooves. And I think this is a wonderful idea. I often think, why don't we get pre-traumatized by what the Stoics are telling us? I mean, in the way that my students get very anxious when I say, you know, maybe your parents should say, I always knew my child was mortal, or kiss your child goodbye as if it's the last time. That we need to have pre-exposure, I think, to good as well as bad things. So in the case, so this is called attention bias modification training, so that we can make the risk grooves a little bit more transient and have alternatives. Epictetus, of course, talks about moving from triflings to serious matters, breaking a jug, going to the public baths that may be very noisy with pickpockets and jostlers nearby, until eventually we talk about contemplating death. And I want to move on to another one of the techniques, again, that I think is enhanced by thinking of it in terms of the social tissue of our connections. And this is, I'll call it hedges and reservations, but mental reservations. So the idea is that you tag a conditional clause, an if clause onto your intention. I'll go for a boat ride, says Seneca, unless it rains. I'll become a praetor. I'll become I'll be an elected official unless I lose the election. So I was, again, teaching this, and I was thinking, wait a minute, I actually hadn't just read this, but I remembered that Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse begins with this line: yes, of course, if it's fine tomorrow, says Mrs. Ramsay to her 6-year-old son, I think he is James, we'll go to the lighthouse if it's fine. Now, the whole theme of the book is not just to put a hedge on your expectation. It's about how she connects with her little boy. We've heard a lot about education and talking to children in the last session. And I was thinking, and I actually read this in class the other day, the little boy is so excited about going to the lighthouse. They're on the Isle of Skye in the Hebrides, and he desperately wants to go to the lighthouse. And the mother is sort of trying to say, well, she's knitting socks, and maybe we will go. If it doesn't, I mean, if you lived in Scotland, I lived there for 4 or 5 years, it's always raining. If it doesn't rain, Mr. Ramsay, this very curmudgeon-y, almost kind of, maybe he has PTSD. The book was written in 1927, To the Lighthouse. He's a lecturer in philosophy in Cardiff. And he says, boom, it will rain. And that just puts a cloud over this boy's hopes and expectations. So how do I think about reservation, mental reservation? Well, I think about this tacit mental reservation, as it's called, as not giving you like a cushion, like an airbag in your car that will always inflate no matter, if you hit a bad bump in the road or something, but rather a little bit like financial planning. You always see in the brochures, past performance isn't a predictor of future performance. So it's that we have to be agile, we have to be adaptive. We can't get stuck on a plan. But as we learn nimbleness, we're learning nimbleness, I think, especially in the case of children. And if you're a parent, you always are thinking about how you say things. And if you're going to squash hopes and dreams, you're always trying to figure out how to do it in a connected way. And I think I recommend, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but go back and read To the Lighthouse. It's very much about how to keep a little boy's hopes up while still allowing the kid some agility and nimbleness. So the way Epictetus puts it is, go light on your impulses. Don't have, as I would put it, the ache of yearning and the strain and of panicky aversion or avoidance. It doesn't mean you're going to be anti-fragile, a word I hate, or bulletproof. I hate that one even more, but it does mean that you can be somewhat adaptive and nimble. Okay, so I want to leave some time for Q&A, but I want to just end on a note about, again, back to the social fabric, which I hope I've woven into my remarks by tempering some of these techniques for resilience through the ways in which we do them with others and structures. So remember, Marcus says we're woven together by a common bond. He's got the cosmos in his mind. It's a theme, of course, in Aristotle. We are social animals. For Aristotle, it was the polis and not the universe. So the Stoics never deny the social fabric, but their focus is on how to maintain it in the face of fragility, how to be able to flourish in the face of one's vulnerability. And their notion, this language they have of preferred indifferences, preference, dispreference behavior is all meant to help us in that direction. But I want to bookend my remarks by returning to Hercules. I said that Andy and Greg and Phil and the founders all were Herculean in their effort. Well, now I want to just end by thinking about Seneca's play, Hercules Rages. So briefly, Hercules has finished his labors, his 12 labors. He's piercing through the barrier into this world for a homecoming to his family. And his stepmother, Juno, is, pissed off at him. This is the favored son of Jupiter, and not by her, not her son. And so she's going to cast a spell on him. Crazed, he'll kill his family in a blind stupor. And so it's very much Greek tragedy here, but Roman style. And when he comes to, he sees the hordes of ghosts. And the deed is by his own hand. And so he wants to commit suicide. And it's precisely at this moment when a loved one steps in and tries to calm him and bring him solace and support. And it's his soulful father, Amphitryon, who says, "The grief is yours, the guilt your stepmother's. Bad luck is not your fault, who is called an accident a crime." And then the comfort falls on kind of deaf ears, and Hercules' companion is Theseus, and he next intervenes as empathic peer counselor. And he says, "Burst through your troubles with your usual energy. Use your heroic courage to not stay angry at yourself." Well, I find this a remarkable lesson from a Stoic about a kind of heroic courage we don't often associate with Stoic strength. It is, Stockdale found strength in the fellow POWs, including John McCain, who is a neighbor and a POW down the hall. But Hercules is saying if he can muster the strength, it will be that of self-empathy modeled through the compassion or empathy that others are showing him. And it will be as every much a kind of Herculean strength as his physical labor. So I think that is a Stoic lesson for our times. And I would also say it's sort of resonant with Seneca's rallying call at the very end of On Anger. He says, "Let us cultivate humanity." And I think that's what we've been doing all day. So thank you. And the floor is open. Greg, you're on.
All right. So a lot of questions specifically about those two terms, anti-fragile and bulletproof. And before you say more about that, I will also say that I don't like those terms either. I especially bulletproof. There's something about it that really turns me off. But people want to know why you don't like those terms in particular. So
that's easy. I have spent 20 to 30 years working with the military. I have sat on suicide review boards. I have seen the highest folks up in the Pentagon and pull out their hair trying to save their troops because too many will not ask for help. Too many get trained thinking that they're going to be bulletproof until they aren't. And by that, I mean, they lose a buddy. There's a horrible collateral incident where a kid is killed at a checkpoint. The drone goes in the wrong place, etc. And the expectation to be bulletproof or to make yourself bulletproof is just not what I think about ways of strengthening yourself through adversity. We can strengthen ourselves by learning lessons. Learning is from suffering, an old Greek phrase, but it's not an aim and goal. And I think we actually make for a damaged cadre, a damaged force, and damaged children as well. So there you go.
Yeah, and when veterans come home, and they're part of the society, and oftentimes have quite a lot of trouble reintegrating, right? Because of those issues. I've seen that quite a lot in my family, where many of my family members have served.
It just came up to me the other day. We had someone in the house. We had water, and his visit was delayed, and he wanted to share with me why. And he said his brother-in-law, just lost his brother-in-law. Why? And he said, because he wouldn't take the vaccine. And then he also said, and he's a bodybuilder. And it turns out, and he's in the military, he's special forces, 20 years in the military. He thought he was bulletproof. And I mean, it's naive, but also he ruined his kidneys by trying to get so tough and strengthened that once in ICU, they could not help him. He had organ failure. So anecdotal, but there's plenty of evidence out there.
There's a couple other follow-up specifically about things that you brought up in the talk from Elizabeth. Could you expand more on what attention bias modification training is, how it enables the balancing of the risk grooves? Intrigued by this, would love to understand it further.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this, so I will and perhaps I can just type. It's an article by Wald and Danny Pine, Pine, and a guy named, I'm not sure I know his first name, but Bar Chaim. It's multiple authored. And essentially it's computerized. So they have stimuli of threat words, this is sort of often how computerizations work, threat words, and much more neutral words. And the idea is to try to be able to have modification of attention so that we're not just exposing troops beforehand to threat, but also exposing them to more neutral stimuli. So there can be faster flipping. I mean, it's at the level of brain. This is not at the level of conscious cognitive processing. It's subliminal, and it's limited, but they have found that there's been some success in reduction of post-traumatic, of the hypervigilance that typically comes with PTSD.
Yeah. So another one, this is from Christopher. Can you expand on this connection between kindness and strength? Have you found that strength is required for kindness? A lot of times kindness is portrayed as, nice people. They're, they do that naturally, or they do that because they're not strong, right? Does kindness require strength?
Oh, I think so. Well, kindness is really central to a wonderful Seneca essay. It's the heart of on benefactions or on favors. And maybe it's a lot about Roman decorum. So, we don't quite know what to make of the display behaviors that I was talking about before, as in showing my gratitude to you, my kindness toward you and Andy and Phil and others. But I think it takes a lot of strength to be kind, because, sometimes the reaction is piss off, or you got in my face, or you dissed me, or something of that sort. Or it actually also takes even more, I think, to be kind to yourself in the face of adversity or trauma. And that is often learned through others. We sometimes need to take up others' perspective. And so in this case, Chris at Gill at the beginning of our sessions today talked about first person, but sometimes we need to take the second person perspective and impose it on ourselves so that we can be kinder to ourselves.
With a follow-up on that. So I'm teaching a class this semester specifically using this massive tome of Ursula K. Le Guin's Earthy, and the students really respond to it. I think because there's enough space in her stories for them to see themselves there in a lot of the emotional responses. We talk very often about learning through narratives, and some narratives are useful for that, and other narratives are much less useful. You brought up that wonderful story, and we, so there's first person and second person, but maybe sometimes we also get this through other people's stories as well.
Third person, sure. I think, I love to read novels when I can, or listen to them, and I learn enormously, and and it connects with what I'm thinking about, as in this Virginia Woolf. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's so much about the parenting approaches to children's expectations, where you don't rain on their parade, but on the other hand, try to give them reasonable expectations and teach them to be a bit nimble.
Okay. Here's another question coming in, sort of putting a couple different together about embracing the suck, this phrase, embrace the suck. And
horrible phrase.
yeah, and actually I put in the thing when I was in the military, because now I'm 51 years old. There was no embrace the suck. There was only suck it up, which was sort of an even worse phrase than that.
Suck it up and truck on. Yeah,
exactly. So it looks like, I mean, it's an equivocal phrase. It can be used in different ways. People can see it as connected to the obstacle is the way. It could also, as Fielding Isaacs points out, if it's peers saying it to each other, it can be a coping tool. But if it's being said in a power relation where somebody else is telling you have to embrace the suck, but they're not giving you, say, resources to do that, then it can become quite oppressive. So, I mean, can you talk a little bit more about this phrase and what its potentials are?
Well, that's good. Yeah, it's certainly that we're in a situation, let's just boot camp. You're in deprivation. Okay, there's no way about it. You lose your name, you lose your hair. So it's there's a reason you have long hair, right?
You lose your money too because you buy all your own outfit.
So there's a lot of deprivation, and it goes on. But in addition, you're right. You are trying to give each other support. We're in it together. Let's move on. And so you can sort of think of a cadre, we can get pretty fine grained. You can even think of mirror neurons. I'm not a fan of mirror neurons, but you can think when you're marching, you're almost proprioceiving another person's movements. It's so in sync, this kind of social grit in a cadre or as dancers. And so there's a sense in which it's solidarity, muscle bonding, if you like. That said, yes, if it's coming from some, horribly sadistic drill sergeant who's breathing down your neck, Full Metal Jacket, think that it's horrible and it's very demeaning. And it's also the sense in which you can never ask for help. That's the downside. You can never ask for help because that's weakness. And we don't ask for help, or we don't call it mental health. We have to give it some other term, coaching. I mean, there's an example.
Right.
You have to destigmatize it somehow.
I'm going to shift this a little bit.
Sure,
so Aristotle talks about in Nicomachean Ethics, people who are at the extreme side of courage, way away seemingly from cowardice, he calls them, and we translate as the rash or things like that. And he says they're really cowards, actually, because they're often motivated by the fear of looking as if they're fearful. And so they have this extreme behavior. And I was wondering if there's something kind of like that in what you're describing. Inculcated.
Counterphobic. You might say, people might say counterphobic. They're daredevils as a way of reacting against certain kinds of fears. Maybe there's some of that. It's a sort of a complicated, survival environment. So I would not survive well in that environment.
Nor would I at this time.
That said, I will just say, having just taught midshipmen and officers, a woman came up to me after the talk and said, I'm so glad you're talking about Stoicism this way, because I just have to tell you, whatever you hear maybe from the officers and from a different kind of book we're using these days, it's still about Stoicism equals suck it up and truck on. That is the only, and that's a very frightening way of making it in that world. That's all.
Let me ask you one other question, because I don't see any others in the chat, but this is kind of an intriguing thing. And this is a very speculative one. So Do you think that there are prospects for us eventually within the military institutions and other institutions that are similar to them, like policing? Do you think maybe in a couple generations we get away from that misunderstanding of Stoicism, or is it like something perennial where we're almost like always having to lop off the top and what do you think is going to happen?
Yes, I think, well, I see a lot of hope actually in having more, well, just to give you an example, in what's being read in compilations in I'm now speaking about the Naval Academy,
Okay.
just because it's fresh in my mind. The compilations of Stoic texts aren't just Epictetus's handbook or as transmitted through Stockdale, which is how the Navy, at least, and the Marines get their Stoicism. They know Stockdale inside out,
Yeah.
And so, but they're reading wider compilations, and it may include Seneca, maybe some Marcus, and some contemporary stuff. That's a very positive trend to my mind. Mm-hmm. So it's education in part. What are the texts? We all, as educators, are always trying to expand our view of, in my department, ancient is not Greco-Roman. Ancient includes Indian, ancient includes Buddhism and Eastern. We mustn't, I'm old school if I think ancient philosophy equals Greco-Roman philosophy. So I think we widen the palette of what are available texts, and that goes a long way.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation and this keynote capping off the Stoicon conference. Let me also say thank you to all of our other speakers, the coordinators, the panelists. Who else do I have to bring in? All of the people who did the breakout sessions, everybody else, to Phil and Andy working behind the scenes, Harold organizing the lightning talks. This has been a really great day. We even got tested through the tech issues as well. So we had a little practical application of Stoicism. We are going to have what we're calling an after party, and it's nothing very formal. Some of us are going to hang around and chit chat for a while. This concludes the official part of Stoicon. Anything else that you'd like to say, Nancy?
Oh, not at all. I just think I'm looking at the chat. I wasn't able to keep up with it before. I think we all are deeply grateful if we somehow could, I don't want to create cacophonous breakdown of technology. The Zeus-like gods will really kill us. But thunderbolt to you and Andy. You guys have been working around the clock. So I hope you get some rest soon. And Phil as well. So God.
Yes, I think a lot of us are going to crash after the after party for a little while.
Yeah, I will just say one thing. A few people were mentioned, but I have to just mention some gratitude myself, Marcus Aurelius style, and that is Martha Nussbaum, one of my advisors, Juliet. There are a lot of women in this world who work very long and hard on ancient philosophy that may not be part of this group, but Martha Nussbaum, Julia Annis, Gisela Stryker, Dorothea Freda, and my first philosophy tutor, who I knew as Sally Waterlow, Sarah Waterlow Brody. So there are a lot of really serious ancient philosophy scholars who have paved the way for all of us to understand these texts. They've translated the texts, and I'm in great debt to them. So thank them. They're not here listening, I'm sure, but we can all learn from them.
That's a wonderful way to close this. So thank you to everybody, and we will hang out for a while. I think, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do this. I think Phil will probably set things up in such a way that we're no longer recording, so people can feel free to